through all three branches of government, who has 27 years experience, is somehow managed to skate by being completely incompetent, rather than the guy who was handed $420 million from his dad.
You're not making false points. You can come to me. I got 45 minutes, and are you going to?
No one's ever scrutinized somebody's choice for doing this kind of stuff so hard. This is the dumbest thing. Like we could scrutinize Kamala's choices of who to sit down and interview, but on the other hand, I'm scrutinizing Trump for like raping people. Like we're talking about Trump raping people, and you're like Kamala's interviews were just wishy-washy. I'm like, Trump raped people, bro.
Well, I'm sorry. You don't have nobody has any evidence that he raped anybody. Nobody has evidence of that.
Okay, we have like 28 allegations and Epstein files with his name in it. That's still not enough to raise suspicion for y'all.
Okay, so yeah, but you guys, I said we could do that all day. It's always whataboutism. Nobody cares that Bill Clinton was there 33 times to the island and Trump never went to the island because we have the flight records. I mean, It's just garbage.
We also have people that were literally scouted out of Trump's Mar-a-Lago to be sex trafficked.
I said, I've never heard any reporting of anybody being sex trafficked on Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, well, you should look into it.
And I'm not stupid because I don't know that. I just have not heard that. And I think that's huge. And I think that's the biggest issue is that so many people still on the Democratic side, it was the voters' fault, and it wasn't. It says Barack Obama won 2 elections easily. He won 2 elections easily because he ran the correct type of campaign. He ran a campaign.
You think
on what
Trump ran the correct type of campaign?
He won
the cats
twice,
and dogs.
And he almost won a third time.
Saying things like cats and dogs, like being indicted. Like he loved being indicted.
So your party lost to that. Where's the mirror that we're going to look at as the Democratic Party? What mirror are they going to look at to figure out if cats and dogs and this, that, and left and right? What mirror is the Democratic Party going to look into to figure out how they can run a better campaign and defeat that?
We don't want to stoop that low. Trump is the only person who's ever ran for president who's willing to stoop that low, and it's a practice that he's been like fine tuning for his whole life.
You're telling me that you weren't willing to do what needed to be done to stop a quote unquote fascist.
Sure, I guess if we didn't say things that caused actual violence, that makes us incompetent.
No, I'm just saying you're telling me that he was a fascist and these 14 points and all this other stuff. But I tell you, okay, well, what kind of campaign can the Democratic Party run to keep a fascist from being in power?
I guess another fascist campaign.
Oh, well, we're not willing to do what's necessary to stop a fascist.
I guess we're weak at the knees.
And it's not about weak at the knees. I'm just saying you've seen somebody like Barack Obama ran a campaign that was about hope and running a campaign.
So if Obama was running against Trump, Trump would run on, let's say, Obama's Kenyan. He'll say he's ISIS. He'll say that his name is Hussein 3 times in a row all the time. How do you think we should campaign against that?
Well, I mean, those birther arguments were made during Obama's presidency, and he still won re-election easily.
Okay, but if it was Trump who was being interviewed all day, every day, on screen, in front of the American public, it would have been a little different, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I think Barack Obama was an extremely gifted and charismatic politician, and he ran on a campaign of something to vote for, not about be afraid of the other thing. That isn't an effective campaign strategy. Be afraid of this guy. That doesn't work.
You mean Kamala the communist? That's going to create this world into a third world country who's letting all the immigrants in, who's killing everybody and raping everybody?
Never heard Trump say that Kamala was killing and raping everybody, but I've heard
she's
comments
letting
about
migrants in that are killing and raping people.
I understand. And I could go all day on immigration. I have a very comprehensive idea of how I would handle immigration.
I highly doubt it.
Okay, fine. I'll tell you. If I was running immigration, it would be very simple. I would do the wall. I would do eviction of all the criminals. And I'm not talking about saying, oh, well, everybody has come into the country is a criminal. Technically they are. I'm talking about people that have come into the country and then commit violent crimes.
Those are already deported. We're 3 steps ahead of you there. Okay.
But if any of them are left, remove them. Third, I would have a 1-year moratorium. I'd say we're going to set up some centers. If you're here illegally, come forward. We'll put you in line. The people that have been coming through the port of entry, they're ahead of you.
Oh, so if you ever ran on that, you would be a communist that wants to bring everyone in and get legal citizenship. You know how easy you would get stomped on if you came out and said this? You know how fucking trashed you would get by the Republicans?
I don't care. I think I'm right.
That would never happen. That's what we've been trying to do forever. You know the first bill Biden handed Congress on his day in office? That was one of those bills. And we were made into like pro-migrants, like horrible communists for that. Here's the other thing. So the wall's not going to work. If you had an ants problem outside your house, we'll say that they're panda bear, cute little ants, and they're invading your home. Do you just build a fence?
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't build a fence.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. So think about all of the people. Okay, I'll go back to this. When we were talking about the border and immigration, most of the people that have come in recent years, they're asylum seekers. So this wall that you're talking about, this is how it would interact with asylum seekers. Here's our border. Okay? Here's the wall. If someone's coming from Mexico and they step 1 foot over this border and they say, "Hey, I claim asylum," they would be granted entry, whether there's a wall here or not. They would have to walk all the way around. They would even climb over and get hurt. We have to pay their hospital bills. This would have stopped zero of all of these people you're seeing in New York, Chicago, all these sanctuary cities. All these people, those that you see on TV, the wall would have not stopped those people.
That's fair. But like I said, I'm not so much worried about asylum seekers as long as they're going through the proper channels. Asylum seekers that doesn't concern me.
You're 5% of the people I met, because everyone else thinks that asylum seekers need to go. Trump's even said that the Haitians need to go. They're illegally here. Like the people, the Venezuelan gangs that he's been trying to tell y'all exist, those are people that he granted temporary protective status and allowed into the country. He's playing y'all like a fool, dude.
So that could be, and I think we will find out over the next several years what actually becomes of a lot of these things, whether it's immigration, whether it's tariffs, whether cases. But I do think, again, like I said, I think that there's simply things that you disagree with as far as Trump's ideas about how to fix the economy, how to handle immigration. And I think a lot of that is looped in with this just, idea of, wannabe dictator, fascism kind of stuff. I don't buy into that. Now, his economic policies and immigration policies, they may work, they may not.
He doesn't have
I'm open to that possibility.
You're not listening. He doesn't have those on his website. You guys just bought in on a vibe. If we go to look at his website, he doesn't have economic policies. You guys sound really silly when you even pretend he has one. He doesn't have one.
Yeah, I said, like I said, again, I'm not all in on that framing. You said it, you very well be right. His tariff plan might be a complete failure.
No one knows what that is.
Listened to the guy.
He was just like yapped on it and chewed on it like with a microphone. There's no plan.
Yeah, he may have. I actually was just recently watching clips of Howard Lutnick, which is the guy who just appointed to be in charge of a lot of that strategy. And the way he framed it is like, look, you don't ever tariff things that we're not making, because that doesn't make any sense. But he envisions the plan behind the tariffs because the other countries, China and all these other countries, they're doing that to us. This is why we're not able to take our cars and things like that.
He wants to put a 60% blanket tariff on China, and in return, they're going to put counter tariffs up for us. They didn't start this. This is Trump starting a trade war. It's helping nobody. So, it's going to put everybody out of business that trades with China. It's so dumb. I hope you guys look at this and actually realize that this is bad instead of blaming us or something. So this is what I'm doing. Because I followed you in the very beginning, because I think I said, I think you guys are holding important conversations. I think what we need to see is what happens if, like I said, I have a feeling that this idea of a 60% China tariff will never come to. I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think something will happen where there'll be a trade deal with China and it won't happen at all. I don't think that's actually getting implemented. Okay, then how are we going to pay taxes? I can
envision how it would happen. He would come out with Xi Jinping in like 6 months. They're going to be like, yeah, I was going to tariff them, but you know what, man? We made a really great deal.
So where are we going to get all of our tax money? Where are we going to get all of our tax money? Because Trump's cutting all of these taxes and promising that the tariffs are going to pay for it. So if the tariffs aren't really going to be that productive, then where's the money going to come from?
Yeah. So again, I said I would handle the tax. I would handle tax cuts differently. I would only tax cut people under 400K personally. I would also
Kamala's policy.
Yeah, and I would do Social Security. I would have done Bernie Sanders' plan, but the Democratic Party would never let you have anything.
So you
close
want
to a
the
Bernie
complete
Sanders.
opposite? That's what Trump's going to do.
No, I'm just telling you. Like I said, I'm not somebody that's how I would do it, and I could be wrong. That might not even be the best thing to do. But optically, I think it's unpopular when rich people get tax cuts. I think it's unpopular. Now, whether it might be economically effective, I mean, that's a good question. But if you look at, like, you know, Bernie Sanders has already stepped up and said, hey, I'm going to work with the president on doing, you know, lowering interest rates on credit cards, things like that actually like help working people. And, you know, like I said, I just want to see how things work out. I mean, I honestly, I want to see how these things go. Do I think I'm going to say this as a Trump voter. Do I think we might have had a better shot at a country if the DNC hadn't stolen Bernie Sanders from us twice? Maybe. But the DNC wouldn't let us have him. And anybody that denies that the DNC kept him from us, whether it was colluding with Hillary in 2016 to make sure that they were doing all their fundraising together and he was basically froze out, or in 2020 when they all dropped out the day before Super Tuesday. I mean, let's just look, man. DNC didn't want you to have no Sanders. And I think the biggest failure of the American public is whoever party that you've chosen, whether I've chosen whether I've chosen Republicans or whether you've chosen Democrats, the fraud is that you think that either one of them actually gives a shit and they actually are working for you. It's just not true.
All you have to do is read the policies they write. So that's where the disconnect is. So like most of these people who are right-wing voters, I asked them to cite policy all day. None of them know. A lot of it's the rhetoric and watching the soap opera that plays out in front of them on TV. But what's important to know is what these politicians do when they get behind closed doors and they write these laws. That's what happens when that's what liberals do. They read the laws and we say, hey, these are not so good. These are kind of bad. And we share those ideas with each other and we say, hey, what are things that could work?
Yeah, well, so that's the only way we're going to get anywhere is if the ideas keep changing. I mean, keep being shared and keep being exchanged. So, you know, like I said, I keep bringing it up, but these people in the chat that want to stay in the tribes, one side or the other, I mean, good luck, man. If that's how you think we're going to, you know, move forward together as a country, I mean, good freaking luck. But, you know, I'm interested in sitting in rooms and having exchanges of ideas. And if, you know, and like I said, I've already exchanged and I keep trying to tell people, if you're whatever party you pick, you're only about to get about 50-60% of how you really believe. And end of the day,
listen, people, I'm all about compromise, but like you're preaching to the choir here. You know that like the 118th, 119th Congress, the Republican controlled House is the historically least productive Congress we've ever had in history. And it's Republicans. You guys are not willing to work with us. We have Bernie Sanders on record saying he's willing to. We don't have anybody from the Republican side going, hey, what's going on? What can we do? Those people are gone. Mitt Romney, he's gone. John McCain, he's gone. All the good ones. Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, they're all gone.
You're not going to get me to miss Mitt Romney.
Why not?
Because just no, I'm not down with Mitt Romney.
Do you have an actual reason?
Because he's milquetoast Mitt Romney. I mean, he's not ideological at all. He's just somebody else that just sits there and claims to, you know, whatever. And then he was
your Republican frontrunner against Obama.
I don't give a damn what he was. I'm not. He was worthless. I don't know how we're making a case for Mitt Romney.
That's crazy. Like he's literally the Republican Party, like encapsulated. He's a perfect Republican. He's a good guy.
He's the perfect Republican. Okay, so how do you feel about Dick Cheney then? I mean,
Dick Cheney's the Satan.
Okay, well, he endorsed Kamala Harris. I mean, hello.
Yeah, I know, but you guys, like, that's where he lives on your side. You can't point at us one time.
Okay, he lives on our side, but not only did he endorse Kamala, she celebrated that endorsement. I mean, maybe not a good look.
Okay, well, you guys have the entire Nazi party, all of the KKK, the leader of the KKK, like all of them. You guys have dinner with them.
My guy, Richard Spencer, is the leader of like the neo-Nazis in this country. He endorsed Kamala Harris.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. Look it up. Pull it up on this live. Look up who Richard Spencer endorsed. The dude is the biggest scumbag walking the earth.
Oh, God. South Morning China. Who is Richard Spencer? Hindu Times. Kamala Harris once yelled, "Hell Trump." Well, that's that.
Yeah, exactly. And I said, and like I said, I'm not an idiot that says that's a reflection of Kamala Harris. I mean, that's just not.
Yeah,
I'm just
I know.
telling you.
But
there's
like
some
the one few people, it's like an event when they endorse us, but they're by default they're y'all's people. Do you know that?
Yeah, like I said, we're going to disagree on that till the day's long, because it's like, you know, so many of the arguments I hear that, you know, associate him with Hitler, whatever, is like Hitler had a dog bullshit. Hitler had a dog. Trump has a dog. Therefore, he's Hitler.
No,
it's just garbage.
We've given you we went through the 14 tenets, and I
you went through the 14 tenets, and you said because he's and like I said, I'm not. It's American privilege. It says when he starts running around and killing 12 million people like fascists did in history, I'll go storm the Capitol with you to stop him. Okay. That's just the way it is. But until then, I'm not seeing a guy that's doing this stupid YMCA Trump dance, and he's as stupid as y'all claim he is. I don't believe he's capable of all these, you know, dystopian America, creating a dystopian America you think you could create. He's either an idiot or he's a genius, but you have to pick. I mean, I don't think anybody sees it, which is why he won. They don't see this guy that's up here talking about, you know, the stupid stuff that he does say. I don't think anybody sees that and thinks he's capable of these dystopian destruction.
I think he's a very selfish. He's a malignant narcissist. There's a movie called Unfit. You should watch it. But it describes Hitler, and it describes malignant narcissists, and it talks about like the patient-client relationship. And like, imagine you see your doctor once a week, once a month, and you tell them like this 1 hour story of how you feel that day, and that's all that doctor gets. And now imagine the Truman Show, watching this person all day, every day, watching their actions candidly. And that's what we get from Trump. We have a bigger read on Trump than any doctor-client relationship you can imagine. We have it all. And these doctors wholeheartedly believe he is a malignant narcissist. And which is like every one of his actions reflect it. He is unwilling to admit when he's wrong. He will never say he's sorry.
Listen, narcissist would probably be an accurate description, but it takes when you take the leap to like fascism and all this other stuff. I'm just not with you. Now we can agree to disagree on that. I'm just not with you. I've seen him as president for 4 years, and I just didn't see it. Now, like I said,
his
I don't
own
approve
people
his behavior. I don't have. Like I said, I don't. Like I said, I don't approve of his behavior after the 2020 election. I've already stated that a couple of times, but I'm just saying that I'm not seeing. I think there's a different path forward than going to the extreme. Like I said, it's American privilege. It's to say that, America has no freaking clue what it's like to actually live under like a fascism regime. Like they just don't have a clue, because we've been sitting over here and we don't get it. Americans don't get it. You know,
yeah, I don't know. I think that you guys cry wolf about communism way too much for you to be giving me this speech. We are literally on the very cusp of fascism, and it's a fact. It's not just fear mongering. We are. He's going to be summoning the military to do mass deportation day one. Does that sound like we're in like a peaceful country? Does that paint a good picture for you?
It depends on how much you value immigration policy. And to be honest with you, if you
have some weird arbitrary reason to hate immigrants, then go for it. But literally, they're net positive in every way.
Hating immigrants and enforcing immigration law for people that are coming in that aren't supposed to be here is a different thing.
I
have no problem with immigrants. If you're coming in through the port of entry, I don't care who comes in.
This watered down version of what Trump's going to do isn't what's going to happen. You have this version of everything that I've brought up that Trump is going to do that works for you. And I'm telling you, that's not what's going to happen. We're going to get Trump's version.
But you're also telling me what you think he's going to do. You don't know. No one knows.
He didn't write it down.
That he's going to deport legal immigrants.
Well, that's probably true. Yeah, he's been threatening to deport Haitians.
Okay, no, I don't want to hear about probably true. I want to see what he does.
He said he's going to deport Haitians. Are those legal migrants? The ones in Springfield?
I have no idea who's here. I have no idea if they have paperwork or not.
They're all legal migrants. He wants to deport them.
They should be fine.
Wait, he wants to deport them though. And he's going to start rolling back naturalization. He's going to be day one.
I've not seen anything demonstrate. I've not heard anything demonstrate that he's going to deport people that are illegally here. Okay, legally here. If you're legally here, I don't see where there would be an issue. And if they're going around enforcing immigration law, I'm assuming they're going to be asking for paperwork.
Yeah. What do you have any paperwork on you that proves your nationality, your residency?
Yeah, I have tons. I have passports, driver's license.
Do you carry that on you every day? Passport?
I don't carry my passport. I carry a driver's license and all those other kind of things.
Okay, so that's not enough. You're going to need your passport.
Well, how do you know what their criteria is going to be?
Because how do you think they're going to check your citizenship status?
I'm assuming they're going to have a system. Border Control's been doing this kind of thing for
these aren't Border Patrol. Border Patrol at the border. We're talking about people here in the States, in the cities, in the rural areas. All these people, they're going to be looking for undocumented migrants, whatever that looks like. What do you think that's going to be? Do you think they're going to be like, hey, are you illegal? Are you undocumented? No, they're going to fucking check your shit. People that might even not look white passing, they're going to be checked. That's what's going to happen.
So, okay, but like I said, you don't know because he hasn't taken office. But what I'm saying is if he, let me get this. So, do you believe that illegal migration is a benefit to the country?
Yes.
At this point. Okay, so you think it's beneficial, and you think that employers are hiring undocumented immigrants for their benefit? Or for the fact that they can pay them less than regular wages, they can not give them the benefits they deserve, and any other plethora, and they don't receive benefits as being taxpayers and taxpayer benefits.
If you guys cared about like wages, you would vote blue. So this is silly, but yes, they are a net positive to our economy, and it's so much more than anybody ever like thought. So the Congressional Budget Office came out with reports last July, and it shows that in the next 10 years, they're going to be adding $8.9 trillion with a T to our economy, to our GDP. Trillion. So we're going to spend billions to undo that and make sure that doesn't happen. That sounds like a great idea.
So why don't we just go back to my plan, which is just have a moratorium?
Well, y'all didn't do that.
There is no y'all. I'm just somebody that looks at the platforms and makes a decision. And if I'm looking at letting people just stay here with no moratorium and stay illegal, I mean, do you understand? Hispanics shifted to Trump knowing that this was the policy. Why do you think that is?
Bigotry and the masculinity thing. So like fascist is like the the sexism stuff. The manly, like macho, like toxic trait is a big cultural thing for the Hispanic community. It's called what do they call it? Machismo. So yeah, they even to their own detriment. Like why did Hitler have Nazis signing up to unalive other Nazis? I don't know, but he did it.
Yeah, I said that's where American politics goes confusing, because Barack Obama, they called him deporter in chief, but nobody was crying about it. They said, hey, whatever. They associate Trump with the kids in the cages. Obama built the cages. I mean,
yeah, he didn't use them for kids.
If we stop.
He didn't use them.
Yes,
for Trump. This is Trump's baby. No. I will not stop this. Do you know who Stephen Miller is?
Yeah, I know who Stephen Miller is.
Do you know who Homan is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, these are the people who did the child separation policy, and they're deeply familiar with what the outcomes were going to be. They're like deeply familiar. They are white nationalists. They did this to scare people, to deter people from coming, separating people from their families to scare them. That was the mechanism.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're being naive. If you think families weren't separated under Obama, you're naive.
Show me where they were. Show me right now.
I mean, it's documented in the Washington Post. Show me
right now.
I mean, I literally just typed in Obama kids and cages, and it's literally documented across all the major newspapers. I have that Washington Post.
I have that Washington Post article, and it says specifically what I'm saying.
No, all it's saying is that it was made worse by the zero tolerance policy. It doesn't say that it didn't happen at all under Obama.
Kids in cages. It's true that Obama built the cages at the border, but Trump's zero tolerance immigration policy had no precedent. I've read this article before.
Yes, the zero tolerance policy, I concede the zero tolerance policy made the situation worse in that regard. But to say, who were they putting in the cages then? Tigers? Like, come on, dude. Like, come on.
Obama was putting people in overflow. When you separate kids from their parents and trial them separately and then send the parent to a different country, and then you ask the kid, hey, what's your name? What's your dad look like? And they say, I don't know. That's an issue. When you don't come up with a policy that has like a solution for that, yes, that's your fault.
Okay, so why are we putting anybody in cages then?
Because people are racist. Why? Why do you think we need to?
Trump didn't build the cage, so who was the racist?
So we had overflow. We had overflow.
So why are we building cages for overflow?
because people need to be sitting there while we put them into the immigration system. So you guys are
I'm just
worried
saying, help me
about.
out, dude. I'm trying to argue against the idea of a cage for people.
So instead of putting people locked up in overflow, we started this thing that you guys hate called the catch and release program, right? You guys hate that we put these people and release them on their own recognizance and let them come back to court. You guys want to lock them up, not us.
No, I think if you're trying to hit the border illegally, I think it just should be sent back. I mean, if people don't like that,
what if they just seek asylum?
Try to go to Canada.
They're seeking asylum.
Asylum is fine, but I'm saying go to Canada and actually deal with a strict immigration policy. It's just like people have no concept.
Do you think that we're letting people through even if they're not supposed to?
You like as in just walking in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's happening. I don't think it's happening.
People are sneaking in, but it's not our policy to let them in.
Yeah, but we both agree that it's happening.
Yeah, that will never stop.
That shouldn't.
That will never stop.
It probably won't. But I mean, this was Bill Clinton immigration policy in 1995. He was all in on this kind of strategy, deportation, and it was self-defeating policy to just let it slide. And I don't feel like we're doing enough.
Because
now,
it's silly.
You could say
because it's silly. You guys have no bottom line as to how this affects you negatively. You're just like, yeah, but they're illegal. And like, hello, yes, we're going to have, like, this last 4 years, we had 1.5 million gotaways. That's about what we're looking at. But Trump campaigned on us just letting in a bajillion people. And if we actually look at the numbers, we have less than what Trump had.
Yeah,
we're not the lenient ones.
Like I always tell you, the truth is always in the middle. Trump says it's bajillions, and then other people, on the other side will say that it's nothing.
So this is from Department of Homeland Security. This shows 2018, 11.5 million people. That's Trump. 2022 is the last number we have. It's 10.9. We're lower, and Trump needs to come in and save y'all from all these people that aren't even here.
I disagree with the idea that they're not here. I think there's plenty here. I don't think there's 50 million, but I know there's plenty here.
So every news article you'll ever read right now, they're going to cite this 11 million number. That's what they're talking about.
So the assertion is that there's 11.5 million illegally people right now.
Undocumented.
Okay, well, as I said, that needs to be addressed in a
and it's been that
fashion.
way since Trump. And it can be addressed. It can be addressed without saying violent shit to make people outraged, to start committing acts of violence and bomb threats towards schools. And for people to not stand in front of the border with guns, pretending like they're protecting our border. Like, this is silly, man. This was overdone.
Well, so there's overdone and doing nothing. I don't know which one people prefer.
Okay, so if we did absolutely nothing, which is kind of what we did, what happened? We have a bigger economy ahead of us now?
Yeah, well, it depends on who you ask and how good that economy is, but
I mean, we have nothing but data that says that they're going to help our economy.
Yeah, well, okay, but I mean, again, I'm talking about the electorate doesn't feel the economy is good.
Yeah, I know, because they've been told for 4 years on repeat from Trump holding a microphone that we're in a third world country.
Okay, no, I'm saying you said this was the failure of the campaign, was telling people that they were fine when they weren't. Going into the Rust Belt saying, oh, no, you're fine. You're doing good financially. And they're telling you, no, we're fucking not.
No, Trump campaigned on that we are doing so bad because of this administration that is so mismanaged that we're overspending, which is not, he spent way more than us, and all of these other false claims. And you're saying what? Like, people felt it. Like, come on. But no, it was a lie. It was a lie. We're doing better than every other country on earth. We have the lowest inflation. We're at 2.6%. We're killing it. And I know that you can't feel it. When you go to the grocery store, you can't feel it.
We're doing fairly well economically at the moment. But the issue people forgot is, I understand how inflation works. People have said, oh, well, we need inflation to be at zero. Well, that doesn't work because then you're in recession. Yeah. But if you're talking about inflation and the way it was the last 3 or 4 years, I mean, you can't go back. So when it was 8, 9, 10%, that damage is, you can't reverse that damage.
Yeah, that's from COVID. So that's not from Biden. That's not from us.
We understand a lot of the spending from COVID caused that, but
Not
There's
even.
where the
It was
public
like
disconnect is.
2%. 2% of that 9% was from spending from COVID. The rest was environmental.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. But I mean, people, the average American voter is going to look at that and just say, damn, man, the house that I wanted to buy is twice what it was when I started looking for houses. And they look at that and they think, okay, things are bad. And our incomes didn't go up.
Trump says, I'll fix that for you. And then in all reality, Trump's the one who did that to you. Trump's the one who deregulated the housing market so that all of these investors came and bought up all the single family homes. They went from 10% to 20% share in the market since Trump. Because Trump did this, he revised the Dodd-Frank Act and made people buy up all the fucking homes. And then you guys are like, let's bring him back in to fix it. It's wild.
So what piece of legislation was actually caused I've always been curious about the thing where they would say, oh, BlackRock's the one that's doing it to you. I'm curious what piece of legislation what caused that.
The Dodd-Frank revision. He also did an executive order that changed the housing market regulation for corporations.
Yeah, because I mean, this is my thing. I'd like to know how that was voted. Was that like straight Republican, or did a bunch of Democrats vote for it?
0 Democrats, maybe 3 Democrats.
Yeah, I would definitely be willing to take some time to study that, because I've always found that whole issue fascinating about how the BlackRocks and all these other people have gone in and done this to the housing market. I find that incredibly fascinating, but I've never actually had time to understand it.
Yeah, so like last year alone in Arizona, there was they bought 30% of the houses.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
And not on top of that,
it's absolutely wild.
So also on top of that, when the economy crashes, so during COVID, what was happening? People were getting foreclosing on their homes, their businesses were going under. So these big corporations went and bought up all the homes too, again, because there was an economic crash. Rich people get rich when the economy fails. So they're betting on it. They always want it. Like when we say Elon's going to help the economy and Trump's going to help the economy, that's why I don't believe it. Trump is praying that we hit such a bad recession that he gets to buy up way more houses. He's a real estate mogul. That's how he knows how to make money. He doesn't know how to make money any other way.
Yeah, I believe it's his area of expertise, and but I think he has real estate for sure. I don't think that's But what I will say, but this is what I'll say, is I just think, again, and I look back at these the last probably 15 or 20 years of politics, and I think people have. I think people just have short memories. I think people think, oh, well, the Trump's the first politician that's lied to us about what they were going to do and how they were going to make things so much better. And I just don't think that. I think it's much more common than people think. I think people forgot that when Obama came in, and I remember I didn't vote for Obama, but I was like, you know what? I think this guy's got a shot, to make some big time changes. And then what's he go and do? He loads his entire cabinet full of Wall Street oligarchs. I mean, it was the most Wall Street administration in history. It was all Wall Street oligarchs.
But they did things that made the economy fucking soar.
Well, I mean, it's easy to soar when you're at the toilet to start. But I mean, everything crashed. So I mean, you're following George W. Bush. That's pretty freaking easy. But I just don't. Yeah, and also what we ended up with was all of the biggest banks in the country at the time became 3 times their size within 2 years. So, the perception that he did great things for people, some people might have benefited from it at the bottom, but the big banks and the insurance companies were the ones that loved Obama. You look at after Affordable Care Act. The largest insurance companies all tripled and quadrupled in size. The Affordable Care Act was not for us.
Do you know why?
For them.
No, the Affordable Care Act was a beautiful masterpiece until the Heritage Foundation got their fucking dirty dick beaters on it and fucked it all up.
So the Democrats all voted for that.
The Heritage Foundation lobbied the Republicans for these changes, and they did them.
The Republicans didn't vote for that bill.
Yeah, well,
Affordable Care Act was passed without a single Republican vote, so I don't see how that, everybody knows that was passed without a single Republican vote.
ACA.
Yeah, because it was Mitt Romney's plan for Massachusetts, a large part of it.
The first article is the Heritage Foundation. They've SEO'd this so hard. They said, "Don't blame Heritage for Obamacare mandate."
Well, that'd be the last place I would check for a blame game on Heritage's own website. That'd be kind of silly.
Yeah.
But it says that the Affordable Care Act was not for us, and the Democrats voted for it unanimously. No Republicans voted for it. So if they scammed themselves into voting for a bill that was just to help insurance companies, I mean, whose fault is that? Democrats. They're the ones that have their fingerprints on it. I mean, it's just you don't get to get around it because the Heritage Foundation wrote it.
The fact is, we're the ones that champion the right thing, and if it gets fucked up along the way, that does suck. But like you guys, like the right is constantly tearing down regulations to make themselves rich, to do predatory things. And you're like, hey, we need consumer protections. Like we need all these things. Like we need more healthy America. Let's have RFK come do all this. When Trump spent his first 4 years in office doing the exact opposite, he is so antithetical to all of these things. I cringe when he says that, when you guys say he's going to fix this stuff, because he is the super villain of these things. His policy prescriptions for these things hurt people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I don't have this doom and gloom characterization of what's about to come. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be right. I don't know. But I do, like I said, I really feel I'm concerned with the state of the country just because of that. Because I just don't think that, I think there's this idea that, and I'm sure there's plenty of like true like MAGA people. I don't even have the fucking hat. Okay. I don't care like that, or the truck or whatever the fuck people do. But I mean, I don't think that people look in the mirror of their own party. I think people sit there and think, oh, well, we're Democrats. Democrats are doing a great fucking job always. I'm like, no, you're fucking not. You're insane. And then there's people that are on the right that are MAGA people that are like, oh, Trump's never made a mistake. Yeah, he's made plenty of mistakes. I mean, just deal with it. You're cheerleading, no matter what party you're in, you're cheerleading for a flawed fucking party. And they're both trying to make money. I always refer to it as, I think that Democrats blow a lot of money on a lot of stupid shit. Republicans do too. They just pretend to feel bad about it. But it's just the same narrative. And it's just, I don't think that it's the way forward. I think there's got to be a different way. And as long as people they're so dedicated to the tribes of where they're in, thinking, oh, well, my party was just great. I don't see how we heal from it. Now, I think it's going to be a good thing for the country if we start seeing, Bernie Sanders and Trump in the same office getting things done for us, locking caps on credit cards, or, people pushing for, the end of these wars in Ukraine and these wars in Israel. I think it's a net positive for the country. I think people just got to just stop it. I think they've got somebody has to put a stop to it, put their foot and says, you know what, we're going to go in, we're going to start working with each other. Until that happens, I think we're toast. And I don't care if the next election, Josh Shapiro fucking wins and has the whole fucking country, whatever. It's just going to be a shift from the middle. There's not, that's all you're going to have. You're not going to have like a truly healed nation if the Democrats win the next election. You're just not. You're still going to be stuck.
I know that.
So,
but I don't feel like this feels like a pep talk to settle for a shit sandwich, and I won't. But I appreciate you being civil. I appreciate you coming up. I've had you up for like an hour and a half, so I'm gonna move on. But
yeah, no, I said I think it's been great, and I says, and at some point I think we'll follow up, later on down the road, and we'll see what has happened, and somebody's gonna be wrong, and I guess we'll find out, and from there and like I said, I'm all about the exchange of ideas. So I'm okay with being wrong. That's fine. That isn't an issue. I've been successful in my life because I was afraid to take a risk and be wrong or be right. And I think that I don't worry about this chat. There's a lot of silly shit that I see in the chat. This is using this IQ of a doorknob type comments that I kind of see in here. That's not going to get us anywhere. But what me and you were doing, and hopefully what more people come in here and do, is, hey, let's engage. Let's discuss these things. And, if things don't work out with Trump, hey, 2028's coming. Hopefully we get some younger candidates and we can try something different.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, brother. You're welcome back anytime. All right.
All right, you bet, man.
All right. Take it easy. Chat. Holy fuck, we're almost at 700K. We just turned on sub only chat, and I want to read a few of my last few donations. First of all, I said this really quickly, kind of in passing because I was in mid conversation, but Wise, yes. Thank you so much for the $50. You're fucking amazing. Chelsea with the $5. Thank you so much. And let's see. Kyra with the $1 and the $2. She had some comments, but they're all. Kyra said also Epstein was literally using Trump's plane, flying in and out of Palm Beach. They lived within a mile of each other in Florida and New York. That's good stuff. And she also said the difference in where the bars are set is crazy. Trump refused to do a Republican debate because he knew Haley and Rubio would have dog walked him, and that means he didn't meet the requirements to be at the RNC's candidate. But no one wants to talk about that. Exactly. And Candace, thank you for the $10. Thank you, chat. Follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. W donos, guys. W. Yellow?
Hello.
What's up, man? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I like and I hope that this escalation of war that's going on is going to get put to an end.
Yeah. Do you think we should give them a bunch of free stuff for their actions, Russia?
What do you mean free stuff?
Free land?
I mean, do you see what's going on?
Yeah.
So you watched the news today?
The approval of long range missiles.
I mean, they weren't just approved. I mean, they were used.
Yeah. Good
So
for
what do
them.
you think about that?
Good.
Good for them, really.
So
You
Russia,
don't see the implications of that?
So what's worse? What if they were to go get like a whole country? What if we were to send a whole country of people over there? Would you think Russia would have the right to escalate?
Repeat that again.
If we sent Ukraine a whole battalion of people, would Putin have the right to escalate?
I mean, he's already escalated a war. He started a war with Ukraine.
So would Putin have the right to even further escalate?
I mean, he's already doing what he's doing in Ukraine.
Okay, but would he?
Further escalate it in what sense? Like,
if we brought a whole country of people to fight on the front lines with Ukraine, would Putin be right by saying, hey, I'm going to start fucking doing this extra stuff now? Would that be okay?
What is the extra stuff? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are you trying to say there?
What if Putin wanted to use long-range missiles and because we
into where?
Into Ukraine?
Into Ukraine?
Yeah.
He's been already doing that.
Oh, okay. So we're just meeting that we're just kind of doing equal things
so
back?
You're telling me what now has been approved, which was Putin's red line, right, is to not go into Russia, and you approve this to be done, right?
He pushed into a sovereign nation, and he gets to make the rules?
What is it our business of what he's doing is the question.
Have you heard of the Budapest Memorandum?
Why are we escalating a war that might not be as necessary as people want it to be?
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, explain it to me.
I want you to know, before I don't want to shame you too hard on this, but it is very common for none of you guys to know about this. And it's very concerning. You guys have not been told the whole story. And this is what I want to point out to you before I say this. But there's a thing called the Budapest Memorandum. And it was in 94. And when the USSR dissolved, Ukraine was left. It was its old capital, Kiev, and they had a bunch of nukes. And we said, hey, Ukraine, you need to give up those nukes, bro. You guys are brand new to the show. Give up those nukes. We got your back. If someone tries to invade your country, we got you. But you got to give us those nukes. And they said, are you sure? If we give you these nukes, you got our back, right? And we said, yeah. Guess who else signed that agreement? Russia.
Russia, right.
So they knew what was going to happen. And Putin is just expecting the American public to not know the full story because he's like, what? They did it. And people who don't know shit believe it. And they came out and then I ask you things like, hey, how do you feel about Israel Palestine? And then you say, we need to fund that. And I say, oh, okay, well, so you're not about peace. You just have this weird shit like Russian propaganda that you're spewing in my life.
It's not a Russian propaganda. I mean, it's dangerous stuff. Like all of Europe right now is sending out warnings and guidelines on how to protect
that's somehow Biden's fault.
War.
It's Biden's fault, not Putin, who invaded a foreign country.
He clearly went over a red line that Putin said that I will escalate this further into Europe and all over the world.
Putin went and got North Korea to send military to the front lines. I think it's time for us to be like, okay, we'll step it up too. I think that's fine, bro.
You guys better hope. I mean, we all better. It's not you guys. I hope to God that we make it to January 20th without a full-on war.
I hope that Trump gets his knee pads out and
all of these things that you're talking about right now is completely pointless by the time if all of this gets escalated until January 20th. Everything that you've been talking about up until before the election and after the election, you better hope to God that you have something to talk about other than this war that is senselessly getting escalated.
Yeah. Okay. I hope you guys do too. When you guys start learning some,
does not scare you.
Because I know foreign politics a little bit, and you guys usually don't.
I know foreign politics really well. You know, my parents fled a war-torn country. Yeah, okay. I know politics real well, world politics.
I'm sure you're real good at it.
If you want to go look at the Yugoslavian war back in the 90s and stuff, that's what my parents ran away from. You don't think that I would understand a little bit about what world politics and that side of the world does? I read it every day.
Sure.
This stuff that's going on right now, this escalation is reckless, especially between a transfer of power of presidents. It's completely dangerous and reckless.
I'm sure we should have.
That is.
I'm sure. I'm sure you know all about it.
If you don't think that that's dangerous and that that's not something that should be more concerning than what is being talked about, then God help us all. It's not just the left or the right.
I think
it's all of us.
You need to hurry up and get to everyone else's live to make sure they know to be scared of Putin too. Okay, when you hang up, go make sure everyone else knows that Putin's big and scaly.
It's what's our government doing right now at the moment is escalating something further.
Go tell your friends, big Putin's scary. And go get Trump his knee pad so he can service him well when he gets in office.
I mean, they're playing a dangerous game. They've been playing a dangerous game since all this broke out. This has been going on for 2 years.
Okay. I think Trump being a reality TV show star is the man. He's got all the answers. He's got all the experience. I bet he can point out Ukraine on a map.
Because this is something that Biden needs to handle and address now, and he's escalating it.
So Biden has 30 years of foreign affair experience. He knows what he's doing.
So, you know, I voted for Biden. I actually voted for Biden because of what he did for my people in Europe against all the genocide and what he preached for. But unfortunately, the two wars that have broken out between Israel and Palestine and Ukraine and Russia, those two wars, the way they're handling it has made me question a lot of things of why they do the things that they do. That's exactly why they lost my vote.
Sure. So Trump's going to write a blank check to Israel to finish off Palestine. You're stoked about that. You can't trust Biden because he was trying to like give them aid and like humanitarian stuff because that was really bad. And Biden was like making sure Netanyahu was like not doing such indiscriminate bombing, but that wasn't good enough for you. Trump needs to come in and just make sure that Netanyahu does whatever the fuck he wants with a blank check.
He's an evil person, Netanyahu. I mean,
yeah, and Trump's besties with him.
Put a bullet in his. Somebody should. Well, like I said, I don't agree with everything with Trump, and
Oh, come
unfortunately,
on,
I'm
dude.
not.
Are you fucking shitting me? Biden's being so diplomatic with this Russia-Ukraine thing. He's making very like steady decisions, and Trump's out here. If someone drops a needle, Trump explodes on social media. He is the least calculated person I've ever heard talk. He is not the person that's going to save us from World War III. He'll make money off of it somehow, but he was not going to save anybody.
I mean, somebody's dragging us into it, and it's not him. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's Putin.
Well, it's not just Putin. This is the whole problem, is that there's two sides to it. It's not just Putin.
Literally, it's
you
just
can't
Putin.
look at it from... How so?
Putin is an evil fucking man. Do you acknowledge this?
I acknowledge it, but how so is he the only counterpart in doing this?
Ukraine's just existing.
I don't agree with what he's doing. Trust me, I don't agree with it. I think it's money's gone to his head too.
He's been in power for 20 years, bro. He's ex-KGB.
24 years since 2000. I get it.
And he literally interferes in every one of our elections and every other election on Earth that matters. He's literally fucking with your head right now, making you scared because he's supposedly going to shoot a nuke for a long-range missile coming out of Ukraine. Get over it, bro. Are you serious?
You honestly think that like a nuclear war is something to like joke about or like just get over it?
No one's going to do that. And if they do, we're all instantly dead. Who gives a fuck? It's mutually assured destruction. It's not going to happen.
You better hope it doesn't happen.
It's not going. His military is such a joke.
Every news outlet and all of the countries are saying that in the past 50 years, this is the closest that they've been to nuclear war. So that's a very big warning from everybody coming out. Not just me or whatever. I mean, you can read all over the news
about it. Putin is baby raging. This is how do you handle a dictator? I don't know, but it's not by sucking his dick every time he threatens you with nuclear war.
Like I said, I think we're playing a dangerous game because if you go over his red line, you don't know what he's going to do. And if he does something that we're going to have to retaliate into a full-blown scale war, it's not going to be good for anybody. And the economy that we're talking about and tariffs and women's rights and all this stuff, you can blow that all to shit is what really is going to happen.
I just think it's rich coming from a Trump supporter that we better hope we're diplomatic on the world stage when Trump is literally the most incendiary person to touch a microphone on the world stage. He called fucking Kim Jong-un Rocket Man. He fucking like he's known to take money from all sorts of governments.
He's the only president that met with him.
If you're 14 years old with a Twitter account, you say that, but a president says this.
But you don't understand. Like, I mean, he has some humor in the things he says.
That's hilarious. This is our lives. You say, I hope you're not laughing when we're all dead. This is what I'm saying to you, bro.
What happened? But what happened after he met with Kim Jong-un? Did anything bad happen?
Yeah, he kept testing the most missiles that he's ever tested right after he met with him. Yes, it did nothing. He got a picture.
Yeah, but he's the only president that actually met with him.
Ooh, we shouldn't even acknowledge his existence. He's a fucking evil person.
I mean, you have to work with those people too.
No, we let them starve. We're waiting for him to die so that his people can be freed. Hopefully, maybe someday.
He's never going to die. He's supported by China. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, he's going to die of old age one day.
He has other people in line that'll take over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, we don't need to go in there and shake his hand. What are we going to do? Start trading with them? No.
Not start trading with them, but I mean, that's how you develop normal relationships with people. If you go there and sit down and talk to see what he's about.
Trump can only get along with people that are just like him, narcissistic, horrible, evil people. Everyone else he talks cash shit about on the world stage. He talks about our NATO allies, talks shit about them, tells Russia that they can invade them. No one wants to be friends with him.
Yeah, if they don't pay for the NATO doctrine that they signed.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody has to pay in and chip in to be protected.
Tell me about that. Tell me about that right now. This is why this is stupid and misleading, and you have been propagandized. What do you think NATO is? I haven't been
propagandized, but is it not logical? Is it logical to you that if what is it? You tell me if I don't know.
Okay, so here's
What's
NATO.
What's the North Atlantic Treaty
here's
Organization?
NATO,
what
here's
is that?
US, here's other countries. Do we all like pitch in to this bucket? and fill up a NATO bank account?
Yeah, and
No, we don't. We don't. NATO is a
Who does
2% investment in your own country's military. It is not a centrally funded thing. It is a promise to invest in your own military, and if any of us get attacked, we all got each other's backs. That's all that is. And for Trump to say some stupid shit like they need to pay their bills, it was dumb. It showed everyone on earth that he had no understanding of what NATO was. 3 fucking years into his own presidency, didn't know how it worked. Sad.
so you're telling me, based on NATO, that if a country doesn't pay, it's okay for us to protect them.
What do you think they're paying?
But not every country has been paying. That's the problem.
They're not paying anybody. They don't pay.
They're not paying into the organization.
They don't do. There is no organization to pay into. What?
Then what is NATO? If
NATO's
there's no
just a
organization to pay into.
It's a friendship. It's an alliance.
So that alliance has to have some kind of agreement, some
They
kind
have
of fund and
they have like a
organization.
couple.
What are they paying
They have like a
into?
couple of things, but that's not what Trump's talking about. They have like this much. We have a $1 trillion military expenditure every year, and that is more than 2% of our GDP. That's what every other country that in NATO, they're committing 2% of their GDP into their own military. That's what the NATO fee is, to put your own money into your own military. It's not us paying their bills or them paying ours.
If you search on Google or wherever you want to search, NATO is funded by 32 member countries, and the cost sharing is based on national income. However, only 35% of NATO countries meet the group's defense spending target. What does that tell
The
you?
spending
So when
target
he
to spend
says-
on your own
so
military. Yes, NATO requirements.
to meet the group's defense spending target. Groups
Yes.
spending.
Yes.
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 So if all the countries are not paying into what they're supposed to pay in, Trump is saying if you're not meeting those spending requirements, right, then why would I have to defend you if I'm spending almost $1 trillion into this?
That's what he thinks, that we're like footing a bill of some sort, and we're not.
We are footing a bill.
No, we're not.
What do you think? What do you think that our military does when it sends Ukraine missiles? When it sends all these other
Ukraine's not
countries that
NATO.
are. We've been sending them missiles. I mean,
We've
they
been
just shot them into
we've been
Russia
making-
yesterday.
We're making money off of them, dude.
Who's been making money off of who?
When we send missiles, we've made $80 billion in arms sales since the Ukraine-Russia
who's we?
conflict.
Who's
United
we?
States.
The private sector,
The United
the
States.
people that have been. So the people that have the defense contracts, they're the ones that make the money.
No, the United States military sells other countries these things.
And who does
Javelins.
the military buy from? The military, the U.S. military
yes.
does not produce their own. It's privatized, like companies that make these missiles and
Yes,
stuff.
I know.
Lockheed
We have
Martin
military
is not owned by
contracts.
the U.S. government, right?
Yes,
so
I know.
Who? I mean,
So what are you
So the
saying?
government has to
This is
spend
not
money on
hurting.
something.
This is not hurting you or me. No matter what, no matter how much money they pay into their own military, we will always spend $1 trillion plus. We'll grow it Trump grew it exponentially without us being asked to. There's not that we're doing this on our own volition. No one is expected to spend the same percent that we spend, and that's what Trump is insinuating. These
but
people better be
35%,
paying
they're not
their
even
money.
meeting 35%.
What?
They're not even paying up 35% to the group's defense budget. I mean, what are you talking about?
No,
Literally, it's the first thing that comes out when you Google it.
We pay 35%. So, like, our defense, the $1 trillion that we pay every year, represents 35%
I'll
of the
reread it
defense
to you
budget of
again.
all of NATO.
I'll reread it to you again. NATO is funded by 32 member countries, and the cost sharing is based on national income. However, only 35% of NATO countries meet the group's defense spending target.
defense spending target to spend money on your own defense. To your own yes, you're part of a group that spends money on their own defense.
I mean, I don't think you're understanding the words that I'm like. That
You're not understanding the words you're reading, bro. The only requirement for joining NATO is the only requirement for joining NATO is to take 2% of your country's GDP and put it into your own military. And then you're our friend. You're our NATO friend. That's it. That's all. You're done.
I mean, it has a clear map on the U.S. news of countries that are not meeting the 2% threshold.
Okay, does that mean we're making up for that? Are we being shorted?
We have to make up for it.
No, we're not. Are we somehow spending extra money because Sweden didn't fulfill, like they hit 1.8%?
If somebody tells you, if you get a loan out, and that loan tells you that you have to pay a monthly payment of this much, and you decide, oh, I'll only pay 75% of that of your car note or whatever it is.
This isn't being paid to us.
It's not to us. It's to the whole organization. There's probably a fund set up. I mean,
it does not go to a central fund. There's no slush fund for NATO, bro. I'm telling you, 2% of your GDP. Then what you build a rocket.
So what's it getting paid? Where's it going paid into?
To your own. If you're Sweden and you say, okay, my 2% GDP is going to be this one tank, then that's it. They're a NATO member, and that tank is their submission of their 2% GDP. That's it.
So why do we have to send them tanks and all that? Why did we send Poland so many planes?
Because they like our Abrams tanks. They buy them from us. They said, yeah, we'll take fucking 80.
Right, so they're spending into a fund.
No, they're buying it from us. No, they're buying it from us. We get that money, and then they buy rockets from other countries. They buy rockets from other countries. If you sign a contract and you say, like, I'm going to pay 2% of my country's GDP into this military or spend it on military or whatever, and you don't meet that requirement. I mean, so who picks up the tab for them then? So like,
because they signed a contract that they have to meet the 2% threshold.
There's no tab. Like, if they didn't build enough tanks, we don't go in behind them and say, here's the money to build the rest of your tanks.
But the requirement to be in NATO is a 2% threshold of your GDP.
Exactly. So what Trump is saying,
if you're not paying into it, why are you part of NATO?
Right. So if you dip below 2%, Trump says that he encourages Russia to invade you. Do you see how that's problematic? So if Russia wanted to invade somebody without like retaliation from NATO, what they would have to do then is take over like a country like maybe Ukraine and then control the whole trading port that they hold on. What they would do is take over a country like Ukraine and take over the trading ports and starve the surrounding countries of their economy so that they couldn't invest 2% into their military. Maybe they dip below that and then they have safe passage to invade.
And Spain and Belgium are not part of that.
Is that why, like, maybe Poland? What if they just like fucked Poland entirely, like, because of their new positioning in Ukraine? What if they did that and then invaded? We wouldn't have to protect Poland?
So from U.S. News, I'll read you the paragraph. Despite being a major contributor to NATO otherwise, Germany had fallen below the 2% minimum as of 2023. But perhaps in response to the uproar over Trump's comments, the spokesman for the German Defense Ministry announced on February 14, 2024, that the country had hit the 2% mark. Which is
because Trump told him to?
At least in part to a government allocation for defense spending.
Because Trump told him to?
So you're telling me that rhetoric there, that if you sign a contract and you want to be part of this group, you have to spend 2% of your GDP. You're telling me that it's okay to stay in that group without being in. That's like telling me that you signed a car note from a bank and they tell you have to pay $300 a month.
You understand.
But for some reason you decide, hold on, but then you decide for, I don't know, I want to pay you back $250 a month, and the bank's not going to come knocking back for the $50 and repossess your car. Like,
Okay,
give me a break here.
Stop.
I mean, it's the same
Stop.
concept.
Stop. Look at the COVID map. This is the inflation of COVID. Now think about all of the countries who fell below that 2% mark because of COVID. Should Russia be able to invade?
Spain's green. Spain's part of one of those countries. So is Belgium.
What if Trump said we're not going to protect any of these countries that are
Germany's
economically
green too.
Stop. What if he said that we're not going to protect any of these countries, just like he said if they dip below the 2% GDP? Should we just let them get invaded because they're facing economic hardship because of like things like COVID?
The countries that fell below that mark are not in orange in that inflation map.
Okay, I don't care. What if they do?
They should still be able to allocate 2% of their GDP.
They should, even in dire straits when they're like COVID's eating through their economy.
Does anybody ask us if we have $1 trillion every year to spend on defense?
You stop. Do you see how you're being obtuse? Like, this is obvious that
I'm not being
we're
obtuse.
not going to.
I'm just asking you.
Countries are dynamic. Economies are dynamic. Things that you cannot help will change, and things will make you fall below that 2% mark. It's not every country is going to be able to do that, but we are stronger as NATO if we just all kind of agree that it's okay. Like, stay around that 2%. That's good. We understand if you're struggling. We got your back still. You're good.
So
I think that doesn't hurt us. In
your little map there where Poland is, which is right next to Germany, right? Poland spent 3.90%, so almost double their GDP, and they have a higher inflation than all the other countries that are green that aren't paying 2%.
Because Poland is like a fucking European Texas. Yes, they love their military. I get it. But no, the other countries might not fucking jerk off to
So what's the criteria to be in NATO?
2% military and not being in active war in the last year or something.
So he's trying to hold countries that aren't at that 2% threshold responsible to pay in 2%.
With reckless rhetoric, with a misunderstanding that like, so every world leader on earth now understands that either Trump is lying and saying things to manipulate leaders that's not actually true, or he's threatening them and we can actually take over if they dip below that 2% margin. Like, both of those things, either way you interpret it, are a disaster politically and diplomatically. And it does not, like, he does not think past his nose, and neither do you.
So why did Germany pull up their pants, and after they obviously in 2023 fell below the 2% minimum?
It
right?
may have had
then
something
they hit
to do.
The 2% minimum.
Maybe it's because like a country like within arm's reach of them got fucking invaded by Russia.
No, but this happened this year.
Oh, gee, like 2 years after they got their neighbors invaded.
Well, Ukraine's not a neighbor to Germany, but
okay, they're fucking in arm's reach, dude. Stop it.
I mean, the mile differences between here to Florida, from New York to Florida.
Bro,
I mean, it's not that close.
Stop. You get what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, if we're trying to be politically correct here, I'm giving you the statements of what's going on.
You're focused on whether or not the countries on this map actually were suffering from inflation when I was showing you this.
Gave me a hypothetical.
You're nitpicking points that I'm not making. I am trying to show you that things happen to the world and the environment that could cause like inflation or economies to not be able to pay their GDP. And you're like, so what? What if we did that? Like, no, we need to fucking think pragmatically. They are fucking allies. They're not business partners.
So is your bank going to ask you if you're going under because of all the credit that you over leverage based on your income, your yearly income on your house or whatever?
Yes.
Do you think that
they do? They say, hey, COVID happened. There's a law now that we can't like kick you out of your house because of COVID.
That was but that was COVID. That was an extreme circumstance. I'm talking about normal day-to-day life. Go buy a BMW and don't pay for it. They're going to take it away.
I'm not. No one bought anything. Did NATO buy something? Did NATO buy something? Did Germany buy something from us?
Their 2% of their GDP into the
and what are we giving them? What are we giving them passively in exchange for that right now?
Protection. They expect to be protected.
And they're protecting us too, right?
What are they protecting us from?
What do you fucking think? If we get invaded, they come to our help.
You honestly believe that a country that bailed out the world twice in World War I and World War II is going to expect the small countries to help us in any
You can't
sort
seriously
of
be
way?
this
Like,
dense. You can't. Are you willing to
It's-
pull out of NATO? You want to pull out of NATO?
if it wasn't for America, there would have been a bloodbath like in the last 20 years again.
I'm done. Trump has primed his base for us to pull out of NATO. We're basically falling into like a pro-Russian government, like country. It's so weird, bro. Like the way he had to manipulate his own thinking to justify Trump's words after not even understand, like it took me 30 minutes to make him understand it. And then he tried the gall to turn around and try to re-explain it to me to tell me I'm wrong. Embarrassing. Do better, MAGA. I can't even after that. I can't even. I can't. Chat, I don't think I want any more debates tonight. This morning. Fuck, it's only 2? Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. Chat, tell me you love me.
Oh, you know I love you. Otherwise, my thumb wouldn't hurt every time I'm in this thing. Figured you could use a palate cleanser because that was like screaming at a brick wall and hoping it would understand you.
I'm pretty sure my heart rate's got to be up. It's got to be up.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Just all I can say, and I know you're from Texas, so I know you're probably thinking it, but you do not use it in these debates enough, in my opinion. Bless your heart. When somebody says something just so outrageous, we need to pull out that good old Southern term and, oh, bless your heart, honey.
Bless
Just
your heart.
Give it to them. Bless your heart. But you've been doing good tonight. Been doing everything right, in my opinion, so.
Appreciate you.
You know I'm gonna shamelessly plug your Discord now because like it's kind of my thing at this point. Guys, if you have not joined his Discord and you are enjoying this wonderful, wonderful time, make sure that you go to his profile. If you click on the link tree, it's going to be the first selection. Go ahead and try to join there. If you run into any issues, please let someone know. I've had people message me on the side. I'm not a mod or anything. I'm just a lover of the pickle. Oh, God, I just said that with my icon being rainbow. Anywho, just reach out to somebody for help if you need to. When you get in, make sure you go to the rules, click the right thing, and you can join the conversation. Because let's face it, the gifts are much more fun, and you get all the fun, like, girl, we sassy over there. That's all I can leave it at. But I'll be hanging here for a while. Do you want me to drop down, or are you pulling ops now? I don't know if you have the
I'm just going to
mentality for it.
do friendlies.
So I'm back, Pickles.
Hi there.
Hi. I'm the one who lives in Hungary. I live 4 hours from the Ukraine border. And this mega did not understand why Hungary, after one of the poorest Eastern Bloc countries, could not pay their 2% after COVID ruined us. We've been a border on this idiot's train for how many decades? My parents ended up in America because my father left his post during the revolution. I know exactly what's going on. These people absolutely suck at civil knowledge. Social studies. No wonder the U.S. is the least respected country in the entire world because you do not know your geography.
I don't either. It's okay though. I don't.
Loretta.
No, you do. Because when you show that bloc country on NATO, all of Eastern Bloc is in financial trouble. Do you know how many people are in Hungary? There's only 6 million of us, the size of New York City.
Yeah. Wow. I didn't realize that.
Spend 2% of our budget and we end up starving.
Yeah.
I am so angry at how dumb Americans have become. What's happened to you people over there? You did it to the world this time, not just to America. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I'm here. There are Americans here. They closed the U.S. Embassy in Kiev this morning. You know why? Do you know I have had fighter jets flying over my house for the past month? Nobody says that in any news, but everybody here knows it. And it's about time that you guys learned about it. I'll probably get banned after this, but who the hell cares?
Loretta, can I just say that I love you and I'm sending you all the air hugs? My family was from Latvia. We fled to America after Russia invaded Latvia before the last World War. So I'm freaking out about the whole Trump wanting to pull out of NATO and the crap he's done. So
Hungary entered, for those mega who don't want to understand, Hungary entered NATO after the wall came down in Eastern Europe in '89. Okay, it restructured the entire political scheme out here that we had to make a choice because we were no longer protected. So Hungary joined NATO in 1997 and continued to pay. Oh, and by the way, people, at that time, okay, Orban, Viktor Orban, our authoritarian leader here, at that time was running as a Democrat.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. He was running out of a different party logo. And he lost the election after one term because they didn't like how he was running, because he couldn't make enough money. He couldn't line his own pockets. He got out. Then, when people thought here that it was too hard to be a legitimate liberal or democratic society, Orban changed his platform into the Fidesz party. Then he put all his little cronies in. His family members. Does it sound familiar? He started changing the court system. Does it sound familiar? Why do you think Orban has invited Trump? Why do you think Trump has invited Orban to Mar-a-Lago? Because Orban has the playbook on how to change, on a smaller scale, your court system, your media, and everything else. He has the playbook. And him and his family and the Fidesz party own it. They own everything. Now try and get him out.
Yep.
We have Western prices here for building supplies, food, etc. here. And the people here are making, I'd say, 3/4 less than Americans are. But with your prices. There are kids here who are hungry. And we're in NATO. And I wanted to say to this guy, and I put it in the chat, do you pay your friends to have your back when you have a problem?
Exactly.
This is what people don't understand, what an ally is. It's a political friend. And sometimes these countries, i.e. Hungary, i.e. Poland, and the Eastern Bloc went through a devastating period during COVID that they will be recovering for at least a decade. We don't have the luxury here of raising taxes on people to line the pockets of the 1%ers. So I just want to tell people that it will take longer for an Eastern Bloc country to recover from something as devastating as the pandemic, if some countries even recover at all.
Oh shit.
But I am just appalled. I'm appalled at how ignorant people are regarding this crap. I'm just appalled. And I went to American schools, as you can tell by my Bostonian accent. I went to BU. I was a nurse. I did my time. I paid into Social Security. I came from Massachusetts, by the way. For those of you who don't know me. I was on T's live yesterday after he got on with you. Sorry I blew, but I didn't even have my coffee yet. So this is good. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
In fact, just don't ever apologize for it. Be louder about it, because the louder you are, the more people hear you. And frankly, as loud as we've been trying to be over here, having you over there near the front talking about what's actually going on is going to bring the heartstrings pulling that we need. I apologize on behalf of my country. I wish we were better.
It's my country too, brother. I'm a dual citizen. I still pay taxes in the U.S. I'm not going to give up my citizenship. My kids are there.
I don't blame you.
But, you people just got to educate yourselves on history, man. History, social studies, civics. Please, 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 please. At least before you get online with pickles, because you can tie them up in a pretzel, which I love. So, we love you. The Americans love you from here. And I may be back, depending on what I hear.
You're totally fine. You're totally fine. I had so much emotion built up in me before I started streaming. I was no-lifing. I was listening to streams, and I was having these arguments in my head in the shower when I was before I was asleep. Like, I was fucking so mad at everybody. And sometimes it just helps to say this, especially if a lot of people hear you, because I have felt such a change for myself. After being able to just say all this and get it all out day after day, sometimes you just need to fucking do it. Yeah. So yeah, I don't mind it. If somebody's got to come up here and say something, do it.
So I'm a TikTok virgin. I actually, my husband left me here because he couldn't assimilate last September, and I stayed. And I said, Godspeed, see you later. I'm all set. I'm not going anywhere. And I started on TikTok in July, and I was always this very shy, demure, socially appropriate person that got me absolutely freaking nowhere. And I started getting a little bit more comfortable in my skin and my voice. And I came on, and I've been doing a few lives. I may not be on your FYP, but I found my community in the UK, some Western other people I have my friends with here in Europe. And over the past 2 weeks, I've really started to listen to these debates after the election and what's gone on and where America failed itself. And I gotta speak up. I gotta speak up. I just have to, and I have found it. And thank God for your platforms. Just people who are listening, don't give up. Educate, educate, educate before the midterms and before the next presidential primary. And by the way, I'm a registered independent. I have voted both sides. My parents, when they went out from Hungary, because it was under Eisenhower, a Republican, by the way, people, my father dedicated his vote to the Republican Party up until the mid-'70s, until Nixon screwed up in Watergate. And then after that, he changed his vote. But if you want to live like a Republican, vote Democrat, people. Because you see what's coming into power now? Do you see who's being, it's all the 1%ers that are getting placed in Washington. He's not draining the swamp, he's building it up. And you really want to see our future? Look at the movie Elysium. If something doesn't change, that's where we're going to go. And I'm not a fear-mongering person. I always look at the positive, but this is textbook what's going on. This is textbook authoritarianism.
Yeah.
I know, I live here. So, bless you all. Go get some coffee pickles. Don't debate anymore. Be kind to yourself. Love yourself. Because I know I love you.
Well, thank you. I love you guys too. I honestly, I'm very grateful for you guys. So thank you.
Oh, and of course, give Daisy lots of hugs and tell her the whole family here loves her so much.
I will. I will.
Yep. And Lord, thank you for the comments, and stay strong, people. Buckle up, Buttercup, because this is not going to be fun.
Yeah, we signed ourselves up for the FO roller coaster from hell, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But just remember, you have some very stable Western EU countries here that do have relationship with truth. So they have our backs as Americans. So just remember that.
Yeah. Well, hi Tanner, hi Kicks.
Oh, hey.
Hey, I was fixing to type, hey. I was like, oh yeah, I'm on live. I was just say it. Hey.
Yeah, I was
Thank you for the subwave.
I was just gonna come up
Alina,
was
you're
gonna come
always
up and
hanging
say,
out.
yeah, I know. Lena is always in here.
I feel so bad. When do you go live? I need to get you live now, because I just go straight to sleep after these lives. I need to hang out in your live. I'm an insomniac. Yeah.
Fax has also just been sitting our live for, he might be asleep. I'm not sure.
Dude, Fax is
I think
cool.
I'm pretty sure like 700 of the people in here are asleep, but like fairly confident.
Like, I want to go live, but then part of me, it's like, do I really want to?
Honestly, my big fear on it is like I won't do as well as a Pickles or a Harry, and I'll end up just like folding. because I get super emotional super quick, especially if somebody comes in with some gay slurs. I will not.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can get myself banned so fast.
Right.
Also,
Yeah, it's really hard to hold back.
to my lurkers, we are almost at the tap goal. Break your fingers. We're almost at that 750 that Tanner called for. Tap, 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 tap.
Tap it. Just tap it in. Just tap it in.
Also,
It seems like the other side has sort of dropped off the live.
Well, it's sub only chat, so they probably are still watching, but they're probably not subbed, so.
they're really mad right now.
That's all right. That's all right.
Speaking of which, T Big V, Nicole NY, Killer Kicks, thank you. Melissa, Barnell, LV, and Lindsay, thank you guys so much for the subs. You guys have been coming in so fucking hard with support, so thank you guys so much. And I want you guys to know that Daisy's gonna have a good Christmas, so thank you guys.
Aww. That's so sweet.
Keep it quiet.
I'm trying to make it work for my daughter. Her birthday's on Thanksgiving this year, so I really have got I don't have anything yet. I think I've got her, like a sticker pack or something. So it's been rough, but I'm trying to get a puppy goal. So I got a puppy goal, and once I have enough to get a puppy, that's going to be her. That's all she wants is a puppy, and I want a puppy so bad too. So I'm really trying to make it happen. She's been working so hard, straight A's, doing so good in school. So the kid deserves that puppy.
Do you want my random sad fact about puppies?
Oh God,
No.
we all got parvo. What?
No. Did you know that black puppies are adopted at a 50% rate of other colored dogs? So if you see one in a shelter, you should definitely try to get it out because they are destined to last longer in shelter.
What?
Yep.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Same thing with black cats. I foster black cats. As a matter of fact, I have 9 of them in my house right now, and I work with the animal shelter in the next town over. So, they don't have animal rights here, unfortunately. And I took them in.
Yeah.
And 4 have gotten adopted in the past 4 days, so this is good. So get your black puppies and kitties, people.
I love seeing the
Alina.
black dogs and black cats.
Alina, thank you so much for the gifted. You're so awesome.
I think that it's just a good statistic to have in mind when you go to look at a rescue. Just remember that, like, if you go to one that has the stats of how long they've been there, when I got my mom to adopt a black dog, hers was there. It was originally gotten as a Christmas gift, returned a month later, and then picked up for a birthday gift, returned a month later.
Oh my God.
And it had spent 3 years in the shelter, and nobody had watching people walk by. So
Oh my God, wait, I'm going to start crying hard.
that's not the goal. I'm sorry.
It's okay, no, it's true. It's true. I know the reality of it. And like, it's really hard because when I was with my ex, he got me a Siberian Husky, and he was like my emotional support dog, and got me through that relationship, which was full of domestic violence. And he was my only friend for all those years, and this is really depressing. Sorry, trauma dump. But when I finally got the guts to leave my ex with my 3-month-old, I couldn't fit my Husky in the car with us, so I never was able to take him home with me, and it just really, it sucks. But I know he's okay. But that's why I'm just saying, like, puppies are dear in my heart, and ones that get left in shelters, older dogs. Come on, y'all, adopt some doggies. Let's do it.
Oh, God, I'm gonna take that as permission, and my husband's gonna be so mad. I'm that person who's like, it followed me home, and he's like, are those dog treats in your hand? Yes.
You didn't say how he followed you home.
I did not.
Yeah, I think I did that with a lot of stray cats when I was a kid.
We officially hit the tap goal. I'm gonna go back to being a little lurker
let's
and play video
Yeah.
games.
And I am.
Oh,
Baby.
That's my baby
look at that
girl.
face.
Oh, and just in case anyone's curious, I believe there's a pets channel in the Discord, so you'll be able to see the fur babies and the lovelies. So another shameless plug.
Yes.
This is an 8-hour, like a time lapse. Look at Pickles rolling around in her sleep.
What kind of breed is it?
She's a Schnorky.
Snorky, Schnauzer, Yorkie, right?
Yeah.
That's so cute. I had a puggle,
Drop me
but he
down.
passed
Have a good
away.
night.
He lived a long time, but I had a puggle, and he was the funniest thing. We called him Purgatory because he wanted to go outside from being a beagle. Like, he wanted to just run. But because he was also half pug, he had this snoring, snorty face, or he couldn't breathe. So it's like he was just never fully content, I don't think. But, puggles are fun. I love dogs. I love every dog. There's not a dog I don't like.
Yeah, same. All right, I gotta go to sleep because I got work and school tomorrow. You good? You stretching?
I have to start my day, people. Pickles, go to bed. You
Okay.
deserve a break today.
Okay. I'll do it.
All right?
I will.
All right, we're hitting the hay.
All right,
Bye.
guys. Thank you so much. Chat, let's raid somebody. Who are we raiding?
Oh shoot, I had people lined up earlier, but I guarantee they're all gone. Like I had Alina lined up, but she's not streaming anymore. And I had Isaiah. I don't know if he's streaming still.
He's off. Good Trouble's fixing to go off. Good Trouble is fixed to leave a moment ago. So
Artemis Fifi.
there's Amanda Rose.
Oh, she's a
Amanda
guest.
Rose 00.
Okay, let's do that. All right, down.
Yeah, write it down, and then when we get off, I can pin it real quick.
Wishing you all
love
a
that.
good night.
You
Bye.
too. Bye.
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 Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
What are
Thank
those?
you guys
are those
for-
double zeros?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for all the subs, all the gifted subs. I just erased those darn names, but thank you, Beth. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alina, again, and thank you, Ali Renee, Leah, Scythacor, and you, boy Kai. Thank you guys. Holy cow!
And I resubbed.
Oh, and
I
thank you.
resubbed.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And
You're so
Frida,
welcome.
thank you guys. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna
guys
drop
all.
so I can pin the name.
Yeah, I'll drop some of you can pin and stuff. So thanks for having me up. I just wanted to say hey.
Anytime.
And have a great night.
Yeah. Thank you for hanging out with us all night.
No problem. I'll see you, I guess. Are you going live tomorrow? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. I'll see you then.
All right. Good night.
Night.
Chat, I will see you guys at Manda Rose's thing. I hope you guys have a wonderful Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. I will see y'all tonight. You're my favorite live. Much love, Frida. Thank you. I love that. All right. Well, I'll see y'all later, chat. Smoochies. Bye.
What does Jussie Smollett have to do with any of this? Okay, so
Fake
just so we're clear.
allegations, man. Fake allegations.
Just so we're clear. Okay, if you don't believe the victims, how
I don't believe all
okay,
victims.
if you don't believe any, that's fine.
Because
If you don't
they're
believe
not
the
all
victims,
victims.
if you-
Because a lot of them lie.
Okay, if you don't believe the victims, right?
Do you think
believe
people
Donald
lie?
Trump?
Do you think people make? Do you think?
Oh,
people
I'm sorry.
make
Did you want to
false
start your
allegations?
sentence in the middle of my question?
Bob.
Do you think people make
Patty.
false allegations?
Hey, Patty. Hold on.
Yeah, they do, don't they? All the time.
Okay, so when Donald Trump was asked if he would declassify the JFK assassination documents, he said yes, absolutely. When he was asked if he would declassify the 9/11 documents, he said yes, absolutely. When asked if he would declassify the Epstein files, he said, and I can play the clip. I got the clip for you if you don't believe me, straight from his mouth.
Well, there's a lot of things in those files that would ruin people's lives.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files? Yeah. Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff.
A lot of phony stuff, like I was saying. Exactly what I was saying. Hey, but do y'all not believe the official narrative of 9/11 and JFK? Do y'all not believe what the
I think you're trying to skate away from the fact you're sticking.
Wait. Y'all don't believe? Are y'all conspiracy theorists?
No, but just
I think you misinterpreted what the clip was. Your brain didn't process it. Synapses are not firing right now.
Wait. You don't believe the official narratives?
I do. I believe 9/11. Yeah.
You're pivoting.
That is a pivot.
So what's there to release on 9/11 and JFK if there's... I mean, why are y'all advocating for those files to be released?
I don't know. I don't know how this clears your guy, Trump. Like, you're like, okay, there's conspiracies out there. And you're like, therefore, all the things that are like surrounding Trump is conspiratorial. All of them. When we're saying like, yeah, conspiracies exist. Some crazy things exist, but that doesn't mean Trump gets that privilege on all of his incidents. Like, and he gets the benefit of the doubt in every single aspect, like in the most absurd way.
Does it bother y'all that Trump's got the support that he does from all your bros? Like,
it does bother us. Yeah, it does.
I mean, like, it's almost as if you're not a Trump supporter, you're a beta male. I mean, that's...
We don't believe in all of that stuff. We do think you guys are a little confused, though.
I picked your dad last night, bro.
When you guys on y'all side don't even know what gender y'all are.
Well, who says that?
Scream your name, Patrick.
Who says that, Patrick? What's a woman?
Really weird.
There you go. I know what a woman is. I like women. I really do.
What's a woman, Patrick? Teach us.
It's going to be your chromosomes.
It sucks they don't like
chromosomes. So what
you got
chromosomes?
XX and you got X. You got XX and you got XY. XY means you got a vagina.
Okay.
XX means you have a penis.
And so what if I told you what if you could have XX?
Boys have a penis. Girls have vagina.
What if you're born without a penis or a vagina? What are you then?
I don't know. What are you?
Tell me.
What are you?
That was funny. Buddy? Oh, Patrick got you. Oh, burn. Fucking hilarious.
What about somebody with XYX? What are they?
I would assume you're talking about 0.01% of the population that'd be intersex, maybe.
It's actually about 11%, and transgender, like gender dysphoria, accounts for about 1.4% of our population, which is what you have a problem with.
Wait. You think 11% of the people have a vagina, are intersex?
Yes. So if you actually do, like, very few people get tested for their chromosomes. So yes, a lot of people don't even know that they are, but by statistics, it's about 11%.
I didn't know that, man. That makes a lot of sense, dude.
Yeah. Do you know your chromosomes? Have you ever tested your chromosomes?
Yeah, no, I'm all man, dude. I'm XX, bro.
No, you don't know that.
No, I do.
Actually, you don't.
I have a penis.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's not the qualifier.
You could be born with XX chromosomes and no penis. You can be born with XX chromosomes and.
So you think someone that has a penis with this?
Wait, he said he was XX. Did I hear that right?
I think so.
I think you mixed it up, Patrick.
No,
are you sure you have a penis?
I said it right earlier. I'm XY.
No,
brother.
You said XY are females, and that's not true. You're wrong.
Excuse me. There you go.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like you're a little confused about your gender.
No, I know what I am, and I know what a man is, and I know that men can't have babies. And our side is okay with that. We want to keep men out of women's sports. We want to keep men out of women's bathrooms. I mean, what's wrong with y'all that y'all want delusional, confused men in women's bathrooms? Don't y'all care about women?
So you guys are such easy targets. Like, this is what this is the rhetoric they bring up to, like, get you to vote for them, because this is not an actual issue, right? There's no data that shows that these people are hurting people. In fact, we have data that shows that if you are a trans person in a restroom, you're more likely to be assaulted. So you guys are literally fighting for more of that.
I would absolutely believe that if you go into a woman's restroom, there's a lot of men that would whip the shit out of that as soon as they came out, no doubt. And there's a lot of women that probably beat the shit out of them too.
You want to justify violence on people. That's it.
There you go.
Hey, Patrick, how old are you?
Yeah.
Women need to be protected from delusional men.
No, they need to be protected from men like you. Hey, how old are you?
I protect women, dude.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 40.
You're 40 years old. So you grew up in a time where, like, you saw what was happening in the 1980s. Well, maybe
You're
1980s,
40 years
but
older than me, and you look like that.
The 1990s. You
Picture's
heard the
actually
rhetoric.
Kamala Harris's dad.
Cool. So you
No, it's
that's not his. Her fuck. 1990s. You heard
Picture's
the
actually
rhetoric.
Kamala Harris's dad.
Cool. So you
No, it's
that's not his. Her fucking.
But it was
dad.
Bro, that's a 40 when you have hate filled in your heart. Jeez.
Man, I've got so much love, dude. I'm so happy, man. Couldn't be happier, dude.
Oh, cool. Hey man, do you remember
sound
what it was?
happy.
Do you
Have
remember
y'all-
back in
have
the
y'all
night?
seen
Hey
Bitcoin?
Patrick,
Do
Patrick,
y'all
cool.
realize
Hey Patrick, cool. Hey Patrick, I was talking, man, and
Bitcoin,
you
baby,
you're just trying to
100,000?
talking about Bitcoin all of a sudden. I'm gonna fucking bounce you out, dude.
Making money.
All right. I don't think this is worth talking to him. He's wasting time.
Well, how do y'all think y'all's ground game's going to help in 2028? I mean, don't y'all need some kind of platforms like the Tucker Carlsons, the Joe Rogans, the Alex Jones, just something to get your message out? You know?
Oops, did he trip? Did he trip out the door?
Thank you for the hand hearts. I hope that guest has the day he deserves. Hi, Beth.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Well, I'm not gonna say that shit. Right now, things really suck. Let's just be honest. It sucks.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
We're looking for just opposition right now, Beth. We love you, though.
Oh, you're
Thank
breaking
you.
my heart.
Thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
Alrighty.
If that guy's 40, then I'm the president of Kenya.
He was being racist. Did you hear what he said?
What did he say?
That was a lightened picture. It was a lightened picture of Kamala Harris's father. Yeah, it was a light. So they took a picture of him, they lightened him, and he was using that as his profile picture. He was being a racist.
Oh, I see.
Oh, dude.
Damn, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he was trying to say Kamala Harris's dad was white. That's all that was.
Whoa.
It's the subtle racism that they think that we don't see. I get it. I study this. I was raised in fucking racism. I smell this shit like it pisses me off, man. It pisses me off so bad.
Hello, Ingrier?
Yeah.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I did not vote for him. I support some of the things he does. I guess my main thing, I'm kind of confused on the abortion argument right now. Do you guys know how many lives are lost on a yearly basis due to not having access to abortion?
To not having access to abortion?
Yeah.
It's increased
I
when
don't
they
know,
have
but
access
about
to
1,200 women die each year giving birth. We have the highest mortality rate out of any developed nation by far.
So 1,200 compared to the last annual number for abortions was 630,000. Can you justify that number compared to the 630,000?
Yes. So most of those are actually the way abortions are coded in medicine is anything that ends a pregnancy. So, say you had a miscarriage and they had to go do a DNC. That's an abortion. Boom. You think someone died. Same thing with just literally just any sort of like C-section or, like basically taking a viable baby out of a person and letting that baby live. That's an abortion. You think someone died. So all of these things happen, and you guys still end up valuing like clobs of goo that resemble human DNA more than live women.
Cool. So I hear you on that argument. So I would apply that same argument to the COVID numbers then, because medical coding was basically applied in the same way.
That's not true.
Yes, it actually is.
No, it actually isn't.
If I sit here and prove you wrong, will you admit it?
Yeah. So can you tell me how it was proven that somebody had COVID?
They tested it.
Yeah,
they
people don't die from
isolated
COVID,
the
bro.
protein in like 3 months. It was March 2020.
And they do that through sequencing, correct?
To isolate it?
How do you determine somebody had COVID? Through sequencing?
You test them.
Through
Yeah, and there's sequencing done on that testing. If you understand how the science is actually done.
And
okay.
so
Talk
what
to me
you're
like
saying
I'm
is
stupid.
what?
This is going to end well for you. So tell me how the science works on it there, bright guy.
Yeah, so when that sequencing takes place, basically these machines, because we aren't capable of reading like thousands and thousands of pieces of data.
Okay.
These machines run these sequences for us and they pull out, like he was saying, a target, and they determine, oh, you have COVID.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily mean you died from COVID.
Nobody
there could
dies
be
from COVID.
comorbidities there.
Hold on. Nobody dies from COVID. You understand that, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to make a point of.
Okay. Then people die from complications of COVID.
Yeah.
Or they might die with COVID, but nobody dies from COVID. For you to be up here and be like, they're skewing the numbers. People don't die from COVID. They die from respiratory conditions. Or they die from a car accident and then they discover that they have COVID. These are ways that we track how many people are affected with COVID within our population. And you're like, see, they're saying he died from COVID. No, they're just saying that he had COVID at the time of death.
So they can skew abortion numbers, but not COVID numbers.
Yes.
Is your logic?
So this is how a death certificate works, my friend.
That makes a lot of sense.
This is how a death certificate works, my friend. So there's a cause of death. It could say oxygen. It could even just say COVID, C-19. And then they could say his comorbidities were diabetes. Whatever else, right? It's spelled out differently. It is separated. Their comorbidities are written below cause of death. So for you to just be like, oh, they counted all these people who had COVID who got hit by a car as COVID deaths, you're wrong.
Makes your argument sound good, but you're wrong.
I'm not claiming they were all wrong. I'm just using your guys' logic that you applied to abortions and saying the way they code things.
Yes, medical coding is different than cause of death.
So there's no medical coding going on.
No, because cause of death is determined by somebody
you don't know how that works, to be honest.
Yes, I do. A cause of death is determined by what are they called? Morticians, or what are they called? The people who I'm sorry.
A pathologist.
No, not a pathologist. Autopsy.
100% a pathologist.
Yeah, okay.
It's a 100% a pathologist.
Okay, pathologist. Yeah, they do autopsies. They do autopsies, and they determine cause of death. They don't just like a doctor doesn't get to be like, I think it's this. Boop.
Okay, so we'll get over that point, I guess. Your logic of justifying 1,200 compared to 630,000 is medical coding.
No, I'm saying even if I don't say that it's medical coding, I would still say that, like, I believe it's 60% of all abortions happen before the 6th week, before the baby even has a heartbeat or a brain or any sort of consciousness. But you guys still care more about that. There's a nurse practitioner with a master's degree requesting, well, we can do that too.
I guess my argument from that standpoint would be I think we need more people. So
so you want to deport them, mass deport them?
100,000 compared to 1,200, whatever.
Mass deportation is going to be your first swing at needing more people?
So I'm just going to let you know that, abortion's not contagious. So there's that factor that differentiates the two. But also, so yes, COVID is a virus, and then, C-19, I know that we're supposed to say that now, is a virus, right? And then usually it causes pneumonia, or if you have other problems as well, it can cascade into a lot of other things. However, usually pneumonia, and then sepsis, and then death. So he is correct. They usually say cause of death, and they'll say, and then contributing factors, and it'll list whatever factors also contributed to that person's death. So that's exactly correct. And that's not a code. That coding, if you want to know coding, that's a whole That's a whole nother thing, and it has nothing to do with numbers or deaths. That has to do with billing. So that's an ICD-10 code. But yeah. But
I'm curious, Nikki. Would you be able to provide?
I did work in New York City at the beginning of the pandemic as well.
Shit, I just realized that was Nikki. What's up, Nikki?
Hey, how you doing?
Would you be able to provide success rates of ventilators?
Success rates of ventilators? I'd have to go look up my studies because I do have peer-reviewed articles on those, but I do not have it with me at this time. It's at my hospital right now.
Have you ever read anything about ventilators actually causing extra inflammation?
Extra inflammation? It can. However, what we were doing, and I don't know if you know this, but you actually prone the patient, because I don't know if you know this, but when you're sitting upright and when you're laying down on your back, you have, a limited amount of space that you can expand your lungs, right? So a lot of people don't understand that we actually don't utilize the space in the back. Okay. And so we would prone our patients, which means they would be on a ventilator. We would actually turn them over onto their stomachs for about 8 hours. And then that allows the lungs to expand and utilize the back portion of their body to expand their lungs to help ventilate and utilize that area for them to breathe. But unfortunately, it was a novel virus. We were trying to do and everything we could, and then I want to let you know that putting somebody on a ventilator is not something that we take lightly. Okay,
it's resort. It
is the last resort. We try BiPAP. We try everything. Non-rebreathers. We try every single thing. I've had a non-rebreather and a BiPAP on a patient at the same time, giving as much oxygen as possible to prevent somebody going on the ventilator, because you don't want them to go on a ventilator. You don't want anyone to go on a ventilator. So that is
They'll say, yes, please put me on. They have to do these things, man. I was a paramedic for 10 years, bro. This is like life or death. This isn't something that people just willy-nilly choose.
I mean, I did.
I appreciate her opinion, too, because like you're saying, you don't want to have to do it in the early years of COVID. So I worked for a biotech company, and I had access to a lot of information that people probably just wouldn't have access to if they didn't work for a biotech company. But early on, when we were begging for more ventilators,
that we didn't get, and he sold to Russia.
So I didn't get the begging for more ventilators because from what I was reading on good peer reviews was ventilators, people were dying.
Nope. I worked in the ICU. I worked ICU and ER level 1 trauma for 16 years.
What was the success rate that you have read about?
So in before COVID, okay, tons of success. Of course, you have your patients that obviously have too many comorbidities, and especially if they have problems with their lungs already, like really bad asthma, COPD. There's all sorts of things that can happen to your lungs. So if you already have problems with your lungs, and unfortunately is something we have to put you on the ventilator, which is again the last thing we want to do. There are people who do still do not make it, right? But tons of success. COVID happened, and of course we had to figure out treatments, right? And we're trying, and it's trial and error. We found out that proning the patients was working and things of that nature. I will tell you, my home state, didn't fare in deaths as bad as New York City, but you got to look, New York City is very compact. You got tons of people around each other, right? So there's not that much social distancing. It's not spread out like where I live. So the death rate in my state was not obviously even close to what it was in New York City, where a lot of planes from international cities go to first, right? They go to like New York, they go to Chicago, they go to the big cities. So you got to take that into consideration as well. But there's a huge rate of success. But COVID was changing, and I will tell you, I lost more patients in the COVID years than I have in my entire career of nursing.
So would you say the success rate of ventilators was greater than 20%?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Huh, that's weird. That's not what I was reading.
What were you reading?
I also read peer reviews that said that it did cause extra inflammation. So
what peer review were you reading?
I'd have to go back. It was in the heat of COVID.
Usually when they're on that, we're giving them steroids, so that actually helps with inflammation. So wrong. When somebody's intubated, we always give steroids. So that's no.
Well, that doesn't mean the ventilator doesn't cause inflammation. That just means steroids are helping the inflammation.
Are you trained to read peer-reviewed articles?
Yeah. I was an analyst for a biotech company.
Were you trained?
Yeah.
No, so like, do you have a degree to like read articles that have peer-reviewed studies in them?
You get a degree for reading articles?
I have them, yeah.
What's that degree called?
It's called a nurse.
I mean, that's not tailored specifically towards reading peer reviews.
The classes that we have to take
are literally
our degree literally says evidence-based research. Those are the classes that we have to take. And for my master's, I had to take even more. And I had to write papers or like things of the ANA, AANP, those are where you want to look for your articles, not Google.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm looking at a peer-reviewed study right now. I'm not going to even pretend like I know what it's saying, but this is the only thing I know how to understand. The outcomes were 217 patients in cohort, 129 have been transferred alive, ICU 52 died. So 23% died, 59 survived. It's 59%.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah, that's a good success rate.
I know.
And this was also, this is the summary. It said, among 217 critically ill patients, mortality of those who required mechanical ventilation was 29%, with 8.5% of patients still in the ventilator at the time of this report. Still alive, I'm assuming. Overall mortality rate to date, critically ill cohort is 25.8%, and 40% patients have survived to hospital discharge. Despite multiple reports of mortality rates exceeding 50% among critically ill patients with COVID-19, particularly among those required mechanical ventilation, our early experience indicates that many patients survive their critical illness.
Yes, and I will add actually too, in evidence-based practice that we do practice, and we do practice all evidence-based, we are required in the ICU to actually do preventative measures to prevent ventilator-acquired pneumonia. So we have to do oral care. We have to suction them. There's certain things and processes and certain stuff that we use to, rinse their mouth out and things to prevent them from getting pneumonia while on the ventilator. So those are things also that we take in to prevent any pneumonia occurring when on the ventilator as well.
So that's not even a choice. Like in a lot of time, COVID led to pneumonia, and in that event, there's just no choice. So you do.
Yeah, that's actually been in practice since I've been a nurse. So for 16 years, I've been doing the same oral care. Well, they've changed different stuff to make it more better. Obviously, that's why we advanced, right? But yeah, they were still unfortunately getting it because it was so bad. But yeah, and it didn't matter. I mean, I took care of kids all the way to really old adults. And I will say in my career, I never thought I would have to put patients in a freezer truck for sure. So that was sad.
We appreciate your.
I'm curious,
service.
Nikki. Are you saying a lot of that prepping has gotten better since COVID, or that was in place before COVID?
It's in place before COVID, and then there's always new studies, right? So it's called medical advancement, right? So as things gets better, we change the way we do things because evidence shows that we could improve. We can always improve, right? No matter what it is, we're always trying to improve the way we do things and how things work and our outcomes, right? So it's always measured. Like in the ICU, they literally count how many people get ventilator-acquired pneumonia. And then we have what's called a CNS, which is a certified nurse. They're more into like the statistics and the numbers of behind the research, right? And they do all of it, and they report all of it, and they get together and they say, okay, this is the proof of evidence, and this shows that we're going to do this better, right? So we're going to do oral care every 2 hours. We're going to also, we move the placement of their ET tube so they don't get pressure ulcers on their lips. There's just a lot of stuff that we go into that I don't think people understand when they're practicing nursing and what nurses do to prevent complications from their already illness that they have, that they're hospitalized for. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's more reassuring than the stuff I was reading on early in COVID. Because, like I said, to me, it kind of came off as putting people in a slow death. But
no, that's the last thing I would ever want for any of my patients, especially the ones coming in that are afraid that they're pregnant right now because they can't do anything about it. Because I do have a band. My patients are kind of SOL, unfortunately.
It's easy. There was a lot of things and a lot of misinformation that was going around. A lot of it was traced back to Russia, but there's a lot of causation and correlation fallacy in a lot of this. Like when athletes are dropping dead, everyone was like, "Oh, it must be from the cocoa shot." Or when people are ventilated, they're obviously on the verge of death. So when they die after being ventilated, they're like, oh, the ventilator's killing them. When it's about the same as saying like 100% of people who drink water die eventually. Like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the only angle I was coming from there, being somebody that prefers a more holistic approach to health, like I get they're already kind of on the verge of death, but laying them in a bed with no sunlight or anything, like kind of depressing situation. Like, how's that really helping?
Whoa.
So
dying is depressing. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. Exactly. You're right.
And
You're
then
right.
pumping them full of steroids, like
10 out of 10.
yeah,
Not
I
recommended.
don't know. I could pose an argument, but I won't go that deep into that.
No, I mean, I get it. I mean, like, look, I'll be honest. Look, there's hospice, you look at that, and dying you can turn dying into a not so depressing way. But there's lots of people who do things holistically, but you can also put medicine in there too. You can do both and it'd be okay. But I will say, you have to respect what, I might not always believe, agree with, my patients' beliefs or what they want, but I have to respect them, right? So like, I've had a trauma patient who was a Jehovah's Witness. They're 18, but they're on a ventilator, so they can't talk for themselves. Their parents made the decision for him, and all he needed was blood, and he would have survived. And the parents decided no, and so he unfortunately passed.
Yeah, that's what's crazy to me. So like, there's 1.7 million Jehovah's Witnesses here in the United States.
Yeah.
And there's people doing that kind of decision making in the doctor's office. And Republicans or the right wants to give them all of the ability to do that. But the second, like 1% of our population wants to do something as little as, I don't know, saying some different pronouns, we're called
Respect it. Yeah.
We're
and
called
I'm
radical.
Okay with that. I mean,
yeah.
I respect other people's beliefs and all that, and I put my stuff to the side. But this is my problem with MAGA people, and I'm sorry, but well, actually, I'm not sorry. You can have the personal belief. Well, first of all, you're male, so you're not going to have a child. But anyways, and you can't get pregnant. However, I will say this. You, for some reason, think you have the right to speak on it. Number two, if you don't believe in it, that's great. Don't do it, okay? Fantastic for you. But why does that give you the right to push your beliefs on other people and not let them have the right to do it? And I'm going to tell you that abortion does not just affect people who are pregnant. Pregnancy, first of all, is dangerous in the first place, right? But there are people who are going through menopause and premenopause and all that. They still need procedures that are considered abortion. And now they're not going to be able to seek those treatments because of these bans. You see what I'm saying? Plus, if you have a miscarriage, if you have, say there's a baby or fetus that has anencephaly, which is, I don't know if you know what that is, that's not growing a brain, right? So they're going to have to just go through the whole pregnancy, if it even survives the whole pregnancy, then go through the trauma of delivering that baby, and then go through the grieving when they could just end it.
For sure. So I guess I would hate to say nobody should have access to abortion too. I'm just trying to figure out the logic between how do we bridge from 630,000 abortions in a year and 1,200 deaths of women that should have been saved to save as many lives as possible.
I think the best way to bridge it is just to leave it up to the woman and her doctor and not have the government involved.
And the provider, yeah, because I also do it. So nurse practitioners, physician assistants, DOs, which are doctors, and MDs also. And it should be between the patient and their medical provider. I mean, it's that simple.
So even if somebody's clearly abusing the right to abortion,
I'm going to tell you right now, I lived in I'm just going to tell you, everybody knows, I live down the street from Mike Pence, okay? And I can tell you right now, nobody around here is abusing it, okay? Nobody's abusing it. I have never seen in the 16 years of my nursing, and I worked at the most poorest hospitals, okay? Nobody's just magically just going, and let me just tell you, that is not a light decision a woman does. Doing it is a very hard decision, no matter what position you're in. And sir, I'm going to tell you right now, in my career, I have unfortunately had to tell children that they are pregnant, okay? And so how are those people supposed to go and have a child as a child? I mean, that's cruel when they've already been traumatized.
yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I'm saying, I guess,
Nobody's abusing it. Nobody's abusing it. And
so college students might not be abusing it after a one-night mistake
no, that's called Plan B, sir.
if they're already pregnant.
Plan B.
That's not that's not abuse. That's actually using it for exactly what it's meant for.
Exactly. It is. It's to prevent fertilization of the egg. Which they're also trying to get rid of birth control. Which I'm like, what? This doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, was it the Griswold case was mentioned in the, I think it was Griswold, the right to access to birth control, was mentioned in the concurring opinion by Justice Thomas in the Dobbs decision, which is what overturned Roe v. Wade, basically saying that given this decision, we're going to be able to look at the Griswold case, look at the Obergefell case, and possibly overturn them as well. So getting rid of birth control would exacerbate this problem. And it seems so counterintuitive to the conservative ideology.
You're so correct. And what we're experiencing, I will say this, my state, which is unfortunately a red state, again, that I have to point this out, but I don't know if you know this, but there's actually 42 counties of my state which is a women's health desert, which means there is no women's health offered at all in 42 counties of my state. Okay? So right there is a lose-lose situation. Okay, right there.
Yeah, so a lot of these states who are implementing some of these laws that you guys like, we're seeing a 20% reduction in OBGYNs, and we're seeing healthcare deserts. So, like, think about living in a state where there's 5 OBGYNs and 2 of them leave. Then you have to drive extra hours. They charge more. People are like, fuck this, I'm just going to go ahead and get an abortion because I don't want to risk it. Like, it increases abortions. And, like, everyone's just leaving these states. So now we just have these healthcare deserts. So nobody's winning. Nobody's winning. Maybe some poor people are going to be forced to have kids here and there. That I guess you're stoked about that. But other than that, that's it.
Since our ban was implemented, let's see, I know 3 labor and deliveries have shut down. And I will say also, and this was on the news, but I don't know if it reached everybody, but before my state went on a ban, Ohio had theirs. And a doctor here helped a 10-year-old that unfortunately got pregnant. She did go to court. She didn't lose her license or anything, but she got fined and she was found guilty. I mean, that's crazy for helping a 10-year-old.
Yeah, so that's why no one wants to do it. Yeah, they're at risk of being sued or put in jail or prison. Like, nobody wants to mess with. They get a malpractice suit, like, also because everyone has an opinion on like when is the right time to do this or when is your life actually in danger and it's killing people.
Also, just real quick to piggyback off of something Pickles had said earlier, abortions actually went up in the year 2023 despite all the bans. So legislating abortion, in fact, leads to more abortions. So you should be against massive bans like we're seeing across the states right now.
Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, no, I would agree too. Because again, I'm just trying to figure how we reach a healthy point for everybody and can ultimately reduce abortions. Because I'm a big believer in our birth rate is already a huge issue. So if we have rising abortions, like, we're really screwing ourselves.
So what you don't want to say,
we already know how to do that.
Here's the thing. It's not just that the birth rate's low, our population's declining, right? That's the bigger picture, right? Like our population's declining and we don't have like a labor force. We don't have people like having kids. And then here comes Trump. Mass deportation. That makes sense.
Less population.
I just want to clarify. So he's anti-abortion because our birth rates are declining.
Yeah.
So he wants to force people who are probably in already bad situations to have more kids to increase our birth rate. Is that what you're saying, Angrier?
Trump did say they had bad genes.
So I would say some of those people that are in tough situations, I personally believe it would be a blessing in disguise for them to start making better decisions. Maybe they just never would. I don't know.
Like what? Better decisions? Better decisions like what? Like being forced to carry a child that they can't afford?
Well, but sometimes that's not even their choice.
To recognize responsibility that comes with a child.
So it's very obvious when we look at the data that of teen pregnancy. Did you know that? You can't tell us how to do a thing you're doing really bad.
So I guess why do you view teen pregnancy in a negative connotation?
It's because you guys are not teaching people sex ed.
Yeah, you actually just teach just abstain, which is incorrect. And really, you need to be real about it and teach safe sex instead of abstinence. That's just, it's not realistic.
I'm sorry, did I hear that right? Did you ask why we view teen pregnancy in a negative light? Is that what you just asked?
That is correct.
Yeah, no, just an honest question. I'm curious at why we view it negatively.
It's a little icky. It's a little icky, I'm going to say that.
Are you inferring that it's good?
I'm not saying it's good, but I wouldn't say it's bad.
What do you think the long-term outcomes are for people that get pregnant when they're teenagers?
I'm not sure.
Do you think there's a pattern of something that might be bad that happens when you have a kid when you're a teen? Like maybe financial problems?
And do you think that's more of a societal issue or a personal issue?
I think
It's societal.
This is the thing that you guys are improperly legislating. Like your prescription, your policy prescription to fix the problem is hurting us. That's what is what we're trying to show you.
Sir, are you a parent?
No, I am not.
Oh boy, okay. So, listen, I have two 14-year-old daughters. No, okay? It's not okay.
Well, I'm trying to come at it from a positive light. Like if he was saying if we did restructure our society, would it maybe be okay for a younger woman to have a baby?
No.
If someone under the age of 18 is getting pregnant, then that is
Oh, okay. This is why Matt Gaetz dropped out of the running. He just wanted to come on TikTok and debate us. I figured it out.
Matt Gaetz, is that you?
Sir, nobody should be having sex with anybody under the age of 18.
So people their own age can't have sex with other people their own age?
Sure, but there's So the reason it's bad is because of a power dynamic and when there's an age gap. And if you
Correct.
can't really consent because your brain's not that developed.
A male's brain is not done until 25, female 23.
Would you support teen marriage if the parents gave consent?
I would.
Angry?
Wait,
you would?
Oh God.
Why would you say that?
That was classified. That was a Mim question, by the way. Mim clocked that.
Okay, why would you say that?
That was kind of
Wait,
that
you're
was a
talking about
softball
two
question,
teenagers getting married to each other.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about two kids. Children.
Let me guess. Your stance on gender affirming care for underage kids is non-existent.
So people used to
But
Wait.
okay.
Kids were not making a living at that age. Their labor was being exploited at that age. I worked when I was 13. I worked when I was 14 at a car wash. I was not making a living. I was being exploited for my labor. I'm not saying working at that age is bad, but when people are doing it to survive at that age, it's a horrible. That's a strike at the civilization in which we live in.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you think that child labor is bad?
Yeah, I wouldn't define child labor at 16 years of age, though.
Do you think that there's not a weird power dynamic when you're 16 and your parents tell you to work? Do you think they're really
That was a
consenting?
long pause. I didn't like that pause.
I don't see any problem with a 16-year-old working.
No. I think you're misunderstanding the question. He wants to know it's not want to work, it's forced to work. It's the word in the sentence there.
So every 16-year-old's being forced to work.
Do you get what I say when I say power dynamic? Like an adult telling their child to do something is different than like maybe an adult telling another adult to do something and like the outcome of that decision.
So there aren't 16-year-olds that make the choice to work.
They make a choice, but is it actual consent? If you trick somebody into doing something, would you say that's consent?
No, that's definitely not consent.
Okay, do you think that a child that's 16 years old is fully informed or able to consent?
I mean, I've honestly met 16-year-olds that are well more informed than adults.
Check his computer. Check his computer right now.
How many 16-year-olds are you meeting on a regular basis?
Oh boy.
Do you find yourself saying that you seem mature for your age a lot?
Specifically, so I umpire baseball as a side hobby. I see 16-year-olds handle themselves better at baseball fields than adults do all the time.
You coach. Okay. Is it a girl or a boy team?
I didn't say coach, I said umpire, if you know what an umpire is.
Are you a girl?
You're behind him.
Yep.
Bro.
For anybody that's young, I just want you to know these guys basically don't think you're capable of taking care of yourself.
Please stop talking. Please stop talking
Not
to
him
young
talking
people in
directly
chat.
to the young people.
Please do not talk to children.
Actually, completely incorrect because I have two 14-year-old children. And they want to work, but
See,
they
that's
don't
great.
need to. But they don't need to work, so they're not going to. See?
But in your world,
candy in my pocket.
In your
teenagers
guys'
can get
world, every parent
pregnant.
forces their kids to work.
Wait. In your world,
Under
teenagers are
slave
going to get
labor.
pregnant and get married, and therefore be forced to provide for themselves because they're pregnant. They have a child that they were forced to have. So is that a choice or is that forced at that point?
No, I'm saying they should have a choice, but we should, as a society, make sure that they're making a good choice.
Do you think that they should be able to choose if they could have sex with like an adult?
A 16-year-old?
Yeah.
I don't think 16-year-olds should be having sex with adults.
Why not? What,
Why does
even
that
if they
take so
say
long?
yes, why not?
Because that's inappropriate and the adult should know better.
Why is it inappropriate?
I'm Chris Hansen.
Did somebody just play?
Why
Chris
is it
Hansen?
inappropriate? Think about this critically. Why?
I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I guess you can.
No. I'm
explain
asking
it
you
if
to
like.
explain it.
Go ahead, explain it to me.
You
This
need
is
to
an
explain.
easy
I've already
answer.
explained it. You need to explain it. So maybe your brain does like twist these gears that aren't turning. Can you explain it, please?
I already told you. I don't know what else you want me to explain.
Can you tell me exactly why a 16-year-old can't consent to sex with an adult?
I know.
Me too.
Because in your opinion, they aren't old enough to make choices.
In our opinion?
Our opinion?
Oh no. What is happening?
I'm just trying to see if that was his explanation he was looking for.
Nope.
It's an objective fact, bro. It's an objective fact. The answer to his question is a fact. It is not our opinion.
That's exactly what I said in my first response, if you guys were listening.
You said it was inappropriate. That was what you said.
Yeah,
I said it was inappropriate and self-explanatory. Is that not
That's it.
similar to
No,
being a fact?
self-explanatory is a non-answer. It's a what I would say a damning
See,
non-answer.
this is what the left does. They don't
The
use much
damning.
logic. They just keep conflating things.
What do you mean? We have to,
Self-explanatory is logical? Nice answer, dude.
I literally just had to educate you on ventilators and stuff, and you're telling us that we're the ones that need educated? No. As a matter of fact, I just made a video today that we should have freaking degrees of educators because we have to teach you guys so much. You didn't even know what a tariff was, and you want to take your vote back.
So I actually like that you brought up tariffs. I just want to, again, understand some logic here. You guys don't like tariffs?
I think I'm done with the conversation. to be honest.
You guys don't like tariffs because of price increases,
I was just
correct?
trying to do that. Sorry.
Does this guy look familiar?
I feel cringy. I feel like weirded out.
Have you seen this guy before?
What state are you in, Greer?
So they don't want to talk about tariffs right now because they know I'm going to destroy them with a logical
Yes,
argument.
I will answer all your questions about tariffs. What state are you in?
Iowa.
All right. What do you want to know about tariffs?
So what's your guys' base logic for not liking tariffs?
They're going to increase consumer pricing.
And that hasn't been happening for the past 4 years?
So you want more of it?
I'm just saying, you guys are making that
I
argument.
thought y'all
then
voted
why
to
haven't you been
change
making
that. You
argument
voted
the
for
last
more?
4 years?
Yeah, so we didn't vote for any thing that caused prices to increase. Could you tell me what we did that caused prices to increase?
Yeah, so again, you have flawed logic. Your president can't do anything that would affect prices.
No, I'm
but
not.
The incoming
I'm saying
president is doing everything. To
I'm
affect
saying you need to
prices.
tell me what he did to increase prices. Do you know? Because he didn't do anything to increase prices.
So presidents don't have control over prices.
No, I'm saying he wasn't dumb enough to put more tariffs on shit. He actually did put some tariffs on like lumber and steel. But Trump is doing blanket tariffs. He wants to increase the price of stuff. And you're justifying this with saying, hey, COVID increased prices, so that's
no. I just don't
not
get
a
your
good
guys' logic
argument.
because you're now arguing for not hiring prices, but the last 4 years you haven't.
We
really
weren't
said
asking for
noticed.
higher prices. Again,
You do realize that there's multiple companies, that literally just announced they're increasing their prices due to his tariffs that he's going to be putting.
Yeah.
GM is laying off a ridiculous amount of people right before the holidays and the unknown, and they're actually going to get record profits this quarter. So that should tell you your answer, and also maybe look into the Great Depression.
By the way, y'all, age of consent in Iowa is 16.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they're not going to increase prices. I just don't get your guys' logic just now getting into that argument.
So we actually
after the past 4 years, we've literally had record
So your
price
logic
increases.
only makes sense if we've been advocating for increased prices. That's the only way your logic makes sense. But no Democrat has been advocating for increased prices. So I don't know
No, here's
where you're
my
pulling that from.
logic. My logic is you guys are just now arguing against price increases because it's not your candidate.
Dude,
we have been saying this for over a year.
I don't know what he means. Like, do you think Joe
Actually-
Biden?
It's called Trump
What?
derangement syndrome.
No,
Our
dude,
inflation rate is at
okay.
pre-pandemic levels right now. It's at pre-pandemic levels.
You'll
Last time I
accept price increases during your administration, but then reject them for the next administration.
So Biden didn't do a thing that increased prices. Unless you know of something that did that, I'd love to know. But you're just conflating the idea that COVID increased prices, so that means Trump should be able to do it like directly. So,
Biden
Biden
brought
didn't increase
prices back down, or he just
he
plain and
reduced
simple didn't
inflation.
do anything.
He reduced inflation. He did this little thing. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act.
Comparative to record highs, because I don't really see too much value in that. That's more of a participation trophy situation. It's like you guys claiming that we had the #1 economic rebound when we were the #1 economy to begin with. It's like, do you want a trophy for that?
It's like, dang, because
That
we had
ranking
a
that ranking was based on like how we reduced our inflation and how we
Yeah.
bounced back, not
See,
not like
you see this, all these
Yeah.
countries, they still have 15 to 25% inflation. We're at 2.6 because we have a daddy Biden, and Trump wants to come in and increase it some more.
Yeah, I'd encourage you to look at pre-COVID and how those economies compared to our economy as well.
I actually said we're actually at pre-pandemic levels at inflation right now.
And they aren't.
So
We're
we're
not
doing
at
the best.
pre-pandemic.
We're doing pre-pandemic levels of inflation. Yes, we are. We're doing the best in relation to how everyone's doing to COVID, not in relation to how everyone's doing pre-COVID. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, it's simple logic though from an econ standpoint. If you're the strongest economy, you would expect the strongest rebound.
Not necessarily. It depends on like what you're doing
Exactly.
to fix it.
So we
Unless
actually
you
did
extremely
things.
fuck up.
So like we did things to help the rebound, and there's no denying it that they worked. We did things that helped us. The American Rescue Plan. We did things pro-America. We did the infrastructure bill that created 56,000 projects and a bajillion jobs. We did the Inflation Reduction Act and the Chips and Science Act, which created a actual fuck ton of manufacturing jobs. I can show you the map on that.
Dan, are you okay?
No, I'm not. I still can't get over. He said he was for child marriage, but I mean the tariff logic just makes it worse.
You see that? See this big juicy map right here? And all those juicy little dots right there? Those are all big, like little manufacturing things. Semiconductors, biomanufacturing, clean energy manufacturing. Does Trump have a map like this? Does he have a map of all the jobs he made?
I'm not sure. I haven't done that looking at a map.
He
for
doesn't
Trump
because he
before.
didn't do anything. He didn't pass a job. He didn't pass a bill that created jobs. He didn't pass any bills. Didn't do anything. Didn't do shit. He golfed.
Can I just ask, why did you vote for Trump? Again, what was your answer?
I didn't vote for Trump.
Did you vote?
No, I'm just trying to stir logic so you guys can maybe see a little bit of reason here. But
felons convicted of sex crimes can't vote.
So if Trump did absolutely nothing, then why were CPI numbers lower than Biden's?
Because he literally was just chilling. The economy was good, and then COVID hit, and then we had to deal with that.
I heard you, Dan.
So again, Trump derangement syndrome. Trump did nothing. He just got lucky from the previous administration.
If the pandemic, after effects of the pandemic caused inflation to go high, why would we grant him doing nothing in the first 3 years for why there's lower inflation? That makes no sense.
So here, look. Here's a bunch of charts for you. Here's a bunch of charts.
Went on a rant that didn't make any sense.
Here's a bunch
dirty Dan.
So Trump did not pass any policy even worth noting that affected the economy besides the 2017 tax cut. That's going to be on this red line on the left. Do you see unemployment or employment? You see how it doesn't do anything when it passes that red line? There's not a bump. There's not a curve, not a ridge, nothing. It's as smooth as Trump's brain. We keep going. We look at unemployment. Nothing there. In fact, it decelerates. And then you keep going. And then we have wages. In fact, wages go down. We look at the stock market. Nothing. In fact, the stock market almost crashes. There's nothing to note that Trump did that changed anything. He golfed.
And sold ventilators and COVID tests to Russia.
And took away people's rights.
Greer?
Yeah, no, I get it.
want you. Hey, just Greer.
And Biden's done a lot.
I just want you to know. Don't ever forget that you suck. All right.
Oh, thank God.
Creep out, man.
Pickles, I don't know how you got past the child marriage thing. I would have dropped him immediately. Like I just couldn't.
Megan, thank you so much for the 10, Miss Panda Party. Thank you, Dawn, for the 10, and someone else donated. I need to find it. But thank you guys for the kick pool.
Thank you, everyone, for the gifts. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thank you all.
Thank you
very much. Also, I meant to say this earlier. I didn't think the guest was going to go on that long, but shout out to all the doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers that worked during the pandemic. Really unsung heroes of this country.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. It was hard, but we got through it.
Nikki and I, we were standing next to each other for the vaccine wars of 2021 on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't believe we're still having these same fucking arguments. Man.
I know, but you know
Same
what? This is really sad because H5N1 is actually, they're thinking it's going to be now transmissible person to person sooner than later, unfortunately. So that could put us into another pandemic.
Another pandemic under Trump. I can't.
Yes.
I can't do it.
I know.
I'm not leaving my house.
I know. If Laughter and Light is who I follow. She's really, really cool.
I follow her too. I love her.
Yes, and she's the one. I saw her video and I was like, no, because she was predicting 3 years, and now she thinks it might be within.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hello, Tina. Thank you so much for the auto renew.
Just one quick second. I just had a quick response to the people that were in the middle of their sentences. So it's funny because it's almost like the no new pandemics talking point that we came up as a joke to counteract the no new wars under Trump talking point is actually going to come true in that Trump's going to have 2 pandemics under his belt.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm like, no, please don't. Yeah, and I'm an ER NP, so I'm dreading this.
We're losing views, so we need to get back to debates.
Okay, I will go. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much.
I
can drop down too.
Did you guys know MSNBC is going out of business?
Oh no!
Did you hear that?
Oh no!
Did you hear that? Nothing on the Inflation Act is kicking in for another 10 years.
I'm sorry. What?
Did you know that?
Yeah, I know I need this for this guest.
Did you know that Eugene Carroll posted a Facebook post?
Hold on. Before we get started, is the moon
Is this
landing
more
real?
MSNBC?
Hey,
Do I
is the
got to
moon
hear
landing-
MSNBC?
Hold on. Is the moon landing real?
The moon landing? I bet it is.
Is the Earth?
Are you guys
is the
real?
Earth
You're
round?
not real.
Is the Earth round?
Just checking.
Are you a white man for Harris?
Yes.
No,
You're
actually,
a white dude for Harris, and you're
Yes.
not
I don't
ashamed of
believe-
yourself.
Why would I be
believe in the
ashamed?
moon at all?
Follow resist the left, by the way. You guys are phony, man. Like, who do you
We're
think
phony.
you are? You don't know you're phony?
Oh
you
no.
really think you're real? You're the
I
phoniest
guess I'm not
guy
real.
in the world.
Yeah, I
You're
am.
like Joe Scarborough.
I'll be a real boy someday.
Why are you
You're
so
like Joe
emotional?
Scarborough,
What's going
right?
on here?
Tell me about
Going to Trump, right? You guys are so full of it. When are you going to figure it out? Wake up. NASA,
me
there
up.
are so many
Wake me up.
smart.
Wait, are
You
you
should
woke?
look at how pathetic you are for real.
Wake us up.
You're smiling,
Come
but
on.
you're not funny. You guys make fun of
land the
Trump,
plane.
right?
What?
He's a billionaire with a
My mama calls
supermodel
me
wife,
handsome.
right? And you guys think it's funny to make fun of him? You guys are pathetic.
Yeah.
Where do you
Wait.
live right now? At your mom's house?
Wait. Did
Like,
you just
who
come in
are
here and
you?
just simp for him? You're saying it's not funny to make fun
You're
of
the
billionaires?
simp.
He's a
Dude,
big
you're the white
billionaire
dude for
man,
Harris.
and you're
That's
poor.
pathetic.
You're
You guys should
poor,
be ashamed
and
of
he's a big
yourself.
rich man, and you.
Wait, so
Who? Trump?
does it hurt you when we call him the
Something,
Mango
right?
Mussolini?
2
Does
weeks
that hurt you?
before-
Does that offend you?
I don't even listen to you. That's MSNBC. That just goes like in one ear and out the other ear. It's just
Yeah, like most things, I imagine that you hear information,
phony.
facts. Yeah.
why do you facts of what? MSNBC?
The
You
facts
guys
of
have
life.
no idea
The
what you're
facts of life.
talking about. You guys
take
are
the good
Kamala's for
and
Harris.
You take the bad.
Kamala's
you take
You
them
guys are
both,
Kamala's
and there
for
you
Harris.
have.
Everything
facts of
you
life.
say is BS. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You got us.
were
You
born
nailed
to
us
be a
down.
Kamala for
You got
Harris.
us. You got
should be
us.
ashamed of yourself. Why do
Oh,
you got a
no.
NASA hat on?
I'm
Why
sorry.
don't you have a Walls hat on? Why did Kamala's husband slapped a lady, or slapped
oh my
his
God,
girlfriend and got
bro.
away with it, right? I am so sick of you guys. You guys don't even know
Oh
how
my
lame you are.
goodness.
Yep.
We need
Why
to
are
treat
you so
women better.
mad? Your guy
You're right.
won.
You know
Yeah,
who
man.
got the most votes for Kamala? You know who got the most votes?
Who?
People making over $100,000 to $200,000 a year, right?
Oh,
and
no.
Where do they all live, genius? Where do they live, NASA hat? Kamala for Harris, where do they live?
He's killing me,
Washington,
chat.
D.C.
Not all these
Washington, look at you.
facts.
They're
No.
facts. They are facts.
Nuh-uh.
Everything you say is bullcrap.
No.
Right? You want guys to swim with women, in sports and everything,
Nuh-uh.
right? I bet you're on
Stop
medication
it.
too. Look at
All
you.
these facts.
Where'd your eyebrows go?
No.
Kamala for
All
Harris?
these facts.
I'm Kamala
Where'd
for
your
Harris.
eyebrows go,
And I
Kamala
approve
for
this
Harris?
message.
What do you mean? Where'd your eyebrows go?
Where did they go?
a weird
Look at this
question.
guy's eyebrows. He has no
He's got
eyebrows.
He's got eyebrows.
Look at you, dude. You got a boyfriend on the side,
if
too.
you turned your
That's
camera
why
on, it
you
would be a
Kamala
jump
for
scare.
Harris.
Let's be real. Pickles is a good-looking
Let's be
guy.
real.
I don't know why
I
you're
don't
looking at
wanna
his
hear
face.
you.
Yeah, listen,
What
if
if
you
he
turn
had-
your camera
what
on,
if he
we'd
had
lose viewers.
alopecia?
So
No.
how about you keep that shit off?
What if
I'm
he
your
had
guys' friend.
alopecia?
You guys are awesome.
Bro, you have
eyebrows,
one
bro.
brain cell
You're a
bouncing around
genius.
your skull. You have one brain cell bouncing around your skull, like the DVD logo trying to hit the corner. Okay.
Oh, that was funny, dude. That was so funny.
No, wait. I thought it went
So
through in
funny.
one ear and out the other.
Is this
How
your
come you heard that
boyfriend,
one?
Kamala for Harris? Is this your
Oh,
boyfriend?
Oh, you get really triggered when people talk back, don't you?
You guys
You get
just went 5-on-1 on that other guy. That was
you
pathetic.
lick the boots of the
5-on-1.
top
You guys
1%. You
think you're
love
the
billionaires. We can't make fun of billionaires with supermodel wives because that's going to be
guys
you
are the
one day, right?
billionaires.
It's going to be you one day.
You guys are the billionaires. All the elites.
Wait, I thought elites were good. You said Trump was a billionaire with a supermodel wife. You should be supporting Kamala's for Harris. You should be supporting Kamala's for Harris because the billionaires, you love them. And you said all the billionaires support Kamala, right? You love the billionaires. You lick their taint. You
You're
love
a
them.
Kamala for Harris
You
wannabe
get some-
MSNBC commentator. You're a
French
pathetic.
fries.
Hang
You
on.
are
Don't
pathetic.
forget to call the ambulance.
This is gonna really trigger him.
We should get some French fries with that wham burger.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Walls for Harris?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I thought this guy was your boyfriend.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
am. Yeah.
We're going steady.
Hey, I'm single.
Going
I'm single. Do you want my
you guys
grinder
are
there, bud?
just, I could just, whatever you guys have to say, it's just bull crap. Honestly, I watch CNN all day, right? 95% of, what do you watch to get all your facts from?
Nothing.
Do you listen to NPR?
Nothing.
No, I watch Newsmax and OAN.
I needed quiet for a second, guys. He hasn't stopped talking since he's been up here. I don't know how people can go that long without taking a breath.
I don't understand why he's so mad. Didn't this guy win?
I don't know why these people on the internet are so mean to me.
Thanks, Stacy.
Yeah, Pickles was being so nice too.
Is this where you want to be when Jesus comes back?
just
Resist the left?
grazing on me.
Is this where you want to be when Jesus comes back? Making fun of old poor Pickles with his eyebrows? Is this where you want to be?
I don't know, man. What if you had alopecia or like you burned them off in a acid accident and these things happen? How would you feel now? What would Jesus do? What would he say about it?
Wait, Brian, I can't check it. Unfortunately.
You do have lovely eyebrows, Pickles.
Thank you.
I
I
comb a handsome gentleman.
I comb them every day before I go live.
Oh. Pickles is so much more handsome than RJ. It's not even comparable.
I don't even know where this guy's at. Resist the left. You're muted.
I think he's probably screaming into the void.
I think.
In fact, I guarantee it.
I think he doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't know he's on.
Yeah,
mute.
can you imagine if he lost?
So.
Oof. He's playing pin the tail on the donkey with the unmute button. It's right here, bud. Right here.
It's the little microphone,
There
like
you
the thing
go.
your cult leader
Yeah.
was sucking off a week before the election.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
You
unfortunately.
guys are my friends now. You guys are just amateurs. You guys think you're so good. You think you're so
not-
smart.
You're not my friend, pal.
You're my friends. No, you guys are so pathetic. You don't even know. You guys are making dumb jokes. You know, there was never a funny joke about Trump ever made.
You're making me
was
so
never-
mad. Why are you saying
There
that?
was no joke about Trump that was ever funny. It's only there could be the most pathetic people that think there's funny Trump jokes. You guys are just so phony, man. Like, ask me.
Can he go? I don't know. I'm tired of getting berated.
All right.
What do you really think
You need
have?
to go on get, boy. You need to go on get.
Go on get.
I don't think I've ever heard someone simp more for Donald Trump.
You gotta read that book, bro.
That was wild. He said there's never been a funny joke about Trump.
Chat, I'm sorry.
You're good. What's up, Jonk?
Hey, friends, how's it going?
Hello.
How you doing?
So that guy was a little further right than me.
That's good.
I am a Trump guy, but that was. I'm not that kind of Trump guy. I'm not going to insult anybody. I'm here for friendly conversation. That was a little heavy for me too.
Yeah.
And he's like that's.
I might have popped off a little bit too much too. Tiger got out of the
You
cage.
did.
guys,
You got a little
you know?
goofy. I'm not gonna lie. You got a little too far. But he instigated it. But it was that was ignorance at its best. So. But yeah, guys, I'm a Trumper. So I just happened to scroll upon this live and figured why not see what happens.
What do you like about
sucks.
Trump?
That's our stance.
I like the idea of peace through strength. I like the economy that was brewing before C-19. I like the strength in the between the economy and the military. And yeah, I mean those are my biggest topping points at that point in time.
I don't know, man. I feel like you guys are all over the place with this one. So peace through strength. Do you think that us being scared to support a sovereign nation protecting themselves from Russia is showing strength?
You're referencing Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I don't think that we should really be providing anything to them personally.
Have you heard of the Budapest Memorandum?
Yes.
Do you agree that we should?
That doesn't mean I have to agree with it. Yes, yeah,
We
I've
should
heard of
adhere
it.
to that, right?
It is a thing, and I don't think that it necessarily requires us to be providing the amount of assets that we have. We are helping, which adheres to the memorandum. It does not require us to spend any X amount of anything or give them any X amount of weaponry or anything like that. It just states what it states. So,
how much do you think we've sent so far?
Well, we're in the tens of billions at this point, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of nothing, right? It's like literally nothing.
When it's kind of nothing when you think about it in the monetary value, but when you bring it back to the states, it's a lot of something that we could be spending here. Can we agree on that?
Welcome to the Democrat Party.
No,
So,
I'm
this is what I would say. This is the military budget. All right. When we send money to you,
we've never spoken before, so let me say I'm a Marine. So I'm a hardcore on the right side, but I am a gentleman. I'm not going to be an asshole to you. I promise.
I me too. So I appreciate that, and thank you for your service.
No. You guys were worth it. I'll do it every single day.
So when we sent money to Ukraine, did our military budget go up?
I don't think that the military budget ever went down except for under Obama.
So did it go up when we spent that?
The DOD, yeah, I believe it went up. Yes.
No. So
am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
So what we do is we take a chunk out of this $1.14 trillion and we say, here you go. Here's 40 billion for Ukraine. And every year we allocate about 65 billion for foreign affairs. So it didn't even really exceed that. And then on top of that, this war, we've sold about $80 billion worth of arms. So we're actually like netting positive. But if we didn't spend this money on Ukraine, it would have stayed right here in the military budget. It wouldn't have gone to FEMA. It wouldn't have gone to schools. It wouldn't have gone to anything. It would have stayed right here
really
where the
great.
Republicans put it.
That sounds pretty great. Staying right here, especially because it has the opportunity to be reallocated elsewhere, right?
Sure.
Did you not hear what he just said? It's not going to be reallocated to any of the things stateside, like FEMA
but it can be because it'll be here, so it can be reallocated.
Like it's going to make some bullets. It's going to make some tanks. But that's a weird grievance to have. You're like, I hate that this money saved lives. I would rather it make bullets at home.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Why is it weird?
Because that's not like, it's like, hey, this money could go feed people and save lives and give them the like, honestly, we sent a bunch of tanks, like a bunch of old Abrams tanks we made like in the 80s. Like they were just sitting here. So like, you're like, hey, people could have eaten or something. It's like, no, an old starving lady wouldn't know what to do with an Abrams tank.
Well, no, that's not 100% correct. And obviously we would have used that money for NATO purposes in any way, shape or form, but the Ukraine is not. And I mean, like, did you like the Vietnam War? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so the Vietnam War is
Ukraine
what I
isn't
would
the
show
Vietnam
you
War.
to tell you how
Well,
Ukraine
kind of.
has an advantage.
The Ukraine has an advantage. Okay, all right. I'm in. What's that?
So, guerrilla warfare?
Guerrilla warfare is pretty much all that we've been dealing with for the last 20 years.
Exactly, and we didn't even beat Afghanistan or Iraq or anybody, right? Because they were just huddled down in their homes, just like Ukraine's doing to Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much everything that the United States has done, post World War II.
Yeah. So Ukraine does have a fighting chance.
The Ukraine's not an ally.
They are an ally. They're just
It's
not NATO.
Ukraine.
NATO's not our only allies. You know that, right?
Yeah, I'm aware that NATO is not our only allies, but the Ukraine doesn't belong to us, which means they can belong to anybody who's paying, because the Ukraine is obviously like they're one of the most corrupt nations, if not the most.
Why do you say that?
Why do you keep calling it the Ukraine?
I keep saying it too, and I've actually thought about it. I'm like, I shouldn't say that. So the thing is, there used to be a pro.
That's a common slur. I mean, even Ukrainians call it the Ukraine. So I mean, you can't.
No, they don't. Actually, they don't.
Did you just say it was a slur?
I mean, okay. If we're gonna knock down verbiage, then this is not the post for me.
I know. I was saying it too, and I caught myself. It's okay.
All right. Thank you
thing
very
is,
much. I appreciate it.
I just think it's telling. That's all I'm saying.
Well, your host is also saying it, so I mean, I'm trying to be friendly here.
So you understand, we have an obligation. We signed a treaty to make them give up their nukes, and now that Russia's invading them, they have no nukes to defend themselves, and Russians threatening people with nukes. That's every piece of criteria that we have on paper for the Budapest Memorandum. Like that's everything. That checks all the boxes. But what you're saying is back when what's it called? Back when Trump was in office, there was pro-Russian government. Or no, it was before. So I think it was like 2014 when they got rid of what's his name, the pro-Russian puppet in
Yanukovych.
Yanukovych in the Russian government. He was ousted, and Zelensky got voted in. Was that the next one? Zelensky, right? So Zelensky got into power, and Russia lost control of Ukraine. That's why they're taking over.
Russia lost control of Ukraine before Zelensky.
No, I know that they're technically part of you. They're their own country, right? But Russia had a pro-Russia president in office.
That could be right. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. And
that's why it was corrupt.
I'm saying this honestly. Is the Ukraine a sovereign state?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why would you say otherwise?
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that it's not, but I'm going to take your word for it for the sake of conversation.
Who do you think it belongs to?
Ooh, I don't think that it belongs to anybody, which I think is the problem.
It belongs to the people of Ukraine.
So that goes back to the Bosnia-Herzegovina
The
thing.
USSR gave them their own sovereignty.
No, it goes back to when the USSR collapsed. Happened
collapsed.
in 1989, and then within the next 3 years, they started breaking up all the territory, and they made the Baltic states and Ukraine and
right, all the stands. Yeah. So the Russia has tried to invade all of these countries and failed so many times. But it seems like what's that one more time?
Well, that's why NATO exists.
Yeah, NATO exists for that purpose. But so we have Ukraine and Belarus. Belarus is on the Russian side, obviously. But that
Trump's
Blake in
bestie?
chat is an expert. Blake in chat is an expert on this conflict. If you want to hear from someone that knows what he's talking about, Blake.
Gentlemen, I'm here for education and conversation. I'm not here to. I'm one of the good Republicans.
Well, then an expert should be right up your alley.
What's up? How's it going, guys?
Hey, Blake, how's it going?
Pretty good. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. Long time no see, buddy. Okay, cool. So what are we wanting to know about specifically?
So, Blake, I think the last question I asked is the Ukraine, or I've been corrected, is Ukraine a sovereign nation?
Yes.
Okay, so do they belong to? They don't belong to anything. They're not part of the Allies. They're
What do you
just
mean by
those
the
two things are not
allies? They
mutually
are
exclusive.
So Ukraine is a member of the United Nations, which generally speaking, there are a little over, it depends on how you want to count. There are roughly 206 sovereign nations in the world, which are nations that are by most other nations considered to be independent. And Ukraine is one of those. So right now, if you're talking about their relationship in terms of the international web, while they are a member of the United Nations, they are simultaneously attempting to both join NATO and the European Union.
Are we one of the nations that recognize them as a sovereign nation?
Yes.
Okay, so they fast tracked in like I don't know, 2 years ago, 2021, 22. They tried to fast track their NATO partisanship. Why did that not go through?
So the reason why any accession into NATO can be stopped is because NATO accession has to be unanimous. That means that every nation that is currently a part of NATO has to assent, and any nation can block it. Now, you have to remember that there are two countries in NATO in particular that always attempt to block things like that. That is Hungary and Turkey. These are two countries that are part of NATO that typically have closer relations to Russia based on, if you're looking in the case of Hungary, you're looking at Viktor Orban being his own strongman. He likes Vladimir Putin and his politics. But when you're looking at a country like Turkey, they prefer to have destabilization on their border vis-a-vis what's going on in Syria. And so they have a rocky relationship with the Russians, as well as placement of what's oftentimes like NATO missiles and NATO troops within Turkey. And so in an attempt to sort of prevent any kind of destabilization for their own domestic and international politics, these countries are a part of blocking that accession.
All right. Okay, I'll bite. All right. So they can't become a part of NATO because of these two particular nations.
They can't fast track. They can still go through the process. They just can't be fast tracked to essentially go through that process faster.
But Turkey doesn't border the Ukraine, though.
They don't have to. Neither does
I was going against
Hungary.
your statement. I know Hungary does. I was trying to understand your statement.
Well, my point is not every nation that is in NATO borders one another. For example, obviously the United States and Canada don't border any nation in Europe.
Clearly, yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you don't have to border a nation to have geopolitical interests that can be in conflict with a nation.
So
Wait,
what
doesn't that have to do with the skirmishes at the border in the Donbass as well?
Yes, 100%. So this is one of the more esoteric parts of the conflict in Ukraine, right? A lot of people try to point to when it started. Some people say it started in 2022. Some people say it started in 2014. If you're talking about Crimea and what was going on with the Crimean Peninsula, that was 2014. If you want to start talking about what's happening in the Donbass region, in Donetsk and Luhansk, two of these provinces in the eastern portion of Ukraine, this really started in 2018. This is when you started to see some news reports, and you can go back and look to these, where there are literally Russian tanks coming across the border that don't have license plates on them because they were taken off to meant to be seen as though there's some separatist groups that aren't backed by the Russian government, but they're definitely Russian tanks. So the conflict, even though Russia full scale didn't invade, obviously until a few years ago, they have had an increased military presence in the eastern part of the country for about half a decade now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these are people that like are ethnically Russian. They're like trying to push for a divide.
Well, if you translate Ukraine as a word and you try to translate it into English, the word actually means border. So it's a nation that through its history has sort of been at conflict with itself and its identity being either Western or Eastern.
Okay, so where were we then?
What do you mean?
Where were the Americans then at that point in time?
Well, we've recognized Ukraine's sovereignty since its independence in 1991.
Okay. So, but why now is everything coming into play? And recognizing its sovereignty, I guess, is another question. Like, is it truly a sovereign nation by recognition? I think that because as far as I understand, it's not a sovereign state.
Who says that?
It is, but I don't know what
I don't know how that's
I don't know what you
controversial.
would. Right. I also don't understand what other metric you would use to determine sovereignty other than recognition. Right. That's now you're talking almost like a conceptual idea behind political power in general. Power exists because people decide to adhere to the system willingly, right? And a revolution is when people no longer wish to adhere to that system willingly. So I don't understand if you're trying to make like a deeper philosophical point here, but from
no, not at all, not at all. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm going to level that back down to my own personal research, but I did not know that it was recognized as a sovereign state, truly.
Yeah.
So I'll dive deeper into that.
You know what the Budapest Memorandum is, correct?
Yes, I'm tracking on the Budapest Memorandum.
Yeah.
So in
so far to
93
date, Ukraine is the only nation in the history of the world to willingly give up nuclear weapons.
Yeah, in '93, after they got their sovereignty, they entered in the Budapest Memorandum, and like, there's nothing since 1993 to all the way to 2024 that has happened that says that we should not honor that treaty that we agreed to with them.
Are you trying to point out that we didn't interfere during Trump years?
Well, it didn't happen during Trump years.
It did.
It did.
No, it didn't.
100%
It did.
Yeah, it did.
The invasion started in 2018. While Russia didn't explicitly declare war, there were Russian troops acting in the eastern part of Ukraine in 2018.
They were
Can
lining up
you
on the
send
border.
me that information? Because I would just love to research it.
I will have
can't
to.
find it.
Just
I
you
mean-
can look it up. 2018 Ukraine border. They said they
Yeah.
were doing military drills along the border. That's what their claim
Right.
was. Well, they built up.
That's not invasion.
200
Those are drills.
No, they were building up 250,000 troops and calling it military drills while they were building up for the invasion.
We
They
do
were
the exact
saying-
same thing all the time. That's not an
but the-
invasion.
we don't end up invading with 250,000 troops.
Yeah,
That's
this is
the point.
why
We didn't
Kamala
invade.
went
You said
to
that
go
they were
tell
on the border.
Kamala went to go tell Zelensky, like, hey, we got a feeling they're about to start pushing in.
Kamala said that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 days before the invasion.
Because and this is another thing that the United States does with sovereign nations and nations that are our allies, we generally have an agreement where we share intelligence.
All right. So Kamala said it, and we did nothing.
Well, you have to keep in mind that for us to do something, that in and of itself, an immediate response would be by Russia seen as a direct escalation and would probably bring us into the war. That is part of the reason why Ukraine sought accession into NATO, because Article 5 of the NATO treaty, which is usually called the attack against one is an attack against all, is the mutual
And it
defense
requires
act.
all of us to fight back, right?
Correct. So since they are not a current member, that does not apply to them. That's why you see us sending things like weapons and aid, or we send military personnel to train their forces, but we do not directly engage in the conflict.
All right. Tracking. How do you feel about this week? All of a sudden, he's using these. Biden has given the permission, which I didn't know was required.
Fully warranted.
Yeah, I think that there's also a point that often on this people aren't discussing, which is the same day that authorization came down, which, by the way, was not just from the United States, Germany, and the United Kingdom also authorized the same thing. On the same day that happened, the chairperson of the Russian Central Bank actually testified before the Duma, the Russian parliament, that essentially said our economy is at a breaking point because we have so many people in the military. We
the
don't
US
have
economy?
the ability to produce. No, the Russian economy.
Okay,
The
got
head
it.
of the Russian Central Bank basically said our economy is at a tipping point. We only have a 2% unemployment rate because everybody that's an able-bodied man has to fight in this war. We're not producing enough stuff to keep up with GDP, so our GDP is shrinking and inflation is going up. So our economy is about to break. That's going to cause domestic unrest, right? So if you are attempting to force a nation out of a military conflict, you attack them from multiple sides. They're going to have economic pressure domestically because of the war. So now you authorize the use of weapons inside Russia. This is going to be now external pressure. And now Putin and the Russian government has to make a judgment call based on all of these pieces on the board. And they have to calculate what is going to be the best response. So I don't think this has so much to do with, I think there is a factor of the idea that Trump is coming into office and he is more lenient towards Putin. But I think it is a yes and, not an either or, that the time is just right to push heavy now, hoping that it will force the Russians to the negotiating table to give up a war that their own people don't see a point in fighting.
Well, so I guess that's my confusion, and that's my question, is that this wasn't a question until this week, until the authorization came from the
conflict. So it's like he punched us and we flicked him, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna nuke you. Like he has a whole nother country. He's been, and I keep saying this, he started this, and he went in there, and his troops have been raping children and women, and he's bombing hospitals and children's schools and civilian centers. He deserves every bit of this times 10. The fact that we just now did like long range missiles blows my mind.
Yeah.
War sucks. I don't know if either of you have been involved, but war blows. And I'm not justifying anything at all. I'm just trying to figure out why in the last week he decided to give the Ukraine, which I did not know that they needed permission to use the rockets that we gave them 18 months ago, to finally shoot them off this week.
Well, they don't need permission to use them. They need permission to use them where they are being used, right? So when we send foreign aid packages, we send them
this week is what I'm asking.
Because North Korea joined the war.
Yes, because the Russians are essentially running out of manpower. They don't have enough people to throw into the meat grinder anymore. Sorry to make things a little bit too graphic here, folks, but that's just
so much.
That's just sort of the facts of loss as we're looking at it right now. The Russian government is finding it difficult to find more people willing to willingly put down their life for a conflict that no one sees a point behind. And so a very heavily propagandized regime like the one in North Korea that can have, the propagandized arguments against quote unquote Western imperialism quite easily can find people to send off to bolster the Russian ranks. And so now that you're looking at a multi-nation conflict, yes, you have to recalculate. But again, I also think those economic factors are at play as well.
I find it hard to believe that North Korea is Russia's last asset. They're a nation of what, 1.5 million people, and I get it that they're all soldiers, but that's their last response. And I haven't seen any videos of actually North Koreans in the Ukraine. And the North Korea has been sending soldiers to Russia for training for decades.
Right. So there's a difference between training and fighting in armed conflicts, right?
But I haven't seen any confirmation of North Koreans inside of the Ukraine.
So you haven't seen the videos of the North Korean soldiers that are becoming addicted to the hub.
It's corn.
Because they finally have access. They finally have access. They finally have access. That's a Russian propaganda thing, because that's what the area was referred to when it was part of the USSR. So it's essentially a provincial term. It's meant to be used as an attempt to take away sovereignty from the Ukrainian people.
I've actually served with people from there, and they say that they're from the Ukraine. So I mean, the propaganda is what it is. I don't care about any of that. I'm just making sure that I don't offend anybody on your post.
Yeah, I can tell you that my friend Romain Mikhailovic, whose family were for political refugees from Leonid Kuchma's regime in the 90s, who has also served the American nation in uniform as a political refugee from Ukraine, he calls it Ukraine.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, that's going to be that's just a topic. So just understand that if I say it, I'm not being disrespectful is all I'm asking.
You're good.
Sure, I understand that that's not your intent,
Santana,
but
thanks for the raid.
Dude, Santana, thank you for the raid, by the way. Santana,
wanna throw
thank
that
you
in
for the gifted. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Aaliyah, thank you so much. Oh, that was from Santana. And also, thank you, Ghostcraft, for the subscription. If I missed anybody, thank you so much. There was another person who sent 5 gifted. There's so many things were moving so fast. Thank you, guys. If I missed you, tell me.
I'm busy. I looked it
Dirty
up though.
Dan
Also,
back up. I didn't mean to offend anybody. Like I said.
it's not us, man. We're just trying to. So like he said, it takes away the sovereignty of Ukraine, and in doing that, it's kind of like Russian propaganda. So that's what we're trying to prevent. We're not like trying to smack you down and be, English police here. It's literally people say these things, they don't realize what they're doing. So we're trying to educate. That's it. Also, North Korea has like 27 million people there.
Okay, so I was off by like 20 million people. You got me there. But so I get it. But what I'm saying is that it's very minuscule, and that is a massively propagandized. I don't know if I said that correctly, but you guys know what I'm trying to say. The nation in itself is completely blurred. And
do you know approximately the size of the Ukrainian military?
Not a clue, no.
Approximately 220,000 soldiers. Do you know the size of the Russian military?
I would venture to say
it's 1.3 million. So when another country, which by the way, North Korea's army is also over 1 million, again, because of compulsory service. But
give me one tactical timeout. My daughter's talking to me. Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha.
Ricky is talkative, and I'm not trying to wake up. Yeah, so I think he needs to speak.
It's okay. I'll walk the dogs. Don't worry.
Okay.
Thank you, sweetheart. All right, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
yes, you can have some crackers.
If you are looking at a situation in which a nation of approximately 220,000 soldiers is defending itself against the combined might that is 2.6 million, would you not think that in that situation, if you are someone that is assisting the defensive nation in arming itself, that you would say, yeah, okay, you can take what we've given you to a further extreme?
I would only give it to my true allies, and the Ukraine is not. It's not. I think it's a bank, and it's a corrupt one at that, if you ask me. And that's kind of where I'm at.
Ukraine is the least corrupt it's been in a long time.
That's true.
You're admitting corruption. You're like, yeah.
No, I can tell you 100%. Yes, there's corruption within the Ukrainian government, and there has been for a long time.
Not to say that we're not. We are absolutely corrupt as well, but
right.
You have to admit.
Yeah. No. Well, a great example. We talked about this on the way coming in. The first thing that we were talking about was Viktor Yanukovych, the pro-Ukrainian president who was chased out of office in 2014 during the Euromaidan revolution. Right after he was elected president in 2010, he put his political opponent in that election, Yulia Tymoshenko, who was the prime minister and leader of the opposition. He put her on trial and had her thrown in jail for 7 years. And while she was in prison, she was beaten by prison guards. And the only reason we know that is because when the prime minister of Lithuania went to visit her, she snuck in a camera and took pictures of her bruises. So this country, when it was under Russian-backed leadership, was incredibly corrupt, right? So while we're talking about the progress towards the democratization of this country, it's important to remember that that is in the context of its shift towards Western-style democracies and away from the Eastern-style Putin dictatorship and autocratic system, right? So it can be true two things at the same time. One, that the nation still has corruption, and two, that they have made significant progress as they have tried to move away from a Russian style of government. And what you're seeing is a typical backlash from someone that doesn't want to lose that in their sphere of influence.
So do you think that Kamala would have been a better representative for that fact?
Yes, 100%.
Why?
Because we have seen over the course of a previous Trump administration that Donald Trump does not want to do anything that's going to disappoint an autocrat. If anything, he wants to figure out what their playbook is.
I mean, yeah.
Like he wants in on it.
That he wants in on it is different than what was just spoken. Reading the playbook is not saying he wants in on it. Reading the playbook is that's defense.
I'm talking like talking shit about NATO and NATO countries, making sure that our allies are upset with us.
Are you upset about the idea of NATO paying in more than us, or
I want you to understand this now, okay? So this is what Trump is priming you guys for. He's priming you guys to not like NATO, and this is the misconception that you guys have bought. You think that NATO countries pay into a bucket that we also pay into. Is that what you think?
We pay a whole lot of money into an institution that is not equal to other nations that are paying. That is absolutely correct.
That's incorrect. So what NATO is a 2% commitment of your own GDP into your own military and at home.
Right.
So like, how are we getting ripped off when someone maybe like doesn't build a few extra tanks?
How are we getting ripped off when we're paying hundreds of billions of dollars more than everyone else that's paying into it?
They're not paying into anything.
To ourselves.
They're not paying in. Like they just invested in their own military.
Our military is good to go. It used to be. Like we were good to go, friends.
We're spending $1 trillion a year. No one else does this. We spend more than the next 10 nations combined times 2.
And we have a bigger military than those nations as well.
Yeah.
And if we pull out of NATO, it's going to save us 2% of our GDP.
No, it's not going to save us anything. It's not going to. No,
well,
literally,
saying,
we would still pay
to
all of that. We would say, like, if we pull out of NATO, we're still going to have $1 trillion military budget. It doesn't change that. Like, we're not. This money's not going to NATO. This is like, NATO is us. Like, that's what they are.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
When
a country
NATO,
we're required to put it in our GDP. That's my point.
They're just
still, I don't think that's a good thing.
It's just a promise to invest in your own military. It doesn't mean we're spending money on their military. We're not doing that.
No, we're spending money on their defense.
No, we're not spending money on their defense either. We're spending money on our own defense.
Goes into our military.
That's what Trump's making you believe. He's like, this is such a ripoff. Like, what? This isn't even a transaction. This is not a transaction.
We spent more money in the entire last 20 years than anybody else did, and NATO said that they were our friends.
And now they're supposed to go like spend a bunch of money. How does that help you?
How does it help us? No, I don't know how it helps us at all.
So do you think then that, just out of curiosity, do you think that if Germany, France, Canada, the UK, everybody came out tomorrow, all those leaders, regardless of any domestic pressure, said, we're going to increase our commitment towards NATO GDP wise by an additional 10% each? Do you actually think that the US government would then cut the military budget in response to that? Do you think we would do that? Because the US military budget goes up on aggregate every single year. The conversations that happen domestically for the defense budget in the United States are not about whether or not to increase military spending. It's by how much are we going to increase it?
Well, in my mind, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that the DoD is the only thing that's getting an increase. The entire government spending budget is being increased across all of the departments. Yeah. And if you could prove me wrong, I'm in.
Right. No, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, but
so it's not just the DoD, but there are percentages.
NATO is not making us spend one extra dime.
Correct.
Maybe like a few dimes, because they have like a general, like maybe some representatives and stuff, but that's it. Like,
Secretary General. Yeah. Mark Rutte, former Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Yeah, like that's it. Like, we're not, like, if we pulled out of NATO, we'd spend every single dollar that we've already spent so far the same way and even more. Like, it wouldn't change anything. Is not like Trump is priming you to think that this is a good deal to pull out, and we're like having explained to you for 30 minutes, like, that's not, that doesn't make sense. It does not compute.
we're going to spend every single dollar every single time. It doesn't matter where it's being sent. It's a question of how it's being spent. Does it need to go to the Ukraine? Could we have taken that money and brought it back home, or put it, in your words?
That's not a NATO thing.
NATO is a good thing. Could we have put it into NATO? Like, could we have done anything
We're not
other than
putting
send it to a
anything
nation that
into
doesn't have
NATO.
anything to do
No
with
one's
NATO?
putting anything into NATO. We are NATO.
Keep saying that.
No one's spending money on NATO. No one does that.
Try to think about it like this: when there are not NATO soldiers, we don't. At all participating nations do not throw money into NATO, and then people just sort of appear without a nationality and they're NATO soldiers. If there is a conflict, people will go into that conflict as representative members of the militaries of each constituent nation, right? I mean, it seems like from the way you were speaking earlier, you served in the military, so you know the only time Article 5 has ever been used was after 9/11. When our NATO allies assisted us in the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq.
And Ukraine. Ukraine actually helped us. Did you know that?
Yeah. Even though they weren't a NATO ally, they still helped.
Yeah.
We didn't spend money on the Ukraine, but yes, that NATO didn't spend money on. They made that action.
No, NATO doesn't spend any money at all anywhere. And in the name of NATO, no one spends money and it's like, this is my NATO bills. Here you go. That's not what happens.
The NATO countries, they just spend that 2% on their own military. That's all they're doing.
So if that's the truth, then why would we put money into something that we get no
We're not putting
action
money
out of?
either. We're putting money into our military.
Wait.
And we say we're NATO.
We're the only ones. We're
investing
the only
in
ones
NATO.
Who ever enacted Title 5 or Article 5.
Right.
We're the only ones who
military-
wrote Article 5.
When
So
we-
that's the only one that's how that makes sense.
Every dollar we spend in the military is spending in NATO. That's how that works.
Right. And also to your point about why to do it, it's important to remember when NATO was created and what we were looking at in terms of what the global politics looked like at the time, where obviously we were in the midst of the Cold War, and we were just trying to avoid all-out nuclear Armageddon. And what we have decided as a global community is that one of the best ways to maintain this order, because let's not forget, we had 2 world wars before the creation of the United Nations. So far, we've had none since it was created. It turns out when people sit down and talk, we can actually avoid quite a few conflicts. So the idea is, as this body of all of these powerful nations standing together as a bloc, it acts as a deterrent to prevent any one of those nations from being attacked. That's the whole principle and concept behind Ukraine wanting to join, because they understand that Russia wants their land. They don't want to see Ukraine as an independent sovereign nation on their border. And so to join that provides them the kind of cover they would need to be held up behind, arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder with allied nations.
Right. So you're talking about buying in, supply and demand, right? Purchase and return, right?
Well, it's not supply and demand from the standpoint of currency. It's an ephemeral thing. It's not necessarily tangible. It's political capital.
It's purchase and return. I'm
Purchasing
buying it
how?
and you're going to give me this back, right?
Buying into a concept, not in a literal sense. You're not buying a product. You're buying into a concept of mutual defense and being a part of an organization.
Yeah, so I feel like I've already made my point, is why are we buying into something if everyone's not on the same page? If why are we spending more money into this concept than anybody else?
I don't know of any NATO nation that's not agreed on the idea of Ukrainian sovereignty, so I'm not entirely sure
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, why are we buying into a concept more than anybody else is? I don't care if Ukraine becomes
because
part
we
of
have a
it.
military-industrial complex. That's why. We have a military-industrial complex. Like, so when Sweden spends, say Sweden spends $65 billion a year, and that's their GDP. That's their entire military budget, $65 billion. That's 2%. That means they're paying their fair share, right?
Monetarily, yes.
Yeah, that's all. That's all they have to do. That's all you got to do. And if Sweden 1 year dips down to 1.8%, their military builds a few less tanks, do you feel that? Do you think that's a threat?
No, not at all. I think that what it comes down to is if we have all of these nations together and we have the amount of money that's being put into NATO and we divide that up by the amount of nations, we can figure it all out.
Okay, but you're still saying like,
hey man, can I say this one more time? I'm gonna say it really slow, and I kind of like I'm trying to do this very respectful. We do not put money into NATO. We don't. There is no NATO piggy bank that we put money into, and until you stop thinking like that, you're never gonna get what we're saying.
Nobody else has said that but you. I'm fairly confident that there's a NATO budget that
there's no NATO budget,
bro.
No. All right. I'll listen. Hey, listen. I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. I will look it up. I have no problem with it. I'm gonna follow you and come back in with it, and we can have this conversation again. I truly appreciate all of you being so kind. I'm super grateful for your conversation. And I'll figure it out.
All right, man. You take it easy.
All right, man.
All right. I love you guys. Have a good night.
I love you back.
Have a good night.
Bye. Dan, it seems like every time we're talking together, I just have to go off on a tangent about Ukrainian history. What's going on, man?
I don't know. You know,
It's
you
like
were
a
there for my
Pavlovian
first live.
response.
That's how
I
long it's been.
was.
My first live. And this is my first time seeing you in like 82 nights. I don't know where you've been.
Yeah, I know. It's called self-care, Dan.
Okay, that's fair. Quick shout out. I don't know if Phil's still here. This is a while ago, but Phil, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. He said this is the vibe of this collab is what I needed tonight. Thank you so much, Phil.
Well, all right. I guess we're gonna go to the next guest.
Oh, hey. Hey again. I was just seeing if you guys needed help with the NATO Ukraine stuff.
I figured.
I heard Ukraine, and I have my ears perked up.
Oh yeah, I love it.
For sure.
Well, I guess I'll just go on standby then.
I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you.
No
Stay
problem.
vigilant.
Oh, actually, one thing that might help that guy if he's still here, to clarify with the whole NATO budget thing. Again, like you guys said, there is no NATO budget. It's a mutually agreed upon thing. There's nothing in writing that even says you have to put in 2%. It's a mutually agreed upon thing. It's you will put 2% of your GDP to your military towards specific units that, if called upon, can work in NATO combined operations. So let's say the United States designates these 10 units will be NATO units if they are called upon. Those 10 units would get that 2% of the GDP. That's pretty much it.
And they're not sending this to us, right?
Yeah,
They're
man.
they're not sending us things, right? We're not sending them stuff.
No.
They're not sending us. I mean, if we do, it's like this. It's like administrative
No,
fees or something.
the budget for those units also individually covers. Let's say we are training with another NATO nation, and that costs money. That budgeting for our side and for their side covers the cost of that training and covers the munitions used and it covers all of that stuff.
All right, man. We appreciate you. We're gonna get to the next
Yeah.
Trumper though. All right. Have a good
Let me
night.
drop down.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Blake, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Take it easy, man.
Good seeing you, Blake.
I just wanted to come up and ask what you guys, I'm pretty sure it's not true, but what you guys think about like all the election interference rumors going around, especially in like Pennsylvania. And yeah, I didn't think so either.
Although I will say Trump did tweet on the day of the election that there was a lot of cheating going on in Philly.
Yeah.
we might want to look into that if we listen to him. But no, I don't buy into any of the theories about the changes in counts or anything like that, the recounts and stuff.
Yeah. You'd have to show me, like, they're gonna do recounts anyways. They're gonna do specifically the swing states. And if they come up with anything fishy, they'll let us know. Until then, I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, that was my thought. I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts on it. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate you.
We'll see what happens.
Have a good night.
You too.
And if they do, January 6th is going to be fun. No, I'm just kidding. Anything fishy comes up.
Hey guys, I forgot I was still requested. I was going to help out with the NATO conversation as well.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you, man.
Standby.
All right, take it
Thanks.
easy. Chat, if you're friendly, hop on out. Go on, get.
Bloxburg said at least one side knows how to take a loss. Yeah, we didn't storm the Capitol and smear shit on the walls like the other guys.
I thought about it.
It doesn't even sound fun. Like if you go to the Capitol to storm it, why shit? That's not why.
What's up, bro? Are you a Trump supporter?
I have a question. So you say Trump sucks. In comparison to who? Like specifically?
Kamala.
In comparison to, you just pulling out of your ass, or?
Yeah, like he
that was his
sucks
opponent.
generally. He sucks. He's like
He was running against us.
he's like one of the worst people to walk the earth.
Oh, and he's gone.
Oh, quick enough. Got his answer, huh? Who's controlling? Are you
In comparison to literally any decent human being.
Compared to, I don't know, OJ. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've said it before. Like Trump versus Kamala was such an easy decision. If it was Trump versus a random die roll of any U.S. citizen, I'm probably taking the die roll.
Yeah.
Hello.
Thomas.
Well, do you reckon Trump? How do you think Trump sucks compared to Camilla? That's ridiculous, man.
Great luck. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. How do we think that Kamala is better than Trump?
Yeah, that's completely ridiculous.
Oh wow,
standpoint.
Ridiculous.
So, Kamala is a very successful woman with a Juris Doctorate who has 27 years of experience in the government. She has worked in all three branches.
Right. So you bring up her DA career. I mean,
and what's going on with her DA career?
Heard about it.
So she put bad people away, right?
No, well, she over-sentenced people for minor crimes.
How would you substantiate that? Would you be able to tell me? How?
Yeah. Yeah. So you know that people can be convicted for longer sentences. It's pretty
like compared to who though? So like you've obviously got to compare her to like another prosecutor and be like, okay, so like compared to this person, she did way more of this. Like, do you have anything like that, or are you just like vaguely saying she was like mean?
Well, no, it's not just mean. It's putting people away. In the specific case, a black man for I can't remember his name, but for 20 years for marijuana possession, and I'm pretty sure
that literally never happened. She only jailed 45 people for the M drug out of thousands.
She also doesn't determine the sentencing.
Yeah,
that's not even her job as
she just has to like follow.
She has to what?
Like she doesn't get to determine the sentence.
Well, no, she does.
Sentences are laid out. No, they're laid out.
Yeah, and what do you?
There's like a schedule. Like she just has to follow the law. She's just like, hey, if you do this, it's this many years. If you do this, like if it's enhanced.
Yeah, right. So
like she can't just be like, this guy's black. I'm gonna give him 20 years. You think she did that?
Mate, you're fucking full of it. You reckon your border's all good?
It sounds fucking silly now, doesn't it? Hey man, are the gray kangaroos bigger than the red kangaroos?
I'm from New Zealand, not fucking Aussie. I hate them cunts.
All right. Well, it's hard for me to tell. I'm American.
Yeah, stupid Americans, eh? You reckon you can change your gender, eh?
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, shut up, you stupid cunt.
Yeah.
Like, bro, how do you
go get some brain wrinkles, buddy?
Chat.
Sorry.
Some people suck more than others. I think he had a little bit more of it than most people.
That guy sucked more than Trump.
More of the suck.
Yeah, he had a lot more suck in him.
Welcome to the suck, boys.
Hey, fellas, how we're doing tonight?
Hey, Story.
Hello.
Hey, hello. It's called a recommended sentence. The DA recommends a sentence, and then the judge goes off of that. But yeah, it's preset. Kamala did not sentence people. She could recommend a sentence. Anyway, I'm gonna do my duties. Well, I got a little bit of, you guys, I got hit by the. I got hit by the bomb cyclone up here in Washington State,
Yeah.
so I've been up without power for 5 days.
I did not know you were.
Damn.
What?
Yes.
Bomb cyclone.
Can we do
I've been
anything to
calling it
help
a
you?
Drop cyclone. What's a drop cyclone?
I mean, my Cash App. Yeah, I just spent $500 in a hotel. I'm at home tonight because I'm not spending another $234 a night at a hotel.
You need to hook up Story immediately. Her Venmo and Cash App's in her bio. If there's anything y'all can do, please stop sending me stuff. Send it to her. Everybody, that is a direct order. This is Story. She does so much for us. She's my head admin. She runs our community. Even when I'm sleeping like a baby back bitch, she's up here working, doing stuff without me even asking her to do it. So send her all the love, please, and thank you.
Story, they said you're private. They can't see your bio.
Oh, okay. I'll take it off. I'll take it off right now. Okay, guys. I'll take it off right now.
Here,
And I'll take it for
can you do it while you're still up here, and then?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, and we'll just hang out.
Oh, wait. How do I do? Wait.
Just drop it in the chat. We can't pin it though. We can't pin it when people are in the box.
Oh yeah.
What is a bomb cyclone? So apparently it's like this really quick it's like a sporadic tornado, I think, that like happens over water. And it's just kind of like out of nowhere.
Yeah. So they deemed it as a Cat 1 hurricane wind. So it hit right over my house. So we heard the bomb. It was 2 big booms, and then everything went out.
Whoa.
So it actually sounded like a bomb.
There's an actual boom.
Yeah, actual bomb. It sounded like 2 bombs went off.
That's crazy.
It's 7-6 Story, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
chat. I can't pin from here, but if you guys can pin, you're welcome to pin that.
We can't pin it with people in the box. We can't. But it's $7-6 Story. 2 eyes.
Yeah, in fact, Story can hang out while we even bring up another guest if she wants to. Story, do you want to hang out while we do another guest and just stay up here while people get all that stuff?
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys so much. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Thank you.
Oh, thank you guys, chat. Thank you.
Do you have a Venmo?
I do, but I don't know what it is. I'll look for it while you guys pull up the next guest.
Okay.
All right.
All right, let's get it, chat. Boom. Hello?
What's going on?
I think they're asleep.
Oof.
Can you send this to Story? Phil with the 25. Hello?
I was just curious. You said Trump sucks. So I'm just on here and see why Trump sucks.
Because fascism.
And what did he do to improve fascism?
Make America great again.
And can I ask you a question? So, did you get a look at the election and the results?
Did you understand what you're asking?
Did you look the people that voted for Trump in all the election and all the numbers and all the states that turned and voted for him? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So the majority of the country, majority of the people, majority of them.
Plurality, not majority. Plurality.
That's bullshit, but whatever. So they all voted for him.
Not majority. It came out to about 22, 23% of the country.
Okay, here's my question. So let's stop.
That's not majority of the country.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is we need to stop arguing.
Oh.
No.
Just lay back and take it. Like you guys did the last 4 years.
Let me finish. So what I'm saying is okay, we live in a country, we should come together and join together no matter what happens. If you won, I have to come with you and join with you and believe in you, right?
Like you guys did, right? Like you guys did?
No, we're talking about now.
You guys didn't deny the election for 4 years?
What are you talking? We're talking. You talking about
the government when you didn't like the results?
The past.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about. We can only talk about the past. We can only talk about things that happened, right?
Dude, you guys are. That's why your platform is going to plummet.
I'm literally soaring. I literally have 1,500 people watching me right now.
I've actually looked at all the numbers, the people who were getting on Trump. The numbers of Trump all you guys are dropping, dude.
I am literally skyrocketing.
There's 1,500 people watching
so sorry
right now.
this is happening to you. You're literally telling me. You're literally telling me that I'm. Okay, all right. Listen, Trump still sucks whether he won or not. Like Hitler won an election. Does that mean he doesn't suck?
Oh my God, you're so stupid, dude.
No, careful. When you compare him to Hitler, they lose their minds.
Wait a minute.
They lose their minds when you compare him to Hitler.
No. What does Hitler have to do with Trump?
Hitler. This is a line of logic. This is a line of logic. So, like, you're saying that since the majority of people voted for this must be the right thing, right?
You're telling me right now, everybody in the United States of America are communists and are communists right now, right?
Communist?
What?
You're telling me they're Hitler, right?
Hitler's not a communist. What the fuck?
Are you telling me all the people that have voted for Trump, right?
Now I'm really scared that you don't know what's happening.
No, I understand what's happening, dude. It's a free country now, dude. We took over.
Bars are closing on the East Coast, and you guys are getting home right now. I'm fucking getting on TikTok and fighting. That's what's happening.
You're telling me right now. So everybody that voted.
I'll walk you through it, Scott. I'll walk you through what Pickles was saying.
No,
Scott, I'll walk you through it.
I'll ask one question and I'll set up everyone can listen. You're telling me everybody in the country that voted for him in all the states that went for him are what now? What kind of people are they?
They voted for fascism. Yes.
And how can you prove that?
Look at Trump's picks right now. He's trying to shove them through without anyone approving them in Congress.
Yeah, Christianity, faith, and all that stuff. Yeah, great. I agree.
You mean fascism? We're not just talking about him liking the Bible and stuff. This is a little more deep
that's
than that.
bullshit, dude. You stop all you want. Your stuff's done, dude. The country's done.
Why are you calling me names?
You don't understand.
Did you know that it hurts my feelings?
I thought we were supposed to come together.
You don't understand. We, our people, are tired of your bullshit, dude. You're done.
Did you know that when you call me names, that's not nice?
You're
We
done,
can't come
dude.
together, Scott?
No, you're done. We are tired of it. That's why he won. We're tired of liberal bullshit, dude. We're tired of your liberal bullshit. You're liberal.
We're not coming together then. All right.
Yeah, we're not coming together.
I thought you were trying to be for unity and stuff.
Well, because you're full of shit because you won't it's your way or no way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, dude.
Double stampies, no races.
Here's the problem is you guys have nowhere to go. And we have all control now, dude. And you are fucked.
Yeah? What are you going to do?
Yeah, and I love it, dude.
What's the
all
first
these
step,
people
Scott?
I used
What are you
to
guys
talk
gonna
to
do
before
first?
on this liberal
Scott, what's the first thing you're going to do?
Let me
Guys,
finish, dude.
bro,
After
no,
Trump,
no, I don't
let
want
me
to
never let
shut
anyone
up.
finish in your life. Don't make me message.
Let me finish, dude. After all you people I talked to before bashing Trump, now they all shut up, dude.
No, we're still bashing them. We're still bashing them.
We're still bashing them. We're sitting here bashing them right now in front of you, Scott.
I will
And
be
my
here for
question
4
once again
years,
is-
Scott. So go ahead and follow the stream. I'm going to be right here talking poop about Trump. I'm going to say, hey,
What
Trump
are you going to do,
sucks.
Scott?
Trump
What's
is
your
a
first plan of action,
butthead.
Scott?
Trump is a freaking butt.
Trump's hair looks like somebody pissed in a cotton candy machine. How does that make you feel, Scott?
He's definitely a butthead, though.
Have we thank you guys so much for
Hang on. Let me say one thing and I'll shut up. So you're telling me I'm a butthead, and you're telling me all the country, all the individuals that voted for him, which the majority are buttheads, right?
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
Are you insane?
All 74
Straight up
million of you.
buttheads.
Are you insane, dude?
All of you.
So all of them voted for you, and you're a minority
buttholes.
right now.
I'm sorry?
You're a minority. You're a minority. And you're telling all the people that voted for this country have freedom.
Did you
are
guys win the
buttheads.
popular vote for the first time in 30
We
years?
vote
And you guys are
both of
popping.
them,
You're like,
and we turned all states. And we turned all states.
oh my God.
Like, Scott, what's your argument, man?
The argument, you guys have nothing. You have nothing to base yourself on anything, dude.
So
You've already said
You
this a
said
few
Trump
times,
sucks.
Scott.
Why does Trump suck?
Trump sucks because he's a grifter, a
what did I
con
say?
man, a fraudster, a sexual abuser.
And none of that's been proved.
He's been
In
proven.
court
He's a
or
proven
anything. No, it
fraudster and a
hasn't.
proven con
No,
man.
it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Nothing by law has been proved.
Oh.
None of it has, dude.
Oh.
Yeah. It hasn't, dude.
Okay.
Pull up a document right now. Show me on your page right now that it's been proved. Show me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Go. Show me.
Do you know a little judge by the name of
Stop,
Merchan?
dude. You're full of
Merchan?
shit, dude.
Merchan, 34,
No, dude,
34
you're
felonies.
talking about bullshit. Dude,
Trump?
Get real, dude. Show me facts, dude.
34 felonies? Is this? Did you haven't heard about this one yet? Is it this one didn't go across Rumble yet?
Yeah, see it on X. maybe?
Mr. Big Man with the 34 felonies. He's the best. He knows felonies more than anybody.
Yeah, but I don't think he saw it on freedom.eagle.blog yet.
Every single one are misdemeanors.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
it says these are felonies.
They're not felonies. They're misdemeanors.
Oh.
Maybe you should do more. Go do more facts. Go find out.
How does he do
Go
it,
find
Chad?
out. No, stop. You're doing hearsay, dude. It's
Oh,
already been
no.
proven.
How does he do it?
It's already been proven, dude.
Hold on a second. I want to
You're
introduce you
going
to somebody.
on. You're on Google.
Hold on, Scott.
You can go on Google all you want and find anything you want, dude.
Scott,
Do you want me to go and ask Jeeves?
Let me talk.
How
Let me
does a
talk for 1
misdemeanor
second.
turn into a felony? How does it turn into a misdemeanor? Go ahead, Tic Tac.
So I just brought up Amber. I don't know if Pickles, have you ever met Amber?
Yes. I love you.
Okay, so Amber's got some information. Amber's got some information about the E. Jean Carroll case and the actual verdict from the E. Jean Carroll case. So you were looking. What's up, Scott?
I'm just. You're telling me there's no corruption anywhere in the United States?
No, what I'm telling you is Amber is E. Jean
I'm not
Carroll's
a straw man,
niece.
dumbass.
Hey Scott, E. Jean Carroll. Amber is E. Jean Carroll's niece. She paid
Pickles moan, I can't.
really close attention to the case. So
I've
go ahead
watched
and
the
let her
case
talk.
too, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask you one question?
How did you watch
can
the
let
case
Amber
when
talk.
it wasn't televised?
I'll listen to Lambert first. That's cool.
My first question. How did you watch the case when it wasn't televised? Did you read the transcripts?
Oh my God, I don't give a shit about that. Dude, stop the bullshit, liberal bullshit crap, dude. Let's get real, dude. Here's the issue.
You can shut up for a second, Scott.
Here's the
Just to
issue
make
with all.
it clear for the audience. Just to make it clear for the audience. Scott says that sexual abuse is bullshit. That's what Scott's telling us right now. Just to be clear for the audience.
He never did that.
Yeah, he did, and it was proven in court.
No, it wasn't proven.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
He was
proven.
found
No, it
liable
wasn't.
of sexual abuse.
No, it wasn't. Show me the file right now. Show me right now the
Scott?
file. Of course I will.
Scott, I want you to do this thing. We're gonna do this thing called popcorn, all right? So if you don't say popcorn, Scott, you're not allowed to say something, all right? Popcorn, Scott. That's your key. That's the ticket.
You see that?
Oh, she's got it. She's got it. She's got a quick
Christ, are you
draw.
Darth Vader?
She got it. That's the jury verdict form.
Yeah, and you can find that anywhere on Google. That's so easy.
You want
This
me to
is
find
from
it on Ask?
NewYorkCourts.gov.
So let me ask you a question. Let's just stop this bullshit. So what are we gonna do next?
So, hey, man, are you conceding that this
Burn
is
him at
a
the stake?
I'm not conceding anything. What I'm saying is Trump won the election. Are we going to stop fighting against each other?
Scott,
Are we going to move forward?
You're changing the subject
No,
on
I will stay with the
purpose.
subject.
Okay.
Trump
You're
did
changing
nothing
the
wrong.
subject. Address what's on the screen, sir.
What's the
bullshit,
first
man. I
one
can
say?
find-
Mr. Trump.
I can. You want me to go find something that shows he's not? I can do it
Mr.
on
Trump
Google.
sexually
Anybody can do that
abused
on
Miss
Google.
Carol, and they checked yes. You see
No,
that box where
anybody
it
can
says
do
yes?
that on Google.
Do you see
This
how the
is
box?
the
Go on the site and
jury
find the same
You see how the
thing.
box
Verdict
says yes,
form.
and then it's checked. That
Dude, you
means
guys
they
are
said
insane,
yes.
dude. That's anybody can find anything on Google and do what they want, dude. I can you find something too.
Bless your heart.
Scott, I'm very sorry to tell you that these are the official NewYork.gov court jury forms from his trial. You can go to New York
Let me
courts.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
No,
question.
I'm going to finish what I was saying first.
Please finish.
New York
Please
courts,
finish, sir. Please
New York
finish.
courts, NewYorkCourts.gov. This was the verdict form. I'm sure you've probably seen it in the news, unless all you watch is Fox, that he was found liable for SA. This is the jury verdict form, sir.
Here you go, bub. I'm going to show you where to find this. All right, just read the full jury verdict form from E. Jean Carroll. You can go to
Can I
any of
ask you
these,
guys a question?
and then you
Can I
just
ask you
click
guys a
it, and then you
No,
click
that's
this.
fine. Can I ask you guys a question? Can you ask about who was the judge?
Judge Mershon?
No.
No.
In this case?
No,
In
who
this
was
case? In the SA case?
I asked a question. Let me finish. Who was the judge?
In this case? Louis
Who was
Kaplan.
the judge?
Judge
Louis
Kaplan.
And who was the
Kaplan.
governor of the state when all this happened?
Cuomo. What does
Okay.
that have to do with jack shit?
Are you serious?
I'm very serious. What does
So
the governor have to do?
Who decided on the people that prosecuted him? Who got the people to do the judgment on that? Who was decided on that?
The jury decided
jury.
on this.
Who picked them?
Him?
Trump's attorneys and the plaintiff's attorneys.
And were they
You know how jury
were they
selection
Democrat
works?
or were they Democrats?
There were 3 Trump supporters on this jury
No, there
out of
wasn't.
9
That's all.
jurors.
And you know how many of them were? How many of them that were?
Are you saying that you can't hear a case unless you have a particular political affiliation?
No, I'm saying they staged it, dude.
It was not staged. I was there.
No,
the
you
jury
weren't.
was chosen by Donald Trump's team and E. Jean Carroll's
You're
team.
talking to
They
E. Jean
both
Carroll's-
had the same
You're talking to E. Jean Carroll's niece.
Stop talking. They both had the same opportunities to choose jurors that any lawyers do in any case. It was
So,
the same
was it-
process in this case as it is in any other case.
And my question is it a Democratic state?
So you're telling me that
I'm asking you. Ask you a question.
No,
Answer the
because
question.
this
was
requires
it a Democratic state?
Yes.
Did you not
this
like
requires
New York
contact. Are
City?
you telling me that because he committed this crime in Manhattan?
You're not letting me finish.
Shut up, Scott.
It's not
You're
fair.
saying-
No, dude. I'm not going to. You're not being fair. Let me finish.
No,
Was
you're.
it a
I know exactly
Democratic-
what you're
let me-
asking me. Oh, it's a Democratic state, therefore they're going to fine for the whatever.
Using this
No.
frame of logic, he could go on a crime spree in New York.
Donald
in
Trump
every one of the
committed-
trials. Yeah.
Donald Trump committed this crime in Manhattan, New York. When you commit a crime in Manhattan, New York, your trial is held in Manhattan, New York. Are you saying we should have moved his trial to fucking bumfuck Tennessee to make it easier for Donald Trump? No. When you commit a crime in a particular jurisdiction, that's where your trial is held. Maybe he shouldn't have raped somebody in New York City.
Come on, host. You're letting her say he raped somebody. You come on, dude. Come on.
That's what the jury found, sir.
That's not. That never.
What's the
you're letting
definition
her
of
say
rape?
That, dude? You're letting her say that. Dude.
Yes. What's the
that's
definition of
wrong.
rape?
What
Are
did
you
the judge say?
kidding me, dude?
What did
I'm
the
not
judge
shitting
say?
on you.
Look, here's the deal with you guys, man. You guys are still trying to fight to live, to have a life online.
What
dude.
did the judge say?
The
What did the judge say about what he did?
judge is a where are we? Oh my! You guys are insane, dude.
What did the
No,
judge
you're
say?
insane, dude. He has part of the Democratic Party, dude. Period.
Oh,
and that's
no.
a fact.
So if
Nope.
he's a Democrat, he's
Prove it.
corrupt, and he's going to wrongfully prosecute Trump because
He did.
it's just so corrupt.
He did.
It was
and
the
that's what
jury
I-
that did this. The
Let me ask
jury
you a
did
question.
this.
Let me ask you a question. So they shot
Prove
him
it.
twice. Let me ask you a question. So somebody tried to shoot him twice, right?
Yeah, Republicans.
Pickles,
So the
you can't say that.
Republicans-
That's going to trigger him.
So the Republicans tried to shoot Trump 2 times and missed, right?
Yeah.
The
Well,
Republicans
once.
did it, right?
Once.
Well, they always
The
think they're a
second
good
time,
shot.
let me ask you, what happened the second time? Where was that taken, dude? Do you even know that?
On his own golf course?
Correct.
Yeah, he didn't get shot though,
So
right?
why
No
would-
one shot anybody?
What your point makes no sense and it makes no logic, dude.
Why they were
Are you
Republican?
serious?
What you're doing is deflecting off the E. Jean Carroll case right now by
No,
talking
I'm not
about
deflecting
poor
off anything.
victim
Trump
Donald
did
Trump.
nothing
That's
wrong.
what
It
you're
doesn't
doing right
really
now.
matter,
You're
dude.
trying to talk about how Donald Trump is a victim rather than the predator. And I'm
There's
sorry,
no predator,
the jury
dude.
determined that he sexually abused
There's
her,
no
and the judge
predator.
specifically
Trump is
specified
not a
that yes,
predator.
in colloquial language, Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. You can go read his statement in his judge's ruling.
So why didn't he get arrested then? Why didn't we get thrown in jail then? If it happened,
Civil.
why didn't he get thrown
What
in
is
jail?
the statute of limitations for grape in New York State?
Because they had no evidence.
What is the
Even if there
statute
was.
of
They had
limitations?
no evidence.
What is the statute
had
of
no
limitations
evidence.
Even
for
if they had
SA in
evidence.
New
They
York
had
State?
no evidence.
even if
That's
they
why
had-
he was not thrown in jail.
That's not true.
Scott, if they had
Nope.
evidence, would they have been able to throw him in jail?
What is the statute of limitations for SA or grape in New York State for criminal charges?
If they have
5
evidence,
years.
they would have
It's
thrown
5
him
years.
in
If
jail.
there's-
Yeah,
if there was
why-
evidence-
Because the statute of
If he had
limitations is
evidence,
5
throw him in
years.
jail.
If they have
No.
evidence, can they throw him in jail? Is that
If
what
they have
can
evidence,
you answer?
yes.
No, they can't.
No, they can't.
Why?
Because of the statute of limitations
of limit
for
goddamn
charges
patience.
in New York
So
State.
let me ask you a question, Joe. So Trump's
Let me
so
ask you a
evil.
question.
Let me ask, and I'm agreeing with what you're just saying right now. So should Biden and his son and all the corruption we found on him that we have evidence on, should they be thrown in jail in prison?
Yes,
If
try
they
him.
committed crimes, throw them in jail.
Then do
Try
it.
him.
They
Dog,
haven't
the
done it
wife,
though.
Did they
the
try it
daughter,
yet?
the son,
Did
throw
is
them
he
all.
prosecuted yet?
They won't do it, dude. Don't you understand? You do not understand what? Don't you not understand what he's going to do?
What's he gonna do?
Oh my God, you guys don't get it, dude.
What
Do
we
you
not get?
realize that Hunter Biden was prosecuted
Hunter
and
Biden is a,
convicted under under Joe Biden's presidency, under
No,
his
he was in
DOJ,
the White House
and he
doing
didn't do
cocaine, and they
anything
have
to
proof of
stop
that,
it.
too.
So
They
to
have
think that he's
proof of
going
him
to
in the
stop
White
any kind
House
of
with
prosecution,
cocaine with
he would
him.
have done so
That's
already.
false.
His own son
That's
was
not false, dude. It's
Yes, that's
Convicted.
false.
convicted.
That
It's a
substance
fact, dude.
that was recovered in the guest lobbies cubbies. In the guest cubbies. You think Hunter
Is it in
Biden
the White
checks
House?
in and puts stuff in the
Is
cubbies?
it in the White House?
It was in the
Donald,
cubbies.
What was Donald Trump Jr. rubbing on his gums the other day? I'm
Are
just
you
curious.
kidding me, dude? You were so
Have you seen
insane,
that?
dude.
Have you seen
Hey, that
so
video is
insane.
crazy. You know,
You guys
no,
are
Scott,
so
Scott,
crazy, dude.
you're gonna see that. You're gonna see this video. No, Scott, even you'll agree what's going on in this video.
Also,
This is
why are
something
we
else.
demonizing a substance abuse disorder? A lot of Americans suffer
Dude,
from
the
that.
whole point I'm trying to say is that Trump's in office. What are we going to do to stop the bullshit, dude?
You see that? Here we go.
There you go, yeah, man. You got nothing to
Hey,
say.
what's that? You ever seen that
have
before?
lost your voice, dude.
You see that?
What
Hold
are
on.
we going to do to come
What is that?
together?
What is that?
You're stupid, dude.
I don't know. Maybe he had tooth pain. He was just rubbing Orajel on there.
You ever do that when you're hanging out in front of spaceships?
You
you ever do that?
You guys are ridiculous, dude.
Bro. Yo, Scott, what is it like living in a different reality?
Oh
Must be
man, I
interesting
love it.
sometimes.
Here we go.
I
We got
love it,
take
man.
two.
We're
Take
gonna-
two.
We have a great.
Take two.
I love it, dude. Because we have a great country. We're getting to have freedom right now, and we're gonna have lower costs.
Oh, a little sniff.
Drilling. I'm not done yet. He asked me a question. Let me finish, dude. We're gonna have lower
Yeah, you're
costs.
just fucking
My grocery's
monologuing
gonna
now.
be lower, and then we're gonna have freedom, and we have gas. We're gonna drill here. We're gonna start
already
dealing
drilling
with
here.
America. I'm not done yet, dude. We're gonna deal with America and put us first, not any other countries. We're not gonna support. We're not gonna support any foreign wars. Anyone.
We're not gonna
Not
support
even Israel?
Yeah, get out of here, bro. 'Cause-
We're not going to send any money to Israel. I'm stoked.
yeah, that's good news.
Wait a
Finally.
second. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. He dropped. I just want to say, Pickles, thank you so much No one's ever done that for me ever before. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you to the chat. Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
No
Let's
problem.
get Pickle to 1 million, you guys. His goal is 1 million. Let's get him there. Thank you.
1 million.
I don't know who's Erie Raid.
Oh, I'm really important. Is it the I'm really important raid?
Yeah.
Welcome, IRI fans.
IRI, what? Thank you for the raid,
Welcome.
guys.
Welcome, IRI.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop and do my mod thing.
IRI, not Ari. Okay.
All right, girly. You have a good night.
Thanks, RI.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you.
Good night, Story.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Oh, crazy listening to Scott. Good Lord. Spout all that BS. Everything's going to be cheaper and we're going to be freer and we're going to not fight any wars overseas. I mean, raving on about things like the Ukraine. It doesn't understand, never read the Budapest Memorandum, has no clue about anything.
Yeah, I agree. But hey, listen, we're not taking any more friendlies. I appreciate you
That's
coming
right.
on the show.
Pickles, before you let him go, can I just ask him a question?
Sure.
I can't see your whole name. Documented? I can't see your whole name.
Really, I was on this is a new account. The last one was disappeared.
What country are you from?
New Zealand originally.
Okay. I couldn't tell. I can't always tell between UK and New Zealand.
That's right.
Did you happen to see that Conor McGregor was just found liable for SA in his country?
Unbelievable, and about time. Now, I'd heard a rumor about that quite some time ago, but it never stuck for some reason, so I'm glad.
Do you notice the difference in reaction between the people in that country and the people in this country when the same exact liability was held against Donald Trump?
Exactly. I've been here 24 years. I've seen it all along. It's the same with bigotry and racism. Our country, 4.5 million people. We haven't had that kind of crap in 75 years. You get off a plane in 1999 in Atlanta, one of the first words I hear is the N word and the F word for God, you can't say the word on here, for rainbow people.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. It's just like, and since 6 weeks ago, even, the difference between then and now is as different as night and day.
I just want to point out the hypocrisy that we hold here in the United States, that we're the freest place and we're the best place for women. When I watched the reaction that happened in that country when Conor McGregor was found liable for the exact same charge that my aunt was given in her case, and they don't believe my aunt, but they believe her.
It's as different as night and day, librarian. It's just, I don't know what has changed or what hasn't changed here in America in the last 25 years to make this okay now. I mean, how do you take a step back in time almost when you arrive in America and go, thinking this is the freest? I mean, the biggest false saying I've heard in America, and being here in 25 years, is the land of the free. We have our freedom. We have our freedom. Bullshit. You don't have any freedom. You have less freedom than some of the people in Russia and Germany and those countries. It's unbelievable. And I don't know why that should be the case. And you talk about racism and bigotry in this country was founded. It was a melting pot. I mean, the only original people who were here were the Red Indians, and America stole all their lands. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude to you guys.
It's true. It's true.
And I don't understand the people that live here can't see that. And you want to grab them by the ears and headbutt them to shake some sense in them. You really do. I mean, I am all the things that Trump hates. I am 25% black. I am an immigrant. I am 65 and I have cancer. So I have predetermined diseases. So now I'm documented, finally. But it took me 8 years and $40,000. Now, during that time, I was actually illegally deported. I had an ITN number. I was working, and it was a mistake, but just the same. What's going on now is everybody said to me, well, it's easier for you because you look YT. Well, that doesn't make it any easier for me. What do I do from here? Go back home? It's crazy. Something has to change. I don't know what's going to change or how it's going to change, but I appreciate that guys like you are doing these lives and trying to make a difference.
Yeah. Yep. Doing our
One
darndest.
person at a time.
I had an old account. It was
All right, man.
last week. I made 15,000.
I just want to say I want to keep moving. We're trying to keep rolling. We've got a lot of viewers right now.
I'll drop down, guys. Take care. I followed you both.
Thank you so much, man.
Appreciate you.
Anytime.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you for your perspective.
All right, chat. Tap the screen.
Because if you want me to go, I can. I don't know if the next person will
You're
bring
welcome.
it up.
You're welcome to hang if you want.
I'll hang out if it's okay. I don't never hang out. I always just drop right away, but I'm going to hang out.
You can hang for sure.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
It's amazing to me people think that the rest of the world has a positive view of Donald Trump when it's not true.
Yeah. Oof. Matt A. Didn't we just talk? Matt A., you're a serial guest. You need to chill. Hello, Joe?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, I just want to address a couple of the points that were made. As far as Judge Merchan, his daughter literally worked for the White House or for the Democratic Party.
No,
So
she
that's
didn't.
definitely- Yes, she did.
No, she
Yes,
didn't.
she did. Yes, she
No,
did.
she
Judge
didn't.
Merchan's daughter worked for the advertising and digital campaign for the Democratic Party. That's a fact.
For the White House? No.
For the Democratic Party, which
Okay.
is the White House. which
Okay,
is
so
who is
she's
the
in
party.
advertising?
And the digital
Advertising?
format.
So
Yeah,
she's
for
an
the
agent?
Democratic Party. For the Democratic Party.
Ooh. my dad and my mom are Republican. Does that make me a Republican?
You're not a judge.
Okay, my dad could be a judge. Does that make him a liberal judge?
If he was yeah, he also donated to the Biden campaign as well.
He bought a $25 shirt.
Doesn't matter. He still donated. That still shows his party affiliation and his daughter.
And so if you have
who
a
was the
certain
love
party
of his
affiliation,
life,
can you not
who was the love of
oversee
his
a
life,
court case that
she was somebody who profited from the Democratic Party. She profited from the Democratic Party. She got paid by the Democratic Party.
So here's the thing. That's
a conflict of interest.
For what?
Joe, hold on.
For the
Joe,
Democratic
you're
Party,
missing the
he worked.
This
Joe,
wasn't
cool,
Democratic
but you're
Party.
missing the fact that judges legally are allowed to have a political affiliation. They're allowed to vote. Judges are, and they can like.
But when a family member
but
profits
Joe,
from the
cool.
other side during the
Hold on,
political campaign,
Joe, I wasn't done, Joe. But what you'll have to do is prove that political affiliation was influencing his decision, because his decision was made by jurors. So jurors made the decision on if Donald Trump was liable or not. It wasn't him.
he also set the parameters, and
Okay.
he also told them what they had to rule in favor of. He set the parameters on that.
He didn't.
No,
Yes,
he
he
did
did.
what every judge does.
He did. He also put
No.
gag orders.
Yeah,
It's a
because
conflict of
Trump is
interest.
fucking
On threatening
doxing people and threatening people like a fucking mafia boss.
He was not threatening. He was talking to the media about how absurd the case
Yeah,
was.
like a mob. This is what he does. This is what he does in every single court case he's ever been in, even before presidency. Same thing with Roy Cohn, his mentor. He would fucking threaten people.
He didn't
And he would
threaten
say he's
anybody.
being
It was freedom of
persecuted.
speech.
And he would get in the news and say, I'm a patriot and I love America and I'm
didn't-
being persecuted. And he would
He
win
did
every
not threaten
time.
anybody. He made no threats. He just told about how absurd that the case was, and he discredited witnesses.
No,
which is
he talked about the judge
First
and
Amendment.
his family.
Yeah, I'm sure he
That's
had no
freedom of
idea what
speech.
was going to happen when he doxed people.
If I was on trial, and if somebody was to interview me about the trial, and I said those things, they would not do that to me. Because
They
I'm
would
not running for
most
political
certainly.
office.
You would be in contempt of court. You would be in jail, big boy
How could I be
jail.
in contempt of court if I'm not
Then
doing
you would
it in
lose
court?
as well, like he did.
Again, so we can dispute these facts if we tried Joe Biden in the state of Arkansas and had, a judge that donated to the Republicans, and his
I would
daughter
be-
worked for the Republican campaign.
I would be
Okay,
all
Joe,
for
let me ask
Joe
you a
Biden being
question.
charged in Arkansas
man.
if he committed any crimes in Arkansas. I would be all for that.
Yeah,
Unfortunately
I
for you,
would
Joe
too.
Biden hasn't committed any crimes in Arkansas. Donald Trump did commit crimes in New York.
Let me ask you a question, Joe. If the jury, Joe,
Hey, you gotta doubt
if the
the validity of
crimes,
these things.
Joe, if the crimes that Donald Trump committed were committed in Kentucky, and the judge in that case would be a Republican and the jury would have been Republican, then would you have think that trial was fair?
It would never been brought. Mark Cuban, who is actually a Democrat.
That's not the question I asked. That's
a
not the
staunch
question I
Democrat
asked.
also said
That's
that
not the
those charges
question
were
I asked.
ridiculous.
That's not the question I asked. I said if it was a Republican judge and a Republican jury, then would you have thought that that trial was
That's
fair?
a what if. That's a what if, and I would say yes.
And I'm asking you if you think it would have been fair. Because they would have been biased in his direction. So would that have been fair?
But I don't think it would have happened. But if it did
That's
happen,
not the question.
If it did happen, I wouldn't be able to say that it was partially biased towards him. No, I would not be able to say that.
Why not? Why not? Why would a Republican jury and judge not be biased in his favor, but a Democrat jury is biased
We're also
not in
speaking of
his
a judge.
favor?
We're also speaking
Make
about
that
a
make
judge.
sense.
We're also
Make it
speaking
make
of a judge
sense.
whose daughter
Make it make sense.
worked for the Democratic Party. So you have to put that in there
let's
as well.
say this.
You have
Let's
to
say a
put that in there
Republican
as well.
judge donated to Republican causes and had him on their bench. Then would that have been fair?
I would still say the charges are bad because even Mark Cuban said they're wrong, and also
That's
Judge
not the
Judy,
question
who's
I
a
asked.
staunch
Would that have been a
Democrat,
fair
also
trial?
said
Would that have been a fair trial if it would have
would
been a
have been a fair
Republican
trial,
judge
but again, it
who
didn't happen.
donated
It's a
to
hypothetical
Republican
situation.
causes?
If it happened, it would. But it didn't happen. So
So you're saying that it would have been fair if it was a Republican judge who donated to Republican causes. That's what you're
it would have
telling
been
us.
fair. But that's a hypothetical
Oh,
situation.
why would
never,
that be
never
fair
occurred.
if they were biased in his favor, according to you?
Because then they couldn't be impartial, or they couldn't be
So
partial
you're saying
towards one side
Republicans
if
are
they were
impartial,
both
but
Republicans.
Democrats
That's
are
why.
not? You're
I'm
telling
saying
us that
I'm saying that the
Republicans,
odds were stacked against them in New York, and they wouldn't have been in that case.
and if they
But
were
that case
stacked
never
in
happened.
his favor in a state like Kentucky or Mississippi, then that would have been fine with you because it
If
would
he
have
was
gone in
found
his
guilty?
favor, right?
If he was found guilty, because you said if he
Either
was found
way,
guilty.
if the trial was
What scenario are we
conducted
talking
in a
about?
state like Mississippi or Oklahoma, and the judge was a Republican who donated to Republican causes, would that have been a fair trial?
So in which scenario? He's found guilty or he's found innocent? That's you said.
Either
guilty in
way,
that
would
case.
it be a fair trial? They have their biases. They have their political affiliation.
I would say that
Would
they
that
could
have
not
been
be
fair?
biased towards party affiliation in that case.
Well,
so
why
whatever
not?
the verdict they came
Why
up
not?
with,
Why not?
because they're not the judge's daughter does not work for the fucking Republican
Well,
Party.
let's say she did.
Then it would be a partial verdict. But it
She
didn't
didn't
happen.
work for them, by the way. She made a. She
did.
didn't work
She did.
for them, by the
Yes,
way.
she did.
But
Yes,
yeah,
she
you're
did.
being a hypocrite right now.
She did.
So you're being a hypocrite right now. You're saying it
talking
would have
about
been
fantasy, and I'm
fair.
talking about reality. You're talking about fantasy. What if this? I'm saying
Yeah,
what happened
because
was
you're being a hypocrite. You're saying if it was a
How?
Republican judge with a Republican jury, it would have been a fair trial. But since it was a Democrat judge, that was not a fair trial. You're being a hypocrite.
it wasn't. It was not a fair trial. And Mark Cuban
Then
even
what?
agreed. Mark Cuban, so how are you going to dispute that? Mark Cuban, who's against Trump, even said that these charges, we all do this. We all
You're
instigate
Mark
talking
charges.
about
Cuban
a
a
different
lawyer?
charge.
Is Mark Cuban a lawyer?
Wait,
He's a business.
I don't even think you're talking about the same
Donald Trump.
You're not talking about the same charges. You're talking about the fraud charges, the real estate, increasing
Yes.
the price of his assets. That's not what
Yes.
we're talking about. Aren't we talking about the 34 felonies?
Yeah.
You're
Which were
mixing,
Judge
you're mixing
Trump.
up cases, Joe.
Are you
I know
talking
he's got
about
a lot of
E.G.
stuff.
Carroll? Are you talking about E.G. Carroll? Because initially the man brought up the man.
Now
that was
you've got
on
three
panel
different cases
originally.
mixed up. Now you've got
Holy
three different
moly.
cases mixed up because
So
the
which one do you
judge
wanna
that you're
talk
talking
about?
There's so
about.
many cases.
Initially-
If only Trump
Joe,
could commit
You need
fewer crimes.
you need to buy Trump
Judge.
flashcards. You need your Trump
I already said what I
criminal
was talking about. The
flashcards.
Judge Merchan case.
Joe?
I already said that's the case I wanted to talk about
Who
first.
That's the
presided
hush money
over the-
case.
Who presided
Sorry.
over the E. Jean Carroll case? Who presided over the E. Jean Carroll case?
Why did she
Which
wait
judge?
30 years to bring charges against him when he was running for president?
That's
Why
not
is
the
that?
question I asked you. Who presided over the E. Jean Carroll case? What was the judge?
I forgot his name.
So it wasn't Merchan.
No, but the man who was on your panel originally was talking about that first. So that's why I addressed that initially. So don't try to, manipulate
No,
my
because you're talking about three cases in one here. You're talking about three cases if they're all the same thing, and they're not. So who presided over the E. Jean Carroll
Merchan
case?
presided over the fraud case.
And that was not the
the
E.
one
Jean
where-
Carroll
No,
case,
It's not the
was
Jean
it?
Carroll case, bro.
No,
I
and
know, we're
the
talking
case
about
you're talking
felonies
about,
now.
the Mark
lost.
Cuban
talking
the
about?
Mark Cuban thing you're talking about is a different. It's the business fraud case, not the hush money fraud
Judge
case. He has
Merchan.
too many cases. You're getting them
Judge
mixed up.
Merchan. Judge Merchan. Yes.
Yeah, it's two different cases.
Okay, so let's talk about the E.G. Carroll. So you don't want to talk about that one anymore. Okay.
No. You can
we
still
don't
talk
know
about the
which
fraud case.
one
There's
we're
two
talking
fraud
about.
cases.
We need to
You're
figure
talking
out
about the
When
wrong
I
one.
first got on, I was talking about Judge Merchan and Mark Cuban. Those two are connected. Oh
my God.
And the
In
same.
which case?
No,
Which
I'm
case
saying
was
they're
that?
not. They're not.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
Which
are.
case was that?
Case.
They're
That's
literally
the case he presided over. Judge Merchan
Which case?
presided over the fraud one.
There's two fraud cases.
goddamn
The
boy.
one he was found guilty on was Judge Merchan.
The felonies, yes.
Exactly.
So that's not what Mark Cuban was talking about when he said everyone does this. Everyone does this is referring to the inflation of the assets, which is the other
It's
fraud
another
case.
civil
And
fraud
not that,
case.
by the way, not that Mark Cuban's opinion changes this. He was found guilty by a jury of his peers. Not that it changes it, but even if it did, you're wrong about the case.
Brought up by DAs that
drunk.
ran on stopping Donald Trump. All these cases came only when he ran for
made it
president.
up. They made it all
All
up.
these cases only came when he was running for president.
I have a question for you.
Why?
That's not wrong. That's not true. What
Yes.
the not renting
Yes,
to
it is.
black tenants in the 80s?
He's
There's
had
plenty of cases.
4,000. He's been party to
The black
4,000
tenants
civil
in the 80s
suits.
is a
He's been
black
party
mark.
to
That's
40. He's been party to 4,000 civil suits since the 90s, bro.
Who brings charges in a civil suit?
Say that again?
Who brings charges in a civil suit? Is it a DA?
No, civilians bring it first, and then
Right. So how is a DA involved in civil cases?
No, they are. They are. Civil suits are just monetary damages. So it could be anybody. If it's not
yeah, so
criminality.
it's not criminal charges.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying a DA doesn't bring the charges, an individual party.
Yes, that's what I said.
Sues.
And he said no.
No,
He
but
said no, I said
civil doesn't
civilian.
mean civilian.
It's people that it's not.
That's
it's
not why it's called
regular,
civil.
ordinary American citizens that bring civil charges.
No,
The
it could
federal
be
government
companies.
can burn a
It
civil
could be
case. A
businesses.
state government can
It
burn
could
a
be-
civil
Are they
case.
not
Yeah.
civilians?
It's civilians
It's
can,
not the government,
but it's
is
not
my point. It's not the government,
A
is my
government
point.
can bring us. Yes, they can.
Well, not in these cases. They weren't.
Yes, they were
Who brings them
actually.
first? Who brings them first? Who brings the complaints to the government where the civil cases are filed?
It depends on the case.
This case was brought by.
But we're talking semantics here. So, it could be a civilian, it could be, but my point is, again,
You have
these
no
are all
point.
charges that were brought after he ran for president the first time.
When did
These
E. Jean
ones
Carroll
were-
file her defamation case? What year?
I know that she didn't bring up the rape charges or sexual assault, whatever, essay, until 20-something years after it occurred.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not
What
saying
year?
why.
That's not the question I asked. What
I
year
don't know
did
the
E. Jean
exact year.
Carroll
I know she
file
alleged
her
it happened in
civil case?
96. She alleged it happened in 96.
What year did E. Jean Carroll file her civil case?
You tell me. You're more familiar with the case than me. I know she alleged it occurred in 96. When she was like-
2021.
Okay. He was already president. That was after he he served a term.
Exactly. You said it only happened because there was an election going on.
They knew he was running for political office. after that. What do you mean, He ran for political office, and that's when all
He's
these
literally
charges came
always
against him.
running.
They didn't
He's
have
he's
before
been
that.
running for the last 8 years. When is he not? How is he
Nothing
immune from
happened
everything?
Before 2016, no charges were brought. All
Yes,
these
that's
charges
not
true.
That's not
That's
true.
not true.
Yes,
That's
he's
not
had
true.
many other
charges
cases
that have been
just
brought
like
up-
this.
These charges that have been brought to him
The
recently.
Trump University case
Only
was
happened.
before he ran for president.
He hasn't been charged or indicted on that at all.
Yes, he
So-
has. Yes, he has. That's a done deal. $25 million in charges, sir.
Okay. We're talking about the criminal charges.
Oh.
Oh my
Oh, I
You're
thought you were
literally
talking
just
about
talking about civil charges,
now
right?
you've been-
You were
You're
talking
moving
about
on
the
criminal
civil fraud
ones.
case.
These
of
are
E. Jean
all
Carroll.
civil. What
Now
are
you're
you
gonna deflect
fucking
to
smoking?
other ones that were not even criminal charges. You want to call him a felon? You want to say he had
The
34
fraud
felonies.
case
You wanna
and
say
the E. Jean
SA.
Carroll case are
All of
civil
those
cases.
charges- all of those charges did not happen. The ones that you guys are speaking of just recently, while I've been listening on his panel.
Yes, the
did
charges
not
that
occur
just happened
until
just
after.
happened. Yes, the charges that just happened couldn't have happened before they happened, but he did have charges
Why?
before those. He had all
Why
sorts. He had
couldn't- why couldn't
4,000.
Why couldn't they have been brought on him before 2016?
He had 4,000 brought on him before then. You're just now aware of these
charges. These charges.
Okay, these charges. So the reason she was just able to bring these charges is because people went against the Catholic Church in New York, and they said, we have a bunch of sexual abuse cases, and they want to sue and hold people liable. So these people lobbied to have 1 year of a window where they can sue people and hold their attackers liable.
Okay,
and
silly.
Eugene
But
Carroll,
why was it brought to the
Eugene
NYPD?
Carroll was trying
And you
to
know why
sue
that is, Joe?
Trump.
Why was
Do you
it
know
brought
why
to
that
the
is, Joe?
NYPD?
Because
Why?
the statute of limitation for criminal charges is 5 years.
But in 96, it wasn't 5 years.
5 years.
In
Yes, it
96.
was.
But it happened
Yes,
in
it was.
96. It happened in
No,
96. Why didn't it happen?
and your point? Did you know that 62?
Why didn't she
Shut up,
bring these
Joe.
charges right away?
Well, I can tell you, but 62% of victims of SA never report, ever. They never report to police. That's overwhelmingly more than half. Did you know that?
Yeah, I do know that. Those are usually people that are in fear because it's a family member, or it's they're not.
Or it's
they're
a person
young.
with billions of
Or, yeah,
dollars
in
with
a
lawyers
place
who
of
can
power.
bury them. Or it's a person with billions of dollars who can bury their life
That
and
would be the
career.
first person I go to the police and report. A person with billions of dollars. I'm not afraid of them.
Easy for you to say,
Well,
Joe. That's
everything
easy
lose
for
and I
you to
don't.
say. That's
No.
easy for you to say, Joe.
Look. It's
I
one
never
person
reported
against
anything
another.
that happened to me, and
Yeah,
I
I'm not
wasn't
saying
up
it didn't
against a
happen.
billionaire. So
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not saying it didn't
yes,
happen.
you are.
I'm just saying
Yes, you are.
there's a lot of-
Yes,
no.
you are. Yes, you are.
Just like
And it
people-
did happen. It did
No.
happen.
You weren't there. I wasn't there.
No, I wasn't there, but I do know her. She's my aunt.
Okay. You weren't there. I wasn't there. And lots of people know a lot of people, and they're shocked when they find out that they did things.
Do you have a friend or a family? Do you have a friend or a
find out that they killed?
Do you have a friend or a family member that was? Do you have a friend? Do you have a friend or family member that was abused?
You're actually making my point right now,
You do?
Joe, saying that a lot of people are shocked when they find out that somebody they admired did something that they can't
Exactly.
believe they did.
That did
That
something
is
deceptively,
exactly
yeah.
what we're talking about here right
Deceptively.
now with Donald Trump. A lot
But it
of
works
people are
both ways.
shocked that he could do something like that. The problem is, most of the time when something like this comes out about somebody, everybody around them is shocked that they did it, but they did it.
And somebody can be equally shocked that the person they love lied about it.
I also just want to point out there is a
Well, that's not what the
valid
evidence
reason.
showed.
There is a
There
not
was
that
no
it's not that
evidence.
it's
There
your
was no evidence. It was
Yes,
word
there
against
was.
word.
Yes, there was.
There was no evidence. That's why
Yes,
he
there
wasn't
was.
found guilty.
You want to go over the evidence? Do you
He
want to go over
wasn't
the
found
evidence?
guilty criminally. He
You
was
wanna
only
go-
found.
The reason he wasn't found guilty criminally is because they could not bring criminal charges because the statute of limitations was 5 years. That's why. You freaking idiot.
Also, real quick, there is a not that it's his business or his prerogative to judge a woman for when, if and when she decides to report an essay, but there is a very logical reason why someone would report after their abuser ran for president, and that's because it's probably very triggering to see this person on TV every day of your life for 9 years, however long
He was on
he's
TV
been in
Dirty
our
Apprentice
lives.
as well. He was on TV Dirty Apprentice as well.
You know it's not the same.
She wasn't concerned about, at that time, about him having complete control over the laws of this country.
Can I
So
ask
she was okay
something?
with the sexual assault as long as he wasn't president.
Can I ask
No.
something, Joe? Oh, sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
what you just
Amber.
said. Literally.
She was not ready to come forward because of her parents. Her parents were still alive, and from the beginning of this happening, she did not want them to know about it.
And the fact is,
This was not the kind of family where they could talk about difficult things. She was afraid it would fracture their relationship. She didn't want to have these talks with them. It was too difficult for her. She waited until after they passed away. One of them passed in 2012, the other passed in 2016. That's when she started writing her book where she talked about this happening.
and that's why he let himself fall into this whole thing with going to court, because he couldn't shut the hell up. He defamed her. She wrote in her book, like Amber was saying, about this happening, and Trump began to just go on harassing her, I guess nightly, with Twitter post with no telling what other posts, but he was continuing to defame her. This is what the case is about, is the defamation. And
he made 80 tweets in 24 hours about her after she came forward, calling her an ugly dog face, that she was too ugly to assault, that the DNC was paying for her to come forward with this story, all kinds of stuff. That's why he got sued for defamation. And the defamation is a complicated thing, because you can't sue somebody for defamation. Usually you can't sue somebody for defamation just for like insulting your appearance or saying you're too ugly to assault. What happens is when you implicate that other large parties are involved in a conspiracy in order to defame your own character, and that's when you can sue for defamation, is when you're involving somebody like the DNC or Democratic parties or Democratic leaders saying that they have paid you to do so. That's when it becomes defamation, and that's what happened.
Do you
and
see
didn't
that
she
on the
also
screen?
go on national TV and celebrate? Ooh, I can't wait to do all
Stop
this
with
with
that.
money.
Stop.
I would too.
Let's talk about, hold on.
And if I was innocent, I would also go on Twitter and be angry. So you can look at it both ways.
No, you can't
ways.
say, first of all, you can't say what you would do in that situation.
Exactly, and you can't say
Because
that
you were
about
not
Trump
in
either,
that
if he
situation.
was innocent.
But second of all, the very
Exactly.
first
My
thing that
point.
she said after this victory, when she went on MSNBC with Rachel Maddow, was, the first thing I'm going to do is start buying luxury food for my dogs. That's the first thing that she said. And then the second thing that she said was that her plan was to split the award with the rest of the victims. And that continues to be her plan today. That is still what she plans to do. And the appeal for this first verdict was heard 7 weeks ago, and we are awaiting a decision. And if she does get that award, she will be true to her word and split that with the other 27 accusers.
I fully believe that. And like, I mean, she lost her job in all of this.
Yeah,
She's entitled to every penny.
She had a 35-year career with Elle magazine, and she lost that career after this accusation came forward. And she had a net worth of $8 million when she filed this suit, and she is single with no children. She has no reason to need money. She lives in a cabin in the woods. She's a very frugal person.
My only point is, the only people who know what happened is her and him.
And I've talked to her at length. And the jury heard her testimony, and the jury heard the fact that he refused to testify, and the jury heard the fact that he refused to give his DNA, and they decided in her favor. And I'm wondering why you believe him instead of her.
So let me ask you a question. And honestly, this is me not knowing, and I'm not, trying to go for one side or the other. As far as the DNA, if she didn't press charges in 96, how did they extract DNA from her?
They didn't extract it from her.
She had DNA on a dress that she was wearing at the time that this happened.
Okay, well, and again, like I said, I don't know if he didn't do it because he was like, no, I'm not doing that shit. But
You know why he didn't do it, because he wouldn't.
I don't know if he did it, and I don't know.
So here's the thing that's interesting about that. This woman had her attorneys press him to give that DNA for 2 years straight. Once a week, every week, for 2 years, they asked him to give over that DNA. If she knew that she was lying and that this was not going to match him, why in the world would she demand for 2 years for him to turn over that DNA? That would have destroyed her life and career, exonerated him, and given him more support.
I don't know. It could have been a
Instead,
bluff. It could have been a bluff. And I'm not saying he did it or he didn't do it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it raises questions, and there's already questions on a multitude of things.
Joe, you talked a lot. Okay. Do you realize Trump's character is evidence in this? The things that he says about women is evidence alone. Do you not realize that? When he sexualizes minors, when he talks about his own daughter in such a disgusting way, calling her voluptuous. I'm sorry, but if my ex talked about our daughter that way, I would not be able to have telephone access. I would likely be in a jail cell, a padded one somewhere.
You know what? That's actually kind of funny, because I was literally in a training because I'm opening a GRO for foster children. Me and my wife starting a business, and there was a woman on the call who said that my daughter is fully developed, and men look at her. So you could look at yikes, nothing. You don't know nothing about me, ma'am.
She's very.
I don't need to.
If she's
Yeah,
saying
good. I don't
that, if
know
she's
nothing
saying,
about
hey,
you
my
either.
daughter is getting approached by people like, I don't know, Trump, yeah, maybe she wants to enroll her daughter in getting self-defense classes is what she's trying to get at. I'm not sure. But we're not talking about somebody that we have no information on.
What about Biden whispering in the little girl's ears?
Okay, that's not true.
No, hold on.
That is true.
So first of all, Joe,
That
are
is
you
true.
referencing?
There's full
hold
audio
on.
on that.
Let me just ask you a question. Are you referencing the video where he is in a gathering of people up on a podium and there's a redhead girl who's looking a little uncomfortable? Is that who you're talking about?
She was very uncomfortable, yes.
Yeah. Do you want to know who that is and what she said about it?
I don't want to hear the liberal spin on it. I know what I saw, and she was very uncomfortable.
No. I'm talking about what she said about it, not
I
the
would
liberal.
never whisper in a little
What
girl's
she
ear.
said about it. That girl, her name is Maggie Coons. She's the daughter of Delaware Senator Chris Coons. Senator Chris Coons and Joe Biden have been friends for decades. Joe Biden has known Maggie Coons since she was born. He's like a grandfather to her, according to Chris Coons. Maggie Coons had to come out and make a statement about this following all the propaganda and accusations that she was not uncomfortable, that she was just behaving like
she would
any
say that.
teenager would in a public setting. That's what she said. Oh, now we don't believe people when they talk about their own experiences.
But again, if you're going to say that Trump definitely did something, and this and
Believe
this,
the victim or whoever is being discussed in this instance.
we could sit here and spin it any way, correct?
No, we
That's not
can't.
spinning it.
We've got
Yeah,
clarification.
What about the daughter? What about Biden's daughter in the
He
diary?
said that this is a
What
lie.
about
also
Biden's
made a
daughter in the
statement.
diary?
She also made a statement. She also made a statement
Yeah.
about that and said that
Of course she did.
people have been misconstruing information they don't know anything about and disparaging family members, and it's breaking her heart. That's what she said to the judge.
He wants y'all to stop. It's disgusting and it's hurting her.
And you know what? If something happens,
Why is that funny?
What's wrong with you?
Because
If something happens,
when it's on one side, the person's guilty. When it's on the other side, you guys are, oh, he
goddamn
can't be guilty.
subject.
we're
of the-
listening to the
guilty.
supposed victim in the case. We're listening to the person that it was done to. And if you don't want to believe Ashley Biden when she says that her dad didn't do anything inappropriate to her, that's on you.
And I'm sure
But
Ivanka would say the
Carol
same
has
thing.
never
I'm sure
Eugene
Ivanka would
Carroll
say the
has
same
never
thing.
changed her story.
But we don't believe Ivanka, right? Ivanka says the same thing.
We have a video
Right.
of Trump saying disgusting things. It's obvious that is a problem. We don't have that of Biden, number one. That stuff has never been verified, number two. Number three, Ashley Biden says it's never happened. There's no accusation. So you need to shut your trap. You need to believe
You know
that
what,
actual
Ivanka-
women.
You know what Ivanka did say, though? This is really interesting. When Ivanka was one of the hosts for a 1997 Miss Teen USA pageant, where one of his accusers, Miss Victoria Hughes, who was on this app and has discussed this, was one of the contestants. She said that her dad walks in on teenage girls in the dressing room without being announced to admire them without clothes on. And if Victoria Hughes went to Ivanka, because she'd been hanging out with her that week at the pageant, and said, your dad walked in on us without clothes on, without announcing himself. And Ivanka said, yeah, he does that.
Does what? Walks in without announcing himself, or?
Walks in on nude girls.
I'm
without
sure
announcing
Ivanka was telling her friends that, yeah, my dad walks in on nude girls all the time. And again, this is going by, look, nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Those people who it
that were
happened
there.
to know,
But
and
the
plenty of
people
them
that
have
were there.
spoken about it.
But the people that were there.
Yeah, Ivanka and all of the girls in the Teen USA pageant. Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
want you to pull up. I want you to pull up. I want you to pull
No,
up.
Donald
where Ivanka
Trump-
said, my dad
Donald
walks
Trump-
in on nude girls.
How about if Donald Trump says it himself? Would you
Yeah.
believe that?
Yeah.
Donald
'cause he
Trump said he
owns the
walked in on
place.
nude girls.
Because he owns
Would you
the
believe it
place.
if Donald Trump himself said that he walks in on girls with no clothes on because he's allowed to do it because he owns the pageant? Would you believe
Teenage
that?
girls, yeah.
Yeah,
Teenage
okay.
girls.
All right, you would be wait. Before we play the clip, not only would you believe it, would you think that's a problem?
Of course.
Okay, perfect.
Do you just deny every victim of SA? Because you
I
weren't
do
there.
not. I do not. Absolutely not. But I'm saying.
Okay, I'm an SA survivor. Do you know how hard it is to sometimes even have evidence? The way y'all talk is like you want video recordings of all of this or a kit done, when oftentimes, like myself, I was too afraid to go to the hospital. I was too afraid that, oh no, he's going to be put in jail, and he don't stay in jail long. So that means I'm in more danger. So what do you want from us, honestly?
No, I believe your story because you didn't have anything to gain from.
She
from
didn't
you.
have anything that she needed from it.
We don't
But
know
he
that.
owned her. We don't know that.
We don't know that.
We don't know that.
This is a man that was running for political office, and
Did Amber just not tell you how much money E. Jean Carroll had and how successful she was?
Okay, and there's lots of rich people. Like Mike Tyson is worth $8 billion, and he went in and got his butt whooped by somebody for $20 more million. So
Okay, yeah, that's the
he
same.
sold his soul for $20 more million. Literally,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
he did. For
That's
his
the same.
generations, he did.
Hold on, Pickles. Are you able to pull up that audio of him bragging on the Howard Stern show about walking in on the girls and women at the pageants?
What do you
I believe
think
it was
about-
2006.
What do you think about how Trump said that him and his daughter have sex in common?
Have what?
Sex in common. He was asked, what do y'all have in common? And he said, sex. But
My daughter
That was
Wendy Williams.
She said golf or real estate,
Yeah.
which are two
Yeah.
great answers. And
Yeah.
he said sex.
I would say
that's weird.
The greatest judge
that's
of beauty.
weird.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
Simple thing-
That's what that is.
Right.
Also talking about his daughter, he said, if I weren't happily married and, her father, I'd probably be dating her. Do you think that's weird?
Well, you could also say as the owner of the pageant,
I wouldn't see it as like a sexual.
So you have done
No,
it. Well,
man,
I'll tell you
man.
the funny-
I've seen women say about their sons, "If he wasn't my son, I'd marry him as well." Does that make them a sexual?
I would rather jump off the cliff at the Grand Canyon than say something like
All
that
right.
about my son.
Listen to this
I would
audio.
never say it myself. I would never say it myself.
Well,
I'm saying
Donald
the
Trump did.
intention behind it. The intention behind it. It doesn't mean that he wants to sleep with his
Hey, Joe,
daughter.
here's a video.
Sure.
Here's the audio. Line in goes into line out, I think. System goes into chat mic. All right.
Well, you could also say as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Oh man, that's so funny.
Yeah.
All right, so Joe, before
I don't
we
agree
play
with that. I think it was more of an entertainment thing. It was an entertainment thing.
Major echo issue.
Sure.
Entertainment.
Can you hear
The
me now?
entertainment thing.
Pickles, can I tell you something?
Who's on the Howard Stern show?
Pickles, can I tell you something?
Hmm?
I have 4 kids. Things have been tough. We struggle sometimes to get by. You could not offer me $100 million to say something like that for entertainment.
Same. I mean, I had a house fire. I would let the house burn down before I took a penny to say something like that. It's sick. It's sick.
Wasn't he already rich? Like, you don't have to be that desperate.
The only
just to
reason that you
be
say something
cool.
like that is because you're not afraid of any kind of consequences, because Donald Trump has never faced any kind of consequences in his entire life until recently, and now everybody thinks that he's a fucking victim.
Yeah. And now he's just going to pardon himself and not face any kind of accountability.
Joe, do you have daughters?
I do, and I will agree that Donald Trump says a lot of things that I do not agree with. So,
Can I ask you a question? Like, honestly, person to person, like, seriously?
No, go ahead.
Just human to human, right?
Okay.
Aside, wipe the politics away, like, pretend we're, like, in a gas station in line or something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because I don't believe that you're, like, a bad person. I don't. Why are you making excuses for this behavior?
Let me tell you my honest reason for voting the way
Let's pretend it was your daughter. Let's pretend it was your daughter. Okay?
I got you.
No, I'm serious. I'm deadly serious, because you realize that 1 in 3 women are going to face some kind of SA in their lives, right?
Yeah.
You realize that, right? And you want to protect your daughters. Would you allow your daughters to be around somebody who says things like that? I'm being totally serious. Like, I don't give a shit anymore, because honestly, the election's over. He won. We have to deal with him for 4 years. There's nothing I can say to change that. So my speaking about this has no impact on somebody's vote. I'm just talking as a person. I have 3 daughters.
And I have 2 daughters.
Okay. So tell
someone
me
paid
why.
me $5 to tell you this.
Yeah.
Like, tell me why this doesn't matter to you and why you don't believe women.
I'm not saying you weren't there, and I'm not saying that it didn't happen, and I'm not saying it did happen. Okay?
The jury determined that it did. If this was your daughter, okay, like just seriously for a minute, like, strip away all of your political bias and your ideological bias, like, right? Just human to human, right? Because I'll tell you something right now. Like, I don't mean to take over your life, Pickles. I apologize.
You're fine.
But when I was 17, okay, I had a stalker. He SA'd me multiple times. I didn't tell anybody because I was really, really embarrassed and ashamed. And when I finally did go to police, he broke into my house and he tried to unalive me. And my dad interfered and pushed me out of the way. And my dad was unalived.
I hear that, honestly.
Thank you.
I'm
But this is being enabled.
Look, there are a lot of reasons why girls and women don't speak up. Okay? And if you don't understand those, I'd certainly be willing to talk to you about it off the app.
And I know
For
it
the
happened.
sake-
It happened to my
Right.
sister. Okay?
Right.
And
Exactly.
I get that.
So,
And I get that.
Sure.
But it,
Yeah.
you know,
And I'm
not
just
gonna go
saying.
any further on this because you
No,
know,
I
don't
understand.
wanna-
I'm sure that there are
subjects,
more.
especially
You know
for
more.
and the other guest.
I understand, Joe. I promise you, it's more than just your sister. They just didn't tell you.
And I'm
Okay.
fully aware of that.
Okay. So what I'm saying is,
Go ahead.
that's okay. I totally lost my train.
I'm so sorry.
I was just trying to be vulnerable with Joe here for a second, human to human. What
And
is
I'm
it?
not trying to diminish the fact that that does happen, and it is a terrible, problem. That
Right,
we
and
have.
I'm telling you that whether you believe it or not, I understand. What I'm telling you is whether you believe it or not, this happened to my aunt. Her name is Jeannie, and she has been haunted by this for 30 years. She has never had sex again. She's never had a romantic relationship again. She's 81 years old now. And you can say whatever you want about her, but she is not alone.
No, she's an
There are
amazing
so
woman.
many of us. And I'm just telling you, I don't understand especially if you have daughters, why you would side with the predator over the victim just for 4 years of somebody in leadership. And you don't have to answer that. I'm just asking you to think about it. Okay? Because there's nothing we can do now. He's going to be president, and it's going to be really hard for my family because this is my aunt, right? And we're
And
going to
I
have
get
to live with
that.
it.
And I get that. And as far as people in the comments saying I'm diminishing it,
No.
I'm not. So the reason I voted the way I voted, real quick before my phone dies, I'm on 5%, and I'm outside. But
Joe, I'm just asking you to please think about your daughters going forward when you decide who you want to believe, because whether
course
this
I
is
believe my daughter. I know my daughter.
Sure.
I know my daughter.
Of course. Whether
And you
this
know
is,
your
and
aunt,
guess
right?
what?
So you believe your
And
aunt.
guess what?
You should.
Guess what?
You know her.
I'm someone's daughter, and E. Jean Carroll is someone's daughter, and we're all someone's daughter. And we don't report, and it's underreported. And often when we report, we're not believed. Did you know that only 2% of reported rape cases are ever prosecuted with prison time? Did you know that?
You said 2%.
2%.
That's crazy.
Yes.
So when you look
I'm just asking you from a human point of view, like there are so many other Republicans out there that you could support. Please stop supporting people who are.
Yes, and I honestly wish it was a different Republican that ran for office than Donald Trump.
This is what's important, Joe. Joe, the fact is now he's president-elect. My issue is this is causing a lot of enabled behavior, a lot of victims being ignored.
Including the fact that my daughter, my 16-year-old daughter, I have a post about this on my page, has my 16-year-old daughters and my 12-year-old daughters. You know how much your daughters mean to you, Joe, right? Yeah. You know how much they mean to you. My daughters have been going to school and boys telling them, your body, my choice.
It's happening everywhere now. And this is something that somebody said.
Listen,
what would you do if somebody said that to your daughter?
I'll kill him. But at the same time, we also have to look at another issue in this presidential election that was going on with the mindset. So you have the far left, you have the far right. And again, before my phone dies, if I cut off at any time, that's why. But you're talking about your daughters, how you care about them. They should have the right to compete in sports against.
Oh my God! Don't even joke. Don't even.
No, why, how are you going to say that? How are you going to say that?
This is not a problem.
Hold on, Keller. Hold on.
It is.
Joe.
There's been over 600 females that have lost medals because of
that's not true.
Tell me it's not a problem.
Hold on, Joe. Joe. Nothing is more important than protecting your daughter from homicide and rape.
Yeah, but the Republicans are not arguing that rape is okay. But the Democrats are arguing that men.
You just elected a rapist. Yes, they are.
Nobody knows.
Yes, they do.
I don't want to hurt you.
You know what liable means? Liable means legally responsible.
I'm not gonna. Again, you're too close to the case. That was actually tried.
I'm not close to the case because I don't know Eugene. I wish I did.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to a librarian.
Excuse me,
Joe. Listen, Joe. I'm the nicest person on the face of the planet. Like all the shit that's happened to me in my life, with somebody coming into my house with a home invasion and taking my dad away from me. Even despite all that shit that's happened to me, I'm still one of the nicest people on the planet, and I don't lie.
No.
I'm just telling you how it is. And I want other fathers to stand up for their daughters the way my dad stood up for me.
Oh, he's gone.
That's all I want.
Well,
that's all I want.
He was saying you're too close to the case, and it's like, well, I've never met you formally. I've never met Eugene. How the hell can you say?
I don't know. But I don't know. Here, I'm just going to say this. Sorry, Kelly. Pickles, I sincerely apologize for taking over your life.
You're fine. You're totally fine.
I will tell you this right now. I drink about 2 to 3 times a year, and I had 2 glasses of wine tonight. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but I am a tad bit more emotional than I would usually be because of that. So I'm just giving full disclosure. Listen, here's where we're at right now. If we cannot come together as people who believe in what is right and wrong and support each other, I don't know where we are.
Yeah.
And I understand that everybody wants debates and you have to disagree and all this shit. I understand that. Okay? But there are so many people out there in my position who are hurting.
Yep.
Because of what just happened. And knowing that this has just been endorsed and made to be okay.
Yeah.
And if we don't have men on our side standing up for us and letting us speak, there's no fucking point to these conversations. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be hard on anybody. I'm just saying you have to let us bad.
I know, Amber, and you've given people like me a little bit, I don't know if I say thicker skin, but
no, trust me. Over the last 4 years being on this app, I came on this app 4 years. Listen, I'm 47 years old. I came on this app 4 years ago, fucking clueless about the way social media was going to treat me. right? Like, I'm old, I didn't understand it. And I was so sensitive and I got triggered by every single comment. And now, no.
Yeah.
I block and delete. I don't even give a care about listening, right? Because they need to hear our story so that they can communicate those to other people, right? And that's all I'm saying. So,
Well, you've
I've no
given
idea
a
why.
lot of us some courage, and I mean, we owe a lot to you, Amber, and thank you so much for being a beacon of hope and some strength to speak our voice when we feel too afraid to.
It's just, you know,
you're a hero.
I know people are annoyed with me. I apologize.
No one's. I can almost assure you, 0 people are annoyed with you right now. We
I
love
don't know.
you.
I'm just. Usually I come up and I speak the facts. I talk about the evidence in the case. I'm very unemotional about it. Do you know how hard it is for me to come up and talk about that without being emotional? It's really hard, but I do it every single day. I intentionally am, like sterile about it because I want people to just hear the facts in the case. But like, listen, if we can't connect with each other as human beings and support each other and have vulnerabilities and understand where each other are coming from, we're going to continue to fail. We're going to continue to fail if we don't listen to people's hurt. Right? So that's all I'm saying.
Agreed.
And Pickles, I've been watching you for a couple months. I didn't even know who you were. I wish I had before that. But I can tell that you're a really compassionate, empathetic person like myself. And I appreciate watching you because you try to hear where people are coming from and why they feel the way that they do. And I think that that's what we need to do right now more than anything, rather than yell at people and criticize them, even though we do that because they're dumb. I think that we still need to hear why they feel the way that they do. And I think that's what you try to do. And you too, Tim. I've been watching you too. But I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, I watch the people that I watch for a reason.
Yeah, I've only been doing this for a few months, and I'm super grateful that people like you and everybody else that's watching, that I'm super grateful. And I honestly, I find this more fulfilling than anything else I've ever done.
Well,
I'm
I'm glad you said that because honestly, like, think about it. I know I sound like a fucking philosopher right now, but think about it. Like, we have this one life, right? And shit happens to us that we can't control. And the people around us who support us and give us support and strength are the people who get us through that. And that's kind of what we're going through right now. This horrible disappointment, wondering what the heck happened. And like, if we don't feel inspiration in somebody and something to move forward, we're just going to give up. And we can't. I don't know. I'm just I'm like a super schmaltzy emotional person, but I don't know what else life is if we don't have that. If we don't have connection with other people and people who care about us. And this is why I'm so baffled by the conservatives. I'm so baffled why they don't care about other people. Because the thing that has ruled my entire life is, how can we help other people? How can we bring other people safety? And I cannot turn my head away and ignore the fact that they don't give a shit. And that's why we need to continue talking to each other about what is important and what matters to us, rather than just focusing on like why the other side is bad. You know, because they are bad, but why? We need to talk about why.
I see.
And I know you do that.
I see it as something more like some of these people who think like that last guest. Some of these people are just victims. I think they're victims of people like Trump. Like the fact that they think that way is not an accident. That's they've been manipulated. And that's
absolutely
that's like, I treat them just like I would treat somebody who's sick or like, confused, I treat them with a little bit of compassion, even though they're annoying. I try my best, but yeah, that's how I see them for the most part. Unless you're just an actual shitty person, then yeah.
Well, I'm wondering what you think about this quote from Bernie Sanders. I don't know if it was a few days ago or a few weeks ago where he said, of course, the working class abandoned the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party abandoned the working class. And I talked to my husband about this earlier and asked him, do you think that's true? Because my husband, when I met him 20 years ago, was a conservative. I brainwashed him, folks. I got him.
Good job.
But, yeah. But, no, it wasn't actually just me. It was life experience and meeting people other than people from his own tiny little town. But I wonder if there's some truth to that, right? I wonder if there's like people feeling like they're not being advocated for. And if there's any truth to that, what can we do about it? I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels like it might be a little bit. And we need to change our messaging because I think we all agree that the messaging on the Democratic side is terrible. Right?
Yeah. I've
been saying that for like 20 years. So I'm 47. I don't know how old you are, Pickles.
I'm 36.
Yeah.
I'm so new to politics, but yeah, I don't know. There's two sides. I just think that they've gone so low. I think there won't be too many people who are willing to stoop as low as Trump.
Oh, I agree.
In the coming years, I got a feeling that once this is over, we're gonna be like, we won't be fighting with our hands tied behind our back as much as.
Well, now it's almost at a point where it's like too late.
Yeah, now
Right?
we've got to fight
Like,
uphill.
Dan,
twice
what
as
do you
hard.
think about what do you think about Dan? Dan, what about Bernie said? What the working class? I'm just curious.
I do think there's some truth to it, but what's frustrating is that the other alternative has never cared about the working class, at least the modern Republican Party. So, I mean, so it's frustrating how we have to always be the adults in the room. We have to fight for everyone within our umbrella, and the Republicans can just not care about their voters, and their voters are still going to show out.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah,
I totally 1000% agree. Like, yes, okay, there may be some truth to that. I agree with that. And yet on the other side, they're just going to fuck you over up, down, and sideways. What the fuck? Like, is this really all about messaging? Doesn't that seem bizarre? But at the same time, you have to remember the literacy rate.
So I have to say, the whole messaging thing, I think could be a red herring. And I'll tell you why. Joe Biden campaigned in 2020 from his basement. There wasn't a lot of messaging aside from I'm not Trump and I'm Joe Biden. And he absolutely decimated Trump by 7 million votes.
Yeah.
The idea that Kamala didn't get her policies across or she wasn't messaging correctly, I don't know. I really don't think that's what it is. I think we had a climate across the globe where we have global inflation, and the average Joe that goes out and votes, doesn't know the difference between correlation and causation. And we're seeing I think it was every single incumbent party that's had an election this year has lost seats or lost their election.
You're right.
So I think it's a combination of that factor, a combination of racism and misogyny. Oh man, that definitely worked into it, particularly the misogyny. I did want to. Oh my! I don't want to go back on the topic too much, but we had a live last week where the prompt was. It just came up in chat as like a joke, and we put it up to see if we could do it. It was MAGA request up, and in 10 questions or less, I can prove that you're a misogynist or a racist. And most of the people came up, and the first question I asked was about E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah.
And I had to stop doing that live
Yeah.
After however many guests it was, because I was sick to my stomach. I think Mim said it in chat, like, this is what a lot of us go through every day. Like, and I was just getting a taste of it, as a guy.
I've been doing it every day for about 6 months, and I have. I've been in the thick of that conversation. Horrible, so triggering, and it's not just triggering because of eating curl. It's triggering because of my own experience.
Right.
Because I didn't report either, and I often wonder if I had reported the SA.
And that's
If this person who ended up breaking into my house and unaliving my dad would have been in prison instead.
You can't do that.
And not had the ability to do. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
These are the inevitable questions we ask ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to tell men out there, the men on our side, that I think even they don't understand the extent to which we suffer.
Well, like, this is really sickening.
I think they don't understand exactly how bad it is. And I think some do, but
yeah,
it's impossible for them to really get it. And I don't know how you have conversations like that with MAGA who like just refuse to acknowledge they're not. I'm wondering if I should even have these conversations anymore, because what's the point, right?
It's like before even the whole MAGA thing. I mean, it was after Trump's second attempt. It was like in 2022-ish. I was talking to my mother, and several years back I was working, and it was Black Friday, and there was a water leak in the building. And I would call the maintenance man in because it was someone that needed to be called in, that was on call. And he came in and he fixed it, and I was so thankful because like the water leak was massive. It was bad. And he was probably in his 50s. I was at the time in my early 20s. I patted him on the shoulder and I said, "Thank you so much for coming in on your day off during the holidays." And he goes, "Well, I want more than that." And he grabbed me around the waist and he had his mouth open, coming right for my face. And I was having to push hard off of him. And there was nobody else it was a gym that I was working at. And nobody was in because Black Friday, who the hell's coming to the gym right on Black Friday? But I pushed him off of him. I reported it. He was fired. And then here recently in 2022, my mother said, "I can't believe you got that poor man fired. He lost his job."
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's, yeah. I guarantee, I guarantee you every single woman has a story like that.
It's just with other women. Other women.
And I'm trying to tell the men, I know it's hard. I know it's like, sounds boring, but I'm trying to tell the men on our side, every single time I speak, I get at least 50 messages from other survivors telling me they've never told anyone or they never reported, but here's what happened to me. And thank you so much for speaking out, because I don't feel like I have a voice and something has to change.
Yeah, me too. I don't have those.
It's not going to change unless men start talking about it.
Yeah, I agree. I know what it's... So I'm uniquely different in some ways because I have like an ongoing case. It's been ongoing it'll be 4 years in August. But I have an actual stalker. I have an actual like real life stalker, and like I've been dealing with it for a long time. But like, I don't know, she called me twice last night and she left me a voicemail earlier this week. Like I've blocked her thousands of times. So I know what it's like. Like she's pretty much just like turned me inside out emotionally. It's fucking...
Yeah. Do you have like a protective orders that she keeps violating?
She's across state lines.
That makes it hard.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
And then like, my job is online doing this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
From someone who's actually been through that and it ended disastrously with the unaliving of my dad. I will tell you that the number one thing that you can do is have a dog that barks with any detection of motion or sound.
Yeah.
Like, I know that sounds silly, but it's actually true.
So
do you have cameras?
No, but so like what I've done, like I have a detective, I have a case, and he's contacted her a few times over the course. It's been years. He's stopped calling me back at this point, but they just don't care. Like, I'm a guy, so they double don't care. Like they're just like, oh, what
They
does she
don't
look
care.
like?
They didn't care with me either. Trust
Yeah,
me.
they're like, what is she? They're like, ooh, a girl? Is she hot?
That's sick.
And yeah,
But you realize that that's misogyny, right?
yeah,
You realize
and,
that's misogyny.
and,
Yeah.
and like she's like flown out and like followed me around conventions. Like she's bananas. But we just found out she got hit with a burglary charge and larcen and battery. And she's already out, and she's texting me and calling me again.
See, that's the thing with reporting it. That's why I had a hard time with my ex that was really very, very abusive. And honestly, it's a felony case, so I don't really have a statute of limitations, but I'm terrified. But it's just the fact that when you report it and if they go to jail, it's not for enough time if they do go to jail. Like, that's the thing that sucks. It's like, that's something I want to advocate for, is heavier charges on these people that are abusers and stalkers. And like, I can imagine you're getting called all the time. That's emotionally, just emotional turmoil. It's draining. And I feel for you.
Yeah, so before this, I did streaming. I was just a gamer. I didn't do this. I did gaming. And she would come and like she'd make like a dozen accounts every night, and I'd block her, and then I'd be scared to engage. So like I'd be talking to my audience, and I'd be like, I wonder if this is Stalker Girl. I wonder if that's and she's in here all the time now too. So that's why
you need to tell me what to do, like what to look out for, because I got you.
Tanner, yeah, I have people who are vigilant, but I can fill you in too. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely have your back no matter what. Anything I can do, I got you. I got you.
Appreciate
I
you.
know it's not much. I know it's not much, but just to have the support, anything we can do to help, I understand. Like with my ex, when I first left him, I lived at my grandparents' with my newborn baby, and they have a finished basement, so it's basically like another house, another apartment. I was afraid to walk in front of windows upstairs. I wouldn't leave the house. I probably didn't leave the house other than like doctor's appointments and court hearings for over a year. And it's been 7 years since I left him and I still am like, if I see a truck that looks like his, I'm like really nervous. If I see someone in the chat that is like University of Tennessee, big fan, blah, blah, I'm like, I get freaked out because that's what he is. I can't listen to certain songs or watch certain shows because it's just so triggering. And the people don't understand what victims go through. Yeah. And there's a variety of ways we can be suffering, and they just don't understand it. So especially men being victims, they are very much, I don't know what's the right word. They're not given enough credit. They're minimized.
Like I try to tell other people, like there's probably, if I didn't have sub only chat on, people would be like, oh, you're such a pussy. Like
there's assholes.
But it's caused me serious trauma. Serious trauma.
Yeah. You lose safety and security in the world, and that's something that's precious to us. I mean, living in fear.
I agree people would be saying that. I totally agree people would be saying that.
No telling the stuff they're saying about.
They say disgusting things to me about my own. Like, I was 17 years old and somebody broke into my house and trying to unalive me. And they still say disgusting things to me. But with men, It's like you're not tough enough, you're not strong enough, you're not masculine enough if you say that somebody is victimizing you. And like anybody can be dangerous, right? Anybody can be dangerous. The only thing that I can say about that is
Jodi Arias.
The likelihood is very low. I don't know if that reassures you at all. Even the likelihood of what happened to me is very low. But I mean, I'm just telling you, like from my experience, I would say if you don't have a dog, make sure you have motion cameras and Ring cameras, and don't let those people who are investigating it off the hook. You need to keep calling.
Yeah, it sucks to have to worry about that.
When this happened to me, in New York State, stalking laws were not a thing when this happened to me. So now they do have stalking laws, so that's a totally different situation.
I thought that was nationwide, like just as something that exists and it doesn't.
It was 1994. I'm old. I was 17.
So across state line, there's no cyber stalking laws. There's cyber sexual stalking, which she's technically doing, but nobody cares. Nobody will. Like I've talked to the FBI, they can't do anything. They're like, we're chasing terrorists.
I will fucking write to them. Get calls. I will write to them. I will tell them exactly what happened to me. I will tell them why it's dangerous. I will tell them they need to stop pulling you off. I will write to them. You need to get people to write to them, because the more pressure, I'm telling you, the way these fucking police departments work, they don't give a fuck, right?
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. Threaten to go to the media.
Yeah, the media is the biggest threat. They will start sometimes they'll start picking up on.
I'm just saying, you need to keep pressure on them, keep writing to them, get other people to write to them, and threaten to go to the media.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I've been through it, bro. I lost my dad. Trust me.
Yeah.
But you don't want to. I highly doubt anything will happen, because most of the time these people just want attention, right? They just want attention. They don't really want to hurt anybody.
But it's just that mental part of it.
But she literally just got out of jail for it. So
yeah, she just attacked someone, and it's like
that's crazy.
Like I just wouldn't take risk.
You need to not let them off the hook, though. You need to keep calling.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm
we
sorry,
totally
Pickles.
this live. Anyway, Pickles. Appreciate you from the bottom of my heart for letting me come up here and monopolize your live. I apologize sincerely for doing so. I usually do that. I usually come up real quick and then drop as soon as the topic drops.
You're welcome anytime.
I'm the kind of person who's like, I've been a people pleaser my whole life, so like I'm always worried about what people are thinking about me and trying to impose the least possible amount of burden. I'm trying to get over that, because like I don't know why I think my voice matters less than anybody else's, but this is your life. But I just want to apologize for monopolizing your life. But these are really critically important topics, especially in these times. And Dan, I've watched your lives as well, and I really appreciate everything that you do. And
you're always welcome on my live as well, by the way.
I so thank you for that, and I appreciate everything that you do, and the fact that you do advocate for these issues as well, and you listen to women. It means so much to me, and victims of any gender, to be clear. And Killer, you know I love you.
I love you.
Pickles, thank you so much, and I hope you guys have a great night.
Also, Amber, before you go, me and Nurse Heather plan on having a live for SA victims and things like that. So if you're ever free, I'll invite you to it, okay?
Oh, absolutely, of course.
Thank you.
Love you all.
Love you.
And also, last thing, be there for each other, love each other, support each other, listen to each other. We've got to stick together.
Oh my God, I love you, Amber. I just got brought up here, but I have to let you know I've listened to you for months, and you are an inspiration.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That means so much to me. I'm a very low self-esteem type person, so like
Girl, yeah.
I'm gonna get off this live and spend like 3 hours not even being able to sleep about like everything I said. But
no.
you know, that's just me.
Be proud of what you've done. Be proud of what you've done.
But thank you so much, Crystal. I really appreciate it. And my Aunt E. Jean Pearl appreciates everybody who has stood up for her.
It would be an
Yeah.
honor to ever talk to her, meet her. So if you ever say, hey, there's this crazy stranger on TikTok that really thinks you're a badass for standing up to Trump, just let her know I love her.
I have hundreds of messages that I have
I'm
sent out
sure.
to her and shown her, and she is a tough woman, let me tell you. So
But she seems so sweet and like just
so
fun and free spirited in a way that she's a really amazing woman.
She dances to the beat of her own drum for
Yes,
sure. And
I
I tell
love that.
people when they say that she's a whack job or she's a nut
Yeah,
job,
I'm like, are you kidding me? She looks like the most fun person in the world.
what I say to them is that even eccentric people can be victims.
Yes.
No one is immune to being victimized.
Nobody.
So just because she's a free spirit doesn't mean that she can't be a victim. That's what I tell people. So, but thank you so
I
much.
just really
Sorry, go ahead.
quick. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
called your aunt a tough woman. Don't discount yourself because the
Yeah.
amount of toughness you've displayed tonight. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I would have jumped down that guest's throat way before you, and I'm not an essay victim.
Yeah.
The patience, the grace you offered him. You're stronger than me. Let me just tell you. My goodness.
Oh my God. Thank you
I
so
was
much.
shaking. I was
Yeah,
just like,
that means a whole, like, you have no idea. Okay. So I said I was going to get off this live and analyze for 3 hours about all the things that what you just said right there, Dan, is going to make it so I can sleep. I mean it. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much.
you did great.
Of course. I love you, Amber.
Thank you.
You
I love
always
you,
do
Amber.
great. We love you. She's so amazing. And she's really amazing.
She's so cool. I've heard her. Yeah, she's amazing. Hi, I'm Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
Hey, I really wanted to come up listening to Amber's thing. And so I was grabbed in the Meow Meow
Oh no.
by a very rich, famous, handsome person. Every single person on this call right now, on this live, knows who this person is. He's that famous.
Wow. Man. And he just attacked you randomly? Like, did you know him?
I had encountered him that same evening, literally on the street. He asked me if I wanted to go have a drink with him. I had one drink with him. I went with him to a piano bar that my friends were at, and all my friends saw him with me and were like, what? And then we went to a blues bar where they refused to serve him any more alcohol. And I got to see him shovel mashed potatoes into his face with his bare hands.
What the hell?
So that's a different thing.
That's weird.
No, it was there were some really funny parts. I mean, see, this is the thing. This is the thing. I am a feminist.
Mm-hmm.
Full stop. I'm terrified to bring charges against this man. The fact that E. Jean Carroll had the cojones to do what she did proves the fact that she's telling the truth, because there is no one who is going to put themselves up to this amount of scrutiny. And although I said all of you know who this guy is, that's true, but it would be like on the New York Post. It wouldn't be on the front of the New York Times, you know? So anyone who sits around and thinks that the fact that it took her any amount of time to come forward is a complete jackass.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really hard to do that, to go in front of your abuser and to face him in court. It's not easy. I mean, and the thing. Yeah. Yeah. And like, I had to testify against my ex for the DVO case. And it was mentioned how he would strangle me. And I'm sorry, I should have said I don't know what else to use for him.
You're fine, girl.
But and he in court when he was asked that, he was like, "Oh, well, she likes that in bed," and that was so humiliating. Like,
right?
That's why a lot don't come forward. It's humiliating, especially with what the abuser is going to use to defend himself, whatever case it may be. The things that they say are obviously not going to be true, and they're going to be humiliating. And even though you know it's not true, I didn't want my grandfather to hear that. The audacity. So to say that going to court for this is easy, it is not. It's a very, very traumatic experience, and you can just shove it right up your ass if you think that, women just do this for money or attention or whatever.
Yep.
Honestly, there's nothing is worth it but the fact of we deserve justice. Victims deserve justice. Man, woman, you deserve.
No, everybody. And the thing that really pisses me off as I listen to, because God knows I'm listening to these debates all day, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I've also had some whiskey, so we're doing okay. Anyway, I just, I talked about the whiskey and then I giggled and then all the thoughts fell out of my ADHD brain. Anyway, let's go ahead.
Yeah, it's just something that I really get upset about when they talk about E. Jean Carroll and call her crazy. And there's nothing, she acts very eccentric, she does, but there's nothing that would make me think, oh, she's just crazy.
Oh, honey, I just did what I just did here on a live in front of very many people. And I am a wackadoodle. I am an artist. I'm nuts. I'm 45 years old. I have cats. I have no boyfriends. I live alone. It's amazing. I am a wackadoodle-doo. But it doesn't mean that I am available or that I can't be hurt.
Yeah.
Because we all know that that's not what it's about.
Yeah. Well, I know one thing Trump said, and I can't remember if it was regarding E. Jean Carroll or another woman. For some reason, I'm thinking it was another woman. He said something along the lines of, she wouldn't be the chosen one.
No, it was E. Jean Carroll.
It was E. Jean Carroll.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know why I was thinking it was someone else, but yeah, like he was saying, no, she wouldn't be the chosen one. And I'm like, how insulting do you really, okay, if you want to deny it, fine. But why do you have to go there and be so disgusting?
Yeah. As if that was ever part of it. As if it wasn't just absolute control, which is being shown by everything he's doing right now.
Yeah.
None of the ruining the country isn't about sex. Mm-hmm. Ruining these women wasn't about sex either. It was all about control.
Yeah. That's all it's about, especially for narcissists. I was with my ex, and he did that to me when we were in a relationship. And it wasn't because, I didn't, consensually be involved with him. It was that he wanted to do it as a control thing at times. Yes. I didn't even realize at the time that was SA. I just was thinking, I have to, I guess, it's what I'm supposed to do.
It took me years to realize that I was great in a relationship because I didn't understand. As progressive as I've always been, in my head, it was hard for me to understand that this person who I was in a relationship with could hurt me like that.
Yeah.
And these people who come out here and say that we wait too long or we should have said something at the time, it is just so short-sighted and just the lack of empathy is what I think we're struggling with right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a massive lack of empathy in the world, and I really don't know what is causing it. Is it the fact that people are feeling so pressured because of finances or something that just doesn't seem to be an important thing to worry about anymore? I don't know why that they can't still care about caring.
I have to hope that there are enough people like you and I in the world that we can swing the pendulum back the other way.
Right.
I have to believe that.
Yeah.
So I won't take up any more of y'all's time. Thank you for having me and my Friday drunk time. Love you.
Anytime.
You're
Thank you so
really
much for coming out.
I'll talk to you soon. I love you,
Nice meeting you, Crystal.
Pickles, you're amazing. I love you. Okay.
I love you back.
Bye.
Have a good night. Be safe.
She's cool. She's cool. Pickles, I really appreciate you doing this. Like, giving us a chance to speak on things a little bit deeper. It was really nice. I know someone last night said, what crap, and now I forgot what they said. Give me a minute and I'll think of it. Go ahead.
Hi, Pickles. I just wanted to chime in about Amber's comments earlier and trying to, I guess, like, help people feel more aware. I'm 34. I had my son when I was 17. He's 17 now. He is gay, and he does have a lot of friends that are girls that, you know, they go out into the mall or the movies and hang out. And one of them was essayed like years ago. And so she still deals with it. But I think starting with children, starting with our own children and instilling that empathy and that knowledge definitely helps spread, you know, and I make sure that he knows that when they're out in public, you know, you're the guy, you're their protector, you know, just keep your eyes open. Don't, stray away from them. Don't let them stray away from you. Like, y'all are there together. And I think that's where we got to start with our kids, honestly.
Yeah. I think it needs to come from a very early age because just like they just don't react to. They don't have empathy towards SA victims. Like even myself, it's just not. They don't want it for anybody. Don't get me wrong. Like it's not something they think anyone should go through, but they cannot put themselves in a victim's place or shoes. And so the emotional support just is not there with some older generations, sadly.
It's definitely not. I mean, it's never happened to me, but I do know people throughout my life that it has happened to, that I'm close with, and I see how it affects them. And, just making sure that they're aware that, hey, I'm here for you. I have your back, whatever you want to do. I'll hold your hand if you need me to. I'll drive you where you need to go. And I've even told my son that, if, with everything that's going on now, I'm like, well, I can't take somebody else's kid somewhere to take care of something. But if they are, financially not able to, I'm not in a financial, great place, but if giving them $20, $40 to help with gas or, a doctor's appointment or whatever they may need, and he knows that he can come to me and tell me things that maybe he's having issues with. And I think having that line of open communication is also a very strong thing to have between, parent and child.
And also I'm not saying it's your child or anyone in the chat, but if your child, or not child, but your child is accused of doing something, investigate it yourself. And I mean, I don't want to say kick your child out, but deal with that. Don't enable it. Like my ex is so enabled, he'll never know what he did was wrong. And he's 38 now. And his family just rather sit there and ignore what he did than teach him to do something better, to be better. Go get help, to see a psychiatrist.
Right.
We don't hold these people accountable. And when you see Trump get elected as a victim, it's a real punch in the gut and a real slap in the face.
And I will say this, like, you know, I got pregnant when I was 16. I was very lucky to have basically a Democratic family who always kind of guided me in the right direction, even when I didn't know it. But when I got pregnant at 16, I didn't plan on keeping my child. I was completely against abortions, you know, beforehand, but you never know until you're put in that situation.
Right.
Now, I was very lucky to have my family by my side. Not saying it still wasn't hard, it was difficult. But a lot of people don't have that. And just kind of like, I don't know, like talking about it more and helping people understand that you don't know exactly what you would say or what you would do until you're in that position. And it's kind of hard to talk to somebody who's never been in that position or knows somebody close to them that has been in that position. One of my best friends died on my birthday because of a gun. You know, so it's kind of like when Trump got elected president again, I took it very personally. I was never really into politics before. It mostly just stressed me out. But because of this whole election, I took like a deep head dive into politics. I've been watching Pickles. I've been watching you and Felice's lives like almost every day. And I even put in my headphones at work when Felice is doing her, you know, classroom slideshow stuff. And I absolutely love it. And it's helping me better understand kind of what's going on in the world. And
me too.
It doesn't make me sad anymore. It makes me mad. Like, I just can't I'm the most sensitive, like, heartwarming person you could probably ever imagine. And it just breaks my heart seeing all these people that voted for somebody like him.
Yeah. I've learned not to get mad.
Yeah, well, I'm mad now. And I mean, I try not to bring up politics. I've never liked talking about it because I didn't know much about it. But I don't talk about it now unless somebody brings it up. If they bring it up, floodgates are open. That's it. Let's go.
Am I going? Hold on, let me see. Is it better? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you're fine. It sounds
okay.
fine.
I'm hearing.
It's better now.
Okay. See, no, DJ's saying I have an echo. Y'all, my head is going to
No, it's
explode.
good now. It's good. You do have an echo, but it's good now.
Okay, now I hear it better. All right, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Okay, I'm not losing my mind.
But yeah, so sometimes I'm sitting here watching the lives and I see these people come on and I'm just like, I'm practically like yelling at my phone, like, get a clue or, you know, whatever. Like, how could you think like this? And I like watching your lives, Pickles, because I like how whenever somebody brings something up, you show them. Like that's what does it for me, is the proof. Like, show me the evidence. That's what I'm going to believe, because you, of course, you're going to always have people out here like, oh, well, you know, so-and-so said the sky was green. Oh, well, then I guess the sky is green, you know? I like the proof. And
it's a lot different. Like, even for me, like, when someone says something and they believe it for sure, like, I'm like, okay, like, do I really believe that? Like, if they showed me, yeah, it's like a different level, like, of, Yeah, I've never seen it before, and it's not because I'm so awesome. It's because it's right there, like it's on the page, like it's on the screen. Like when I show somebody like data, like facts, they like shut down. They're like, oh, you know.
And see, me, I'm a visual learner also. Like, I can't just pick up a book and read it and be like, okay, I get everything. I'm a visual person. And so if I can see it, it's easier for me to remember. But I got on TikTok, I think earlier today, and Parker was on, and I caught the tail end of a conversation, but it was, you know, a MAGA kid who actually said the words, dang, I voted for the wrong person.
Yeah.
And that's all I've wanted to hear. Like, you can kind of tell in their voices that, dang, they realize that they messed up. And I think it's more of like a pride thing that they don't want to admit.
Yeah. That's common. Yeah. A lot of them are going to be remorseful and not admit it. It's a pride issue, ego issue. And I mean, even if they don't admit it, if they can realize it and do better, that's great. But why the fuck did you wait until after to do this shit? You know, I just get so annoyed because this information hasn't changed. The information is still the same. Trump has won. Facts haven't changed. And I don't know. It seemed like it was more of a game to so many people. It's just a frivolous thing to throw a vote at just for the hell of it. And they don't see into how bad it's really going to ruin their life. Or, I mean, it has a good chance at it at least. So,
and see, even when you ran the first time, like I said, I don't really watch the news. It's depressing. But I didn't know a whole lot about Trump before. But when he was running against Hillary, I knew for a fact I wasn't going to vote for him, just solely based on the reason he has no government background. I can't understand how, you know, the president of the United States, the highest job you can have in this country, the utmost respected position you could have, could go to somebody who has no governmental background whatsoever.
It's a big double standard issue here because you've got MAGA saying, oh, we like him because he's not in politics. And then they'll turn around and say, well, Kamala is not experienced enough. She doesn't have enough that qualifies her to be president, when it's obviously not true. But they love it for Trump to not be experienced, but they don't think a vice president has enough qualifications.
By the way, chat, I'm not the only creator who does this. Dan, right here inside the stream.
I watch your lives too, Dan, and they crack me up sometimes, like for real.
Dan is a awesome streamer, guys. If you haven't followed him, please follow him. He does some really fun stuff on his stream.
This is a backup. So I was like, I know I follow you.
Yeah, this is my backup. We had a little too much fun last night, so we have a 7-day zap or whatever you want to call it. But
Harry got one today.
You know what I said? That's what you get for getting ahead of me on follows, bro.
Yeah, I'll
need to chill out, right?
Yeah, back off.
Pickles. Honestly, that's not from lives. That's from videos.
I know. I know. I don't do videos because I suck. All right, so chill.
All my videos on my old account, and it got me a lot of not a lot, but I had more than I have now on my old account. It was all ooh girl shit, and I'm like, I don't want to bring that back to this page. I don't do that stuff no more. But I'm like, if it means I get people's attention to actually listen to what I have to say, great. But at the same time, it sucks because I feel the impression is, oh, she's a stupid ooh girl that just did dorky things and she doesn't know shit. And so I've kind of hidden that part of me, except on Instagram, it's still there. But, I'm trying to get a little bit more mature finally now that I'm 36.
But I mean, honestly, you live your best life. There's always going to be critics out there. There's always going to be somebody that's going to want to put somebody down just because of whatever reason.
If they ever knew why I did the stuff I did like that. It's because for 7 years I was in almost 7 years, I was in a very bad relationship. The best years, my 20s, were taken away from me, basically. And I wanted to just live how I wanted to live. I was a new mom. I was still very much momming just as much as I am now. But it was just something to do that gave me enjoyment. But instead, they just, have stereotypes for people that like cat ears. So, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I don't post really anything. I think I have maybe 3 videos. There's like one of my cat, another one of
Don't put Ulu on there. Ulu.
But I've thought about posting more. I don't know. I'm just
do it.
I probably will. I like to craft a lot. Like I make stuff. I like to do stuff with my hands, and so I need to get back into that.
I thought about doing diamond painting again. That's about as good as I am.
I did tumbler cups and T-shirts and signboards, stuff like that.
Pickles, merch lady, come on. She can get you some shirts out there.
Oh, I can make you some shirts, Pickles.
If you do, I dare you to.
Oh, I love a challenge.
I dare you to.
Send me some stuff. I'll put it on a shirt and I'll send it right back.
Okay.
Sounds good.
But yeah,
I don't know if we're going to 1 million likes. I do a bow out before that. It's getting very late. I'm echoing, I think.
Yeah. Someone's echoing.
Is it me?
Yeah, it
I
is.
somehow fixed my sleep cycle yesterday, and I think I cooked it again. But Pickles, thank you so much for letting me hang out while I'm on in TikTok jail. I really do appreciate that.
No problem.
It was a pleasure being on the panel. Killer, it was good to see you again. Kitty, I'm not sure if we've spoken before, but it was nice meeting you.
we haven't spoken, but it was very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Chat, I love you all. Pickles community, you're always so welcoming, and I really appreciate every single one of you. And I hope you all have a great night.
You too. You're very sweet.
Big
Oh, God
kisses. Smoochies. More Dan and Pickles content soon. We're working on a private collab.
Nice. Have you talked to people in public regarding politics?
No.
Me?
Either one. I wondered.
No. I mean, luckily, I'm glad I live in Houston because at least Houston is blue. But I'm like weary of traveling outside of Houston now because I don't want to be standing in line somewhere, in the country and hear something or see somebody saying something or whatever, and then now I'm a hothead and going off on somebody in public.
I get that, yeah.
I used to have a lot of built up emotion until I started doing this and debating. So maybe it'll help you. Maybe.
Yeah.
Get it off
It
your
has
chest.
definitely
Go live
helped
on
with the
TikTok.
anxiety. And it's funny because like I said, I don't do politics. But my son's in like this AP government class, and so there have been a few times where I'm watching the live and, I'm on my phone, so I don't want to like exit out of it, but I'll write stuff down. Like if I don't know about it, I'll write it down and I'll either look it up later or I'll go and I'll ask my son, hey, what does this mean? Or what is, how come if they do this, they can't do that,
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun.
That's cool.
It's a learning experience. And I'm not, honestly, I was ashamed at first because I was like, I'm 34. Why don't I know about a lot of this stuff? But I've realized watching these lives that I'm not the only one.
Yeah. And I've only gotten into this like a couple of years ago. Like I didn't know what a Republican or a Democrat was. Like up until like
Me
just
either.
a couple of years ago. I didn't really know what it meant. And then I kind of realized I didn't like Trump, but yeah, I didn't know much either. And I'm 36, so
My grandfather would listen to Rush Limbaugh a lot. Of course, everybody here is very Republican now. It's very MAGA. And from, I guess, about age 15, 16, my grandfather would just start calling me a liberal. And I was like, what is he talking about? Why does he say that I'm a liberal? Like, I'm very conservative here. But now I'm realizing I am very much a liberal. Like, I don't know if I'm as financially conservative as I used to be. I'm pretty sure I'm not. But I didn't understand the full scope of things. And I wish I had learned sooner. It's really interesting. For some reason, I had a fascination with George W. Bush Jr. I don't know why. I thought he was cute.
Yeah.
Like, he had that like adorable stupidness about him, you know? But now I'm not afraid to say that because he at least saw the light and didn't vote for Trump. So at least there's that.
W.
Mr.
Yeah,
Watch This Drive.
I was raised by a bunch of, my parents were like full blown hippies, like peace, love, you know, we love everybody, you know, race and religion, you know, wasn't a thing in my household. I didn't grow up with a religion. I didn't go to church.
Lucky.
I did venture out and would, you know, ask questions. And, you know, every once in a while I'd go to, you know, Sunday school with some friends or whatever. But I just feel like I have my beliefs. I feel like I believe a little bit of everything. And I just never really put a whole lot of thought into why should I define what religion I am? Like, I have my beliefs, you know?
Yeah.
Like, why isn't that good enough? And I can't understand why people would feel the need to force their religion onto other people and live their ways. You know, I mean, you're walking down the street, you're at the grocery store. You don't know who owns a gun. You don't know who's had an abortion. You don't know who's been essayed by somebody. Like, why does a complete stranger's life matter so much to these people?
Well, it's really complicated for me because I'm atheist, agnostic. I can't decide on which I am. I guess that means I'm agnostic. But with my daughter, I do not mind her going to Sunday school or going to like on Wednesday nights. They have Awanas, and it's like a youth.
Camp Awana.
I did Wednesday night stuff a lot.
And I have no problem with her going to it if she can believe whatever she wants to believe. But now with this whole Christian nationalism thing getting kind of heavy, I'm scared to send her there because I don't want her growing up learning things backwards. You know, I want her to know if there is a God and Jesus was the Son of God, Jesus is nothing like what these people are preaching about now. And that's all I really want her to know, and she can go from there. But I don't want her to get this judgmental mentality about people. We don't have any people of color in my town. Actually, I think there's one man.
Where do you live?
I live in Western Kentucky. It's very red. And
I beat my dog twice a day just in case she believes in God. It's not allowed.
That's so fucked up. But like, you know, you've got the Christians that realize this is not Christianity. But they're unfortunately the ones that are few and far between, it seems.
Yeah.
But like I don't want to be the bad person saying, no, you can't go to church. Like, that sounds like a fucked up mom to me if I'm like, no, you can't go to church. How dare you? But
I feel like it's sort of like suppressing what they may be destined to believe in, I guess, in a way, you know? I mean, like I said, my parents let us, you know, believe whatever we chose to believe. You know, they gave us the option to go out and experience the world and then decide whatever you want to decide, whatever fits you, if it works for you, and, you know, you put your whole heart into it and it's not damaging your life and it's not, you know, ruining what you are trying to do for your future, then so be it. Who cares?
Right. Yeah, I can agree. Totally. I agree with that. I was really shocked. My daughter's in 2nd grade, and the first of the year, they were teaching them about different religions, not into depth by any means, but it was like saying this is Hinduism, this is Buddhism, this is Christianity, this is Islam, and I was really shocked. Because whenever I was trying to learn about different religions in middle school, my grandmother beat my ass because I'm not supposed to be learning about no other gods. So I'm like, I'm glad that the school's doing that so far, and I hope they continue to be more progressive, but I don't see it going that way.
Yeah. Our babysitter growing up, my older brother, I think when he was like learning how to write, my sister told me that he would tend to use his left hand, and our babysitter at the time, when he was learning how to write and eat and stuff like that, when she saw him using his left hand, she would take whatever it was out of his hand and put it in his right hand and say, "That's the devil's hand." And I was like, Miss Joyce? She was like the sweetest lady in the world.
I've seen Vicky's boobies and I like them too.
It's a devil. It's a devil, Bobby Russo.
But I didn't it doesn't even like, I'm like, how does that even make sense?
I have a friend that grew up I can't say the word.
Ambidextrous?
Yes, because he was left-handed, but his mom made him use his right hand for writing and stuff. So, yeah.
Switch hitter.
We never had left-handed chairs for kids to sit in, so he always wanted to use his left hand to write at school, but it was really awkward because they were all right-handed school chairs. So,
I found out my favorite baseball player for the Astros, Kyle Tucker. I met him in person, and he's a left-handed batter, but he writes right-handed.
Yeah.
And I was like, I played softball. I batted right-handed, in that way. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I can't even imagine trying to hit a ball the left way.
Yeah.
It was just, I was like, that's so awesome.
That right to the pitcher's head face. Yeah. Yeah.
But
come on, let's get to 1 million likes. Y'all better be tapping. I hate having to use my mom voice, but get to it. I'm really sick of this shit.
I don't know how many times I get a finger cramp trying to
this.
An Apple Pencil?
You see that?
What was that?
You see that twist?
What was that twist?
Did you see it? It's got an accelerometer in it.
It's like a snowflake almost, like a real.
What
it's
program?
The new
is
Apple
that?
Pencil that lets you twist. It knows when your orientation changes.
Show me the pencil.
Huh?
Show the pencil. I'm gonna see the pencil. It looks like a fucking pencil.
It looks like a real pencil.
That's cute. Are you just using an iPad?
Mm-hmm.
What is this part of TikTok Studio that you're using this with?
No.
Like the screen? Oh.
Is it that drawing app? It's like
this is Procreate. Yeah.
Yes. I'm hardcore Samsung, but I would definitely buy an iPad just so I could use Procreate.
It's seriously so good. The Apple
I
Pencil
know.
experience is
Got an
so
iPad.
good too.
I'm gonna get that for her because she might actually. I would like to play with that if she doesn't. So I'm gonna do that. That's cool. She's getting a new iPhone this year.
Ooh.
Like, yeah. Well, see, it's really fucked up. But my mom gave her an iPhone last year for her birthday, and it only has our contacts in it. And it doesn't have service, so she can't just get random calls from people. And we would also monitor it, of course, but it was there for emergencies. Also, because if something happened to me and for some reason she couldn't find my phone, she had a way to call for help because I have health issues. And she took it down to her dad's one day, and it magically disappeared. And so my mom's like, well, you owe me X amount of money. He's like, well, I never wanted her to have one in the first place. So she's been without her phone because her dad stole it, and he's just a piece of shit. But anyway, she's getting a new one, but her dad doesn't know, and he won't know, and he won't be in her contacts. So,
My son's dad did that to me. So he got his mom's old iPhone and gave it to my son when he was in 5th grade. And of course, I was concerned, right? And what made me mad, though, was it didn't have service on it, which I was fine with. But when my son brought it home, it was just completely wide open. Like, there was no security on the internet. There was no like protection, password, anything like that. And I'm like, how do you there's all this, I just didn't want him exposed to it. And I feel like if, there's got to be some sort of regulations, especially for a 5th grader.
Yeah, take the right steps. It's great, and it can be life-saving for a child. But you just got to be sure they're safe themselves, security measures and what they have access to. And you can control that now. They have a lot of features that, that makes it possible. So,
well, he's 17 now. So of course, he's like, my privacy. And I'm like, bro, you're under my roof and you're my child. You have no privacy whatsoever.
I think all minors with a phone should first have to start out with the Nokia phones that we had as a kid.
Yes.
I hate that T9 whatever shit.
I loved it. Right when I got to the point to where I could text without even looking, I ended up getting a Sidekick. Mm-hmm. Oh man, I miss my Sidekick.
I remember the Sidekick.
I had a LG chocolate and I really liked it.
I remember the chocolate.
It was super cute.
I was an iPhone girly.
My first phone was the gray Razor that had the dragon on it that the guy from one of the tattoo shows created. And I still have it. It doesn't work. I can't get it to turn on, but...
All the popular kids in school had Razors, and I wanted one so bad.
It was cool. But I'm hardcore Samsung. My son is hardcore iPhone. And of course, we joke around about who's better.
I really like my iPhone. I mean, it is very simple to use, and I just don't want to have to learn new stuff. So I'm kind of stuck with Apple iPhones for now until I don't know. I just haven't found an Android phone that I like yet.
I have the S22 Ultra, and it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very big, though. Like,
I love iMessage, though. Like, I love iMessage. But now I can text people that don't have iPhones, and it will still show me if it's been seen or if they're typing now. So that's really cool.
Yeah, he just set me up on that here recently. But for me, it's Google Messages.
Now, would y'all have an app store that's just like the app? Well, what's it called? Google Store or something? Or
the Play Store.
Okay, the place. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The butt store. 'Cause it sucks and it's full of butt apps.
That's why it's a bunch of stuff. I had to learn a little bit about Android phones because I was customer support, tech support for Weight Watchers online. And they would it was always some 68-year-old that had no clue what they're doing. And that was fun, but that's as far as I got was learning how to use the app for Weight Watchers on it.
Yeah. Oh, Pickles, what is your cat's name?
Smarty.
Smarty.
Smarty McBuddy Butt. It's been typing to my chat. If you guys want to communicate with my cat, join my Discord.
Awesome.
She sleeps on my keyboard and yaps at y'all at night.
That's hilarious.
Have y'all seen those videos where people make like cardboard cutouts of laptops for their animals, for their cats, because they won't get off of their laptop?
I really want a cat, but I want a long-haired cat. Like a English something maybe is, I can't remember the name of them, but they have, it's like the cat you see on the boxes for cat food, like that long hair, white.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know which one you're talking
They
about.
look like stuffed animals.
I'd get a white one and name it Snowball.
No. Oh, look at you. Look at you, kitty cat.
Simba.
Oh, kitty.
Look at the kitty.
Titters. This is Titters. This is
Do they
Smarty.
sleep with you at night?
No, my dog does.
No.
Look at
She
the
does
kitty.
And she has a
Yeah,
runny,
ragdoll cat.
she has a runny nose all the time. You can see it.
Aw.
Me too.
She has a runny
Hi,
nose.
kitty.
Oh, her eyes.
Oh, I love her eyes.
Beautiful.
Bye, Titters.
I have 2 cats. I have Cookie and Belle. And Cookie's old and they both sleep with me. But Cookie, he's like, he has to lay on me and he has to be like a part of my body, which means I don't move when I'm sleeping.
Well, like, listen, I'm trying to fundraise for a pet, a cat or a dog. I'm not sure, but for my daughter's Christmas, because her birthday is next week. Oh my God!
It's happy early birthday.
She was due on Christmas Day, but my OB doctor already said that's not happening because she's not coming in on Christmas. But she came a month early, and so it's really rough because it's like Christmas and birthday right there together, a bunch of presents all at once.
I would love it.
Oh, she loves it. She eats it up. But she's been so good and getting basically 100 on everything she brings home. And I really want to get her a pet. But it's just
How old is she?
She'll be 8.
Oh, such a good age.
Miss
She's
Chenandler Bing, thank you so much for the subscription.
Thank you.
We're only 45K away from a big old fat juicy 1 million.
I'm in tapping. Y'all tap. But we need a pet in the house. It's just me and her. And they're so good for the soul.
They really are. And as much as my cats can get on my nerves sometimes, I love them to death.
Yes, they can be a handful. Like, I'm not a fan of litter box. Like, if I get a cat, I really want to train it to use a toilet. That's all. But my daughter's like, they have those automatic ones.
I just got one for her, and it's awesome.
An
What is
automatic
it?
one?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Which one
Does it
did you
really-
get?
I got one. It was on sale for like $275. It's the cheapest one I've ever seen.
I know
It's
they're
quite
usually
cheaper.
like $300-400.
Good Lord. I
Um,
told her she's cleaning the box if you get a cat.
it's
Oh,
it's
yeah,
honestly
well-
so we have 2 litter boxes, and now we only need 1 because we just like wanted her to have like fresh litter box if she needed one. But now it's like it's always fresh, so it's good.
It's nice. And
Yeah,
it just
I
like,
need-
puts all the nasty in a bag for you.
Yeah, like so it's like a machine, and like it turns and it saves all the good litter, and like all the doo-doo falls into a bucket, and then it turns back and all the good litter comes back in.
Okay. See, that's not so bad. That
Yeah.
doesn't sound so bad. Like, I had a kitten for a little bit, several years ago, and it just kept deciding to shit straight onto the wall instead of in the box. It would go in the box and shit on the wall. And I don't know what I was doing wrong. But I gave her to somebody else that was wanting one, and I couldn't at the time.
Sounds like she needs Jesus.
Indeed.
My son's been asking for a dog. I've always wanted a black Scottish Terrier, a boy, and name it Jock.
I have a relative, I don't think she still does, but she breeds Scotties.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're just the cutest thing.
They're adorable. I just love any dog, honestly. I love big dogs so much. I would love to get like a St. Bernard or a Newfoundland. That would be so awesome, but they're very expensive. And I just can't. I can do a small to medium dog. I can't afford a Newfoundland by any means. They're expensive anyway.
Chat, do you guys want to see my roulette wheel?
Yes.
There we go. Where is she? All right, guys. What do you guys got your money on? We got 1 through 15.
I say 4.
4. What do you got? Black or red? You got dot or no dot, chat?
I say black.
Okay. Chat, this is my favorite toy. All right, we're priming her up. We're gonna get a little spin going. All on red. Someone said 2. All right, here we go. We're gonna spin this thing this way, and then I'm gonna spin that way.
That's cool. Where did you get it?
I won't tell you.
It looks like such a fun.
Probably Amazon.
This is like one of my Harry Potter trinkets.
Gatekeeper.
I should sell these on the TikTok shop. It's got a good spin, chat. How long have we been going? This is a while.
It's a while.
It's got good
like
spin.
20 seconds. Look at that spin.
Look at that, baby. You don't see that spin
That's a nice
everywhere,
spin.
chat. You only see it here. Follow the stream.
I've been to casinos. I've never seen anything.
Look at that.
I'm impressed.
All right. It's still going, chat. Anyone, you got
Good
any
God.
late bets?
It's spinning fast.
7. I forgot what you said.
4.
You said 4.
It's got a glare. Let me lean that in there. What is it? 6? Didn't someone bet 6? 6 red? What? Frida, what do you win?
No.
I don't even know. You literally guessed it.
You
What
win
the
awesome.
freak?
You're awesome.
Whoa.
Witchcraft.
Frida, go buy the lottery ticket. That's wild.
Serious.
Right?
Oh, gosh.
Chat, this is my emotional support pickle.
Oh.
This is my stream. Hello.
We have a pickle we put in our Christmas tree every year. It's a tradition for some families. You hide the pickle in a tree, and whoever finds the pickle in the Christmas tree wins a present, extra present.
I have a sign that says "Let's fucking rage." Let's go.
Did you get a serious setup over there?
Room tour? You guys want a little room tour?
Where did you get your neon sign? Will you tell me that?
I got it custom made. I ordered it on Instagram somewhere.
That's cool.
There's my little. The lights look so much cooler when they're not on the camera that you guys see. It's so much cooler.
That's awesome.
It's fun though. I've got some in my bedroom.
This is my computer setup. It's really trashy, guys. I'm a mess. All right.
Yes,
I've got a lot going on. All right.
Now I know why you look confused sometimes when you're staring at the screen. You got all of that to look at.
Yeah.
I've got 2 screens, and that's it.
I have my cell phone.
I have a laptop with an extra monitor.
So I went and saw Gladiator 2 tonight.
Ooh, was it good?
And it was really good. We did a late showing. I actually kind of fell asleep at the end, so I don't know what happened at the end. But it definitely mimics the first one almost to a T in some cases. But there was one part for sure that kind of reminded me of kind of what's going on. I won't, ruin it, but if y'all watch it, I'm pretty sure y'all will be able to tell what part it is.
I'm wanting to take my
But
daughter.
I thought it was pretty good.
I don't even know what movies are out. I want to take my daughter to see Wicked though next week. If everything works out and I can afford it, we're going to the movies because she loves going to the movies, and I think she'll like Wicked. They have singing in it, and she loves singing. So as long as there's musicals or music going with it, she's happy.
Yeah. I wanted to see Beetlejuice. I'm just not. We used to go to the movies a lot. We don't go very much anymore, just because I have like really bad ADHD and I can't sit still. And then I don't want to like go and see a movie I really want to see and then have to get up and use the restroom and not able to pause it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's crazy? I think my channel attracts people who are ADHD, neurodivergent.
Because I'm very much one too.
Yeah, because I am too.
Mhm.
I think I talk at a pace that, like, maybe people who are like that, like really, like it's like really good for people who like that.
Well, could be it.
Yeah.
It could be. I mean,
Oh, I hear the purrs.
Yeah, that's the old one. His name's Cookie. He's definitely an old man's soul.
See, my daughter really wants. See, with a puppy dog, you know they're gonna love being petted, but some cats don't like it. And so my daughter wants a cat she can very much like kind of cuddle with or pet, and you can't guarantee that. So I don't know what to do if it can't.
Hold on. Noodle said Act 3 of Arcane is out now. Have y'all watched that?
Mm-mm.
Y'all need
Which one?
to watch
On
Arcane.
Netflix?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have actually watched a couple episodes of it, and my daughter was a little bit into it, but it's I think a bit too much for her. She just isn't that interested in it for some reason. She likes YouTubers, so. But yeah, that show's really cool. And Ashniko, her song is the song for this one, and I love Ashniko. She's so freaking awesome.
Chad, I think it's about time.
Come on, get to 1 million. Tap.
Oh, we are. We're so close to 1 million, chat. What the frig? What the sigma?
Come on. Get to going.
Also played League. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, chat. If you guys haven't watched League, you have. Arcane. You absolutely have to. It's like the best animated series you'll ever see.
It's really visually stimulating. I really like it.
It's the most expensive animated series ever made.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive. The first episode I watched, it's Act 3, you said? So that's like season 3, I guess?
It's season 2. There's only 2 seasons, but the second season's just like broken up 3 episodes at a time.
Okay. Because I'm not that knowledgeable of it, but I watched it and I was like, this is really good. This is an impressive type of animation going on. I'm usually just watching Archer or Rick and Morty or Family Guy.
Oh, you can't go wrong with Family Guy.
The holy
trinity. I have to go to sleep with something funny because I'm so prone to night terrors. I have a lot of PTSD nightmares, and I discovered that if I fall asleep kind of with like Family Guy in the background, it's less likely to happen. Like it puts my mind in a different mode, I think. So it's honestly medicinal for me.
I'm the same way. I have to, if I fall asleep watching something, it has to be something that I've seen before also. Otherwise, I will not go to sleep.
Beef jerky? Those are some serious ass beef jerky.
It's just a snack-sized beef jerky.
That's gigantic.
It's a little 1 pounder.
1 pound. 1 pound of jerky.
Just a little snack chat. Feeling a little peckish.
Just need a nibble. A little nibble.
Which jerky is it?
It looks intense. Is it spicy?
Bronco Riley, Old Country.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure I ordered peppered, but they gave me the wrong one.
I like
I love jerky.
I like hickory jerky. I like deer jerky a lot.
Deer jerky is very good.
It is. And that's the only thing my ex ever did that I liked, I think, besides help me give my daughter, was deer jerky. Because he would, hunt and then do all the processing himself, dehydrate it, and I could ask him to not make mine spicy, and it was just always so good. That's really good stuff. But I like jerky in general. It's good.
I like deer meat. I wouldn't be able to. I think the only time I could actually go out and hunt an animal, though, it would have to be the zombie apocalypse.
I've been hunting,
and even then, I would send somebody else out to go do it.
What is that, like peach ring? No. What is that? The hell is it? Is it dehydrated peach
Are they
rings?
crunchy peach rings?
I've seen where they dehydrate different candies, and that would be fun.
Yeah, this is the freeze-dried.
Freeze-dried.
Oh, that looks good.
I watch Stephanie Sue on YouTube. I love her to death. She does a podcast and a lot of true crime stuff, but then she just does kind of silly things on her other channel. And they bought a freeze dryer, and it was so expensive, like very expensive. But if I could afford one, I would freeze dry everything. Like I want to experiment and see what everything is like freeze dried.
I want to get into canning.
Canning.
I've always canning. Yeah, I don't know. I've always, my grandmother used to have, a bunch of cans in her cabinet. I mean, she would get them from like friends, but I'm like, how long has that been sitting there and it's still good?
Yeah. It blows my mind how you can preserve something that long. My great grandmother did that. Keep tapping. Get to work, chat. Tap it, tap it, tap it. Just tap it in.
I do admire your patience, Pickles. You and Felice both. Like, it astonishes me sometimes.
Yeah.
And I always feel bad. It's like just right now. I don't mean to interrupt. Like it just happens with the delay. Like I start to say something at the same time and I'm like, shit. And I know that's gotta be annoying.
Oh no, you're fine.
Oh.
Hey.
I want to do my own life, but it's just so much more fun to go to people that already know kind of what they're doing and have people that are engaged. It's nice. And, I need to start, I don't know if I need to start out my lives individually or start out with a co-host or panel. I don't know what people like more, really. So it's hard for me to figure out how to navigate it.
I wouldn't even know what to do on a live.
I would say alone is always better at the beginning.
That's what I was thinking.
I attribute most of my following from having one, like usually just up to like only one co-host and having a very like followable, like linear conversation, because like an op can say something and then you have 5 people responding.
Yeah.
And then they have to choose which way they want to respond. Like it's just a dog pile.
It's a mess,
I think you really have to guide the conversation if you have more than one guest.
Yeah, that does get really tricky on panels because you can't tell who's going to speak when, and it's not intentional by any means on a lot of people's parts, but it happens. So it really can be annoying to sit there and listen to 5 people about just going at once.
Yeah, I've come across a few lives where they have like a small screen of the host, and then the whole right side of the screen is filled with nothing but like additional squares of people talking. And I'm like, I can't even sit here and watch this because it's just too much. It's stressing me out.
I'll see where the host will just be there while everyone else is going at it and never really talking or stopping to say, hey, let's not talk over one another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justin, you ever see Justin's live? He has like 12 guests on. He just sits there. He's like, yeah. So, anyways, what do you think? He has nothing.
I haven't seen him. Like Manda Rose, she does a pretty good job with it. Her and Nemo manage it pretty well. That's the one live I can go into on a panel, and it's not a mess.
Yeah.
I've popped into a couple of hers here recently, and they haven't been too bad.
I really like her. She's very, I don't know what the right word is. She can be hard I don't read her as well. I can read Pickles a bit. I can tell when he's getting maybe annoyed. And I can very easily do that with Parker and Harry because I've been there so much. Or any of the guys, really. But with her, I can't really put a finger on it. I can't tell what she's thinking a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think I happened on...
with Manda. I just can't tell what she's thinking sometimes. She's very... she's not that expressive, I guess. And
she
so it's
close to the chest. She plays her cards close to her chest.
Yeah, very close. Yes.
I mean, that's kind of a good thing, though.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, I think I happened upon Harry's live, and then from there it was kind of like a snowball effect.
Yay, 1 million. Good job. Good job. You did it. Don't you feel proud of yourselves? If anything, you've at least accomplished one thing today. So good job.
You guys get a pickles.
Yay!
Hey, Pickles!
Oh my God! Look at those ears.
Look at the fluffy Pickles.
That sweet face. It's such a sweet face. Look at that face. Oh my God! I want to die.
Aww.
You're so cute. You're so cute.
Chicken. Look at all these people. They love you. Look at all these people.
Hi, Pickles. You're beautiful. Oh gosh.
He's like, God, Dad, stop.
You're embarrassing me.
She'll never give me kisses. She only kisses Daisy.
No, you stingy with the pickles, huh? With the pickles.
How old is she?
12.
Aww.
She looks very young for her age.
She is. She's
Very
a little
young.
spunky
You
booty
take a
butt.
good care of her. Have you had her whole life?
Mm-hmm.
Aw,
Yeah, I adopted her at SBCA.
that's so
when she was
sweet.
6 months.
Oh wow. I wish he was small. So
Right,
cute.
Right chicken. Right chicken.
Is she very vocal? Does she like bark a lot?
Mm-mm.
Is she very yippy now? See, so many little dogs are so yippy. So that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, she's chill.
Chill, not on edge.
She's a
We have I work in pediatric neurology, and we have Child Life that comes through for one of our clinics on Friday mornings, like every other Friday. And a few of the Child Life people, we have this dog program, and they all have German Shepherds. Or not German, Golden Retrievers. There's one German Shepherd, but most of them are Golden Retrievers. And so the one that comes in for our clinic, his name is Pluto, and he turned 7 years old. And me and Pluto have like this little inside thing. Like he'll come in and he'll say hi to everybody, but when he sees me, it's like he freezes, and then his tail starts wagging like a lot. And he just gets like very like, hey, how's it going? And starts talking to me. And it's amazing. I love it.
Aw, that's precious. That's so sweet. Yeah, I love animal therapy for patients. Like I wish the nursing homes around here would do that more often. They've done it like maybe once or twice.
It's usually like a program that the place, because my mom, she's in a nursing home. And so sometimes they'll have like volunteers from like the shelter bring over a couple of dogs and kind of just walk them around and stuff like that. But that's usually something that they got to set up, I guess.
That's sweet.
It really is.
Dogs are amazing.
Guys, I think I'm gonna call it, guys. I think I shot about 45 minutes past.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
Right.
you're
Past
out.
your 15 minutes.
It's 4:30. Yeah. Man, it's late. Yeah. Well, I just enjoy getting to come up here and shoot the shit. It's nice. So
For sure.
Thank you for that. Thank you for
Me
it.
too. I was definitely very nervous.
Like
No.
I really needed to just talk to some people, and I appreciate it so much. It does my brain a lot of good. So thank you.
Anytime.
It has definitely calmed the chaos that's been taking over, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I needed to. I appreciate you guys too. I'm fucking. I'd be in bad shape. In bad shape if I didn't have you guys. So thank y'all.
Well, of course we're
Thank
here for
you.
you. You know we got your back. Got your back.
I got your back.
I know I don't live all that far away. If I have to, you got problems, I'm there. I'm there.
All right.
Got my
Hey, I'm only a
I got problems.
What, a
Come on.
4.5 hour drive.
That Ford
I'm not
Fiesta is
far.
good on gas, so yeah, we'll show up. Well, you have a great night or morning or whatever the hell it is, and get some rest. Hydrate.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, y'all too. Pickles and
We
I are
love
gonna
you.
hang out.
Will you be on tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be on. I think even Felice said she might even join me. I don't know. She's
Oh.
trying to avoid hanging out with her MAGA family, so she might be hanging out with us.
Same.
Oh, I'm curious
Same.
to see how those stories go after the fact. I can't wait.
Yeah.
All right. Well, y'all have a great night. I love you, Pickles. Love you, Chat.
It was nice meeting
Love you too. Y'all have a great night.
You too.
You too, Pickles. Bye.
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 Chat, I'm gonna let's raid somebody. I just cleared out the guest request. I don't know why, but it just felt good. But guys, I'm gonna shout out my Discord real quick. Please do hook it up with a follow if you haven't. But my Discord is right here in my profile. All you gotta do is click on the first thing and you're inside. If you guys need extra help once you're inside, message one of us. Message one of us on TikTok if you need to. Let's see who's online. Who are we gonna raid? Who are we gonna give the pickle love to? The pickle injection. I'm gonna start calling it that, guys. Stormy, Monica's on. I think Monica Taylor version. Hold on, let me get her actual thing. Oh, there she is. It's
famous people
Monica
who passed away that haven't.
LUCIA7. We're gonna be raiding her. Chat. Go give her some love. I'm hearing a tiny engine again. It could be me. Yeah, who knows? Anyways, chat, I love you guys. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, morning, day, evening, whatever it is for y'all. I'll catch y'all tonight, chat. Bye.